Welcome to the PGL Major Copenhagen 2024. The story of CS2's first major begins with 4 region-based RMR events, which culminate with the major itself in Copenhagen. Let's dive deeper into all this. The first 2 regions are the European RMRs, 1 and 2. With a 16-team Swiss format each, they will decide the first teams that make it to Copenhagen. All matches are best of 1, with the exception of elimination and advancement matches, which are best of 3. The top 8 teams proceed to the major, while the next 3 teams have another chance to qualify through the LCQ, the remaining 5 teams being eliminated. The EU Last Chance qualifier is a 6-team single elimination bracket, split into 2 stages, with all matchups being best of 3s. Stage 1 has 1 round with 3 best of 3s, the winners proceeding directly to Stage 2. Stage 2 is 3-team single elimination gauntlet, where the last team standing qualifies to the major. Within Stage 2, out of the remaining 3, the team with the best Buchholz score, which is based on their opponent's performance, advances to the second stage directly to Round 2, while the other 2 teams face each other in Round 1 of the second stage. In the Asia RMR, 8 teams will battle through a double elimination bracket. All matches are best of 1, while the advancement and elimination matches are best of 3. The best 2 teams from the bracket qualify to the major. North and South American teams will battle their way through a 16-team Swiss format. Elimination and advancement matches are best of 3s. All other matches are best of 1. The top 5 teams proceed to the major, while all the other teams are eliminated. The first Danish major will gather the top 24 teams across the globe. The event is split into 3 new different stages this year. The first 2, opening and elimination stages, are played in a 16-team Swiss format, while the last one, the playoffs stage, is an 8-team single elimination bracket. Final RMR standings will determine the major seeding for all participating teams. 16 will play in the opening stage, while 8 will qualify directly to the elimination stage. The opening stage will see 16 teams which will battle each other throughout 4 days to decide who will be in the top 8 and make it to the next phase. Elimination stage will gather 16 teams once again to try to grab one of the first 8 spots, which will take them to the Royal Arena, the battleground for the playoffs. There we will witness the greatness of the best 8 teams in the tournament, which will fight to decide which one of them will leave its mark in this chapter of Counter-Strike's long history, becoming the winners of the first CS2 major.
Teams, they start digging.
Made in hell.
On a deserted island.
Hold on to your bitch.
bitch. knocked me down before. I thought I couldn't take anymore. Nah. Celebrate like you won the war. Guess you forgot what I'm fighting for. I'll come right back at ya. Better hope I don't catch ya. Cause when I do, I'm gon' smash ya. Now I'm out for blood. I'm ripping into the claw. I'm out for blood. I'm out for blood. You better bring it in, Q, I'm coming for. I'm out for blood.
Reposition to the new box. This is his flick. Big shot onto Dilladez. Now just can activate. Stadodo racks up another. It's a triple from Stadodo. Now only Klags chipped away at, throwing away his AWP and finishes it with style and pizzazz.
The jump peak, even a 360 spin, but Icy is putting this one down with authority. An ace.
Still behind the side.
This would be massive.
Goes for a quick scope. Doesn't get the first, and yeah, did dink him. He hits this no scope. He's got it. Oh, Fred! How has he done that?
Honestly, he has such a good read. Hoopsy has to try and go from strength to strength to get shut down. Munacy now with the AK spray, trading out from Carrigan's AK-47 is putting it to use against his oncoming troops. And gets the third as well. A 4K in the round for Munacy. Frozen shuts down Rops before he falls prey. Rain is last man standing, double sprays up. Knows where Nectar is, and Rain will clutch.
Oh, he does. Finds the headshot. Now man, he knows where Config is. The wallbang confirms his suspicions. A 1 versus 1 clutch for so much at stake. Headshot provided. Aros Dose secures it.
Now there's only one player remaining, and it's Norbert, but the element of surprise is on his side. They don't know where he is. Wonderful now detects it, but Norbert reads the clutch. Perfectly pulls those two players in towards him, and Virtus.pro now take a small lead.
Who needs a piping hot coffee in the morning when you can have some wonderful plays instead, Vince? That's one hell of a way to wake up this morning and get ready for the third day of the EU RMRs, mate. It's been rolling and the games have been delivering.
They really have. I mean, that was only a taste of how many clutches and crazy plays that we had over the duration of the last couple of days, and I'm expecting more today as well, Jackie. We've got plenty of bangers coming up.
Oh, we do indeed. They're there in droves. And it's the fact that we've reached that point in the RMRs now, Vince, where the human side of it that we keep harping on about is in full display, because you face elimination, you see heartbreak, you see qualification to the major for the first time for some of these players today. It's going to be chock-a-block with history, but more so than anything, Vince, you're going to see hearts on sleeves.
Yes, exactly. I mean, for a lot of players, a lot of teams, dreams are going to be dashed today. We have plenty of elimination matchups. First up, AMKAL and Falcons. I think AMKAL, one of the underdogs in this group stage. Falcons did pretty well at Katowice. People are expecting very high things of them.
They are indeed. A roster that's kind of been put together, you know, heralded as a super team with one of the most decorated coaches in Counter-Strike history, the man that has more accolades to his belt than any other, Vince. the team that needs to starve off the Grim Reaper in this opening series. Following that, you have 9 Pandas, 3D Max, and finally, Enterprise Saw. All of the games on the B stream are actually pretty tantalizing today as well, Vince. I think that's the exciting part, is we've reached a point where all of the storylines, no matter if it's on a primary or secondary stream, are just paved in gold, mate. We've got our first 2 teams that have already qualified to the PGL Major Copenhagen as well. The first CS2 Major, and that was VP and G2 yesterday.
Yeah, obviously we had the delight and privilege of casting that G2 FaZe game, which was a 2-0 to G2. I don't think many people had that one in the books. I certainly didn't. I think many people thought FaZe would win it 2-0, but we saw a return of Nico. He was huge yesterday.
Oh, mate, he was beyond huge. You got to really think of these synonyms, Vince. He was like gigantic and then some, I guess, like double gigantic.
You have to say, bitter pill to swallow for a lot of people, a lot of fans. An org that is trying to get towards the top end of CS come 2025, and obviously this is a big hitch in the road, but hopefully they can come back. I think there's going to probably be some roster changes, though, to be honest.
You'd imagine so. At least taking a look at the project and seeing what they want to do with it. It's harsh as well, because it kind of feels like they put so much pressure on themselves, Vince. You imagine that article that come out as well, literally the day before you're playing those games, and you're seeing we have to deliver by January 2025. It's not ideal. It's not ideal, but they've been removed.
It's not. They have to go back to the drawing board, basically. Into the Breach had a pretty close game against 3D Max. Could have even won it at one point, it looked like, but didn't quite work out for them either.
It didn't. But let's talk about the teams that are still in the running. Our opening game, AMKAL. They need to show up tonight, Vince, and give us the best display yet. They've had an interesting run at the RMR. They don't usually play overpass. It's something that they float in the veto an awful lot, but here they've already played it twice, and some of the games that we've seen have been ridiculous. One of them was a win over NIP to knock them down, Vince, before they were finally taken out of the event. A roster that at times can be a little bit hot or cold, Vince. Going up against Falcons, we need to see their A game.
Yeah, that's a very fair point. I think we've seen both sides of the spectrum when it comes to... I think I'm seeing Nuke in the background there. Oh no, it's Vertigo I'm seeing in the background, so I don't know if that's maybe a little bit of a pre-indication as what's to come. But yeah, he is a hot and cold player. Sun Pius on the other side of that AWP spectrum hasn't had the greatest of tournaments so far. I think people expect much more from him.
I think you've kind of set up an interesting tidbit about today specifically, right in that conversation. Who has the upper hand out of these 2 players because of the changes we've seen? If you're unaware, last night Valve shipped a new update with 2 critical changes, one of them being to View Bob and the other being to the scope, Vince. So the AWP itself now having a fisheye effect on it. Is that going to throw these players off a little bit?
That's a very good question. Only time's going to tell on that one, Jackie. And what we do know, though, is the lineup for Magisk is going to be in a solid place for Falcons, obviously. He is one of their more consistent players, one of their veteran players as well, of course. Boros, the jury is still out, I think it's safe to say. But when we casted him, even when they did lose one of their previous matchups, I believe it was against Eternal Fire, he still was dropping bombs with the Deagle in particular. He was their top fragger by a mile and had a really good performance individually.
In that matchup, he was really the deciding factor that got him a lot of the rounds they actually took, Vince. It felt like he was the one that was shining and also smiling. If you remember, he had positive body language, he was kind of bouncing around, had good energy for the team. The rest of Falcons in that game, though, Vince, they looked really frustrated. You know, there was just signs of Snappy basically feeling like it had got away from him before it even started, literally shrugging off some of those rounds.
Now, I may have spoiled this one a little bit. I think I saw Vertigo before as the first pick. They were warming up on that one, so... We were kind of expecting it anyway, Jackie. Anubis banned out. That is the perma ban from AMKAL, so I was never going to see play anyway.
No, get rid of that one straight away. Makes sense, removing Inferno as well. I think looking at this with the veto we've sort of got ahead of us, I'm kind of thinking we're probably going to have that Vertigo into a Mirage. It may be finished towards a Nuke, Vince. That's what would make sense to me.
Ooh, we got an Ancient pick. Okay, a Spanner thrown into the works. So the question is, I agree, Jackie. I think Mirage and Nuke are definitely possibilities to be played in this series. The question now is which of those 2 will be our decider if we need it, and how closely and evenly matched these teams are. I wouldn't put it past going the distance. Overpass ban next from AMKAL. Falcons in deep thought here. Do they want to get rid of Mirage or Nuke? Which one do they actually want to play here? And the answer is we're going to head to Mirage as our 3rd map if we need it.
Okay, a Mirage decider then. Vertigo to start an Ancient. as the mid portion. A series that needs to be done over the course of these 3 maps to keep you alive with a chance to make it back to the major. And this is where you kind of look at the storylines, Vince, and some of the pressure really sets in when you think about the gravity that is on the shoulders of Falcons. For AMKAL, you can get out there and play your game knowing that for some of these players it would mean first-time major qualification if they can stay alive in the RMR. You've got all of the good elements, thinking about the future, the potential, whereas for Falcons, if they fail to make it here, Vince, and lose this series, it's devastating for these players.
Yeah, I think it's very safe to say, and it's a fair assessment for the pressure to be firmly on Falcon's shoulders because the expectancy is much higher for this org and these players. As you said, throughout, the pedigree of this team is massive. But here we go. Best of 3 coming right up. Falcons on the CT side of Vertigo.
We kick it off then with our first map. It all starts here. AMKAL on the T side. Having a quick look at the utility they've gone for in this one. Smoke and Molotov use the flames to block off the sandbags and see if you can set a path towards the site. Smoke goes down, but Madden's in position, Vince, and he's got backup.
He does. There's a flurry of CTs waiting outside here, but not able to deny the plant. It's going to go straight down in the smoke. And having a look at their utility, they've got no HEs or incendiaries, but they do have bullets, they do have sidearms. Pyjamas goes in, connects the first one. He has been traded out though. Major needs to survive. This gives them a linchpin to play off, but Nickelback has thwarted all of that.
They're going straight on for the defuse though. Snappy sticking it, and no one can force him off. Icy does eventually find the head, and it's all on Madden to get the job done. 9 HP, Vince, time's ticking. Even if he baits them back in, it looks like AMKAL have got a firm grasp on the round, and it's Icy that shuts it down with 2.
Very close on that defuse. I think that was milliseconds away. Snappy nearly snatching it from under the nose of AMKAL, but they manage with Icy to lock it down. Nickelback with those 2 kills on ramp, though. I think that was maybe the moment that they sealed this round up, because any kind of flank, any kind of dispersal of attention looking from ramp and also the site simultaneously went with his death. Very well played in the end, and AMKAL securing it up. They now have the options. The Falcons want to go in for a force? The answer is a yes.
Madden. He takes the peek with the Deagle early on, at least gets the information about this round from AMKAL's setup. Using some of that utility to zone out the aggressive angles as well. A lot of Deagles, and also 1 MP9 in the hands of Snappy, Vince. Up close, this could really be the meat grinder that bites its way through them, and Forrester falls.
That puts Crad into a bit of an awkward position now, stuck behind the crane and the smoke. And Burris, we know what he's capable of doing with that D, but Crad is going to deny it this time and can just back away. So much action is happening in such a short period of time. There's still over a minute on the clock. So, I mean, AMKAL on into any kind of forced, uncomfortable position as it stands.
No, you can always cut noise, reset the round. It's exactly what they're doing, at least towards ramp early. You've still got so much utility as well. The smokes, the flashbangs to play off the back of each other, and they do prime the smokes. They're going to bloom those on towards the site. Pyjamas playing on the lip of it. Madden would have first contact. He's got a good angle at least with the added height to work with, and it's going to throw off the crosshairs. Needs to hit the headshot though. At least Pepper's the first player, and Pyjamas can trade onto it. But Icy responds. We're down to the 3v3.
Icy's got a second one as well, and a 3rd kill in quick succession on the side of AMKAL. The HE though will deny the bomb plant, and it gives Magisk an opportunity, a chance here. He's also healthy, full HP, and an Galil's been picked up. A winnable round for the Dane. You can hear the bomb being planted down now. Was hoping maybe for a fake in the dying embers of this round, but that's not the case. First player is going to go in, and he's down to 9 HP, but if he can land that quickfire headshot, maybe there's a way forward for Magisk here. Smoke up and over, going to try and draw away the attention of Travis, who pops up, and Magisk puts him down. A solid 1v2 clutch at the very beginning of this best of 3.
You think about for this man alone, Vince, the times he's walked into the major arena, the times he's been there himself, knowing losing this game would mean he doesn't get that opportunity in the first CS2 major. It would be ripped away from him. It shows up massively. A beautiful clutch. Snappy exploding as well. And this is what we needed to see, Vince. This is a game changer already, right? You lose that opening pistol round. It feels like things are getting away from you at the start of the series. Suddenly you get a big clutch round and the momentum is there. That kind of excitement is what was missing from Falcons. They looked dejected, they looked upset yesterday. But already now, Snappy's showing the prowess of the leader that he is.
And of course, on top of the accolades that you just mentioned, this is a potential home crowd major for Magisk and also Snappy as well. A chance to play in front of your family on home soil. It doesn't get much better than that.
It's mad. Sonic there as well, Vince. The stories write themselves.
Boros is trying to write his way back into this round as AMKAL have bypassed the smokes and the flashes, but Travis in the meanwhile, opposite side of Magisk M4, Madden is going to keep the dream alive and actually puts them into an advantageous position, but Krad, he's flanking, he's lurking, Snappy spots him, but not quick enough on the draw. And Sun Pius may have the bomb down under control, but both players pretty healthy at this point. The M4 should triumph over the Galil, but Sun Pius is playing a dangerous game here of cat and mouse behind the sights. And now, it's going to be down to Krad to try and push in. Spray comes out, but Sun Pius shuts him down. Such an important round again. 2 clutches back-to-back for Falcons.
Fine margins, but delivering. Getting the rounds when it matters. Oh, it looked worrying though, Vince. I thought we were already going to get that flip-flop where you see AMKAL actually clap back, pull away another round. Vertigo could really deliver here. Look at the anticipation as well, just how tense these rounds are when it's going down to these nail-biting 1v1s already. We've only seen 3 rounds of Counter-Strike into this best of 3, elimination best of 3, and it is already getting very scary.
The tension already is tangible in this game. And Magisk only can get 1, but does bait out for Boros to triple up with his M4 spray. And although it is an eco, this is all building into the confidence of the young man. Krad in the meanwhile can only do maybe a kill's worth of damage if he's lucky, and maybe Falcons overstep the mark here, but a Glock in his hands, not really going to yield much in return.
Really just hoping that maybe he gets the opportunity to use that Zeus. You can see him smiling with it. The round itself is pretty cooked. He's going to wait. Still 48 seconds left on the round. Surely at some point they're going to get a bit antsy. That's all he's hoping for. He's been trying to fake noise running back and forth consistently here. So if there's a player nearby, obviously you get the audio cue. Maybe you want to clear it, just finish off the round, and he can try and tase you. And Boros, he wants to carry on. Close the round down with a 4K. But Sun Pius will snatch that one away. So Falcons get themselves the easy round, Vince. No casualties really, so they're going to be pretty happy with that one. They don't waste funds unnecessarily.
Yeah, exactly. That's all about the CT economy being built up early doors. The importance of bouncing back as fast as possible as you can on this half. Still in the opening stages of this best of 3. This is AMKAL's pick. Next will be Ancient. And our final destination will be Mirage if we need it. I think a lot of people on paper would say Falcons are the favorites in this game, Jackie, but from what we've seen so far in this tournament, I think this is very evenly matched.
Falcons have had some tough opposition, but they've been struggling in a lot of the important rounds, Vince. You can't afford to have that happen here. It's a best of 3. It's a different ballpark as well. You should be able to find your form. 2-man set up towards the ramp. Madden with the first contact. Boros using the nades to hold them back. They're fighting for it. Madden strikes with 2 already, Vince, so he has cut this push in half, leaving Forrester trapped on an island.
They have to throw in the towel if they continue to hemorrhage players, which is what's happening here. Icy can muster up 1, but they've lost 3 players in the process. And with that, tons of utility. They've only got a smoke left between the 2 of them. They at least have control over the bomb, which is the only saving grace, but they've thrown in their smoke, mainly as a lurk. Allows them to trade up from the Galil to the AK. If there's just no easy path forwards towards the site. Additionally, Sunpius, Boris are both here in separate angles. They have a mid-rotational player in the form of Madden that can quickly switch back around, but Boris has been plucked out from Crad. 30 seconds left. AMKAL still in this round.
25 seconds. Crad taking space, and Pyjamas wants to peek in, shoulders seen, Crad strikes and finds the first, doubles up as well, Vince. The entries are allowing them a path into the bomb site, and Magisk on the rotate doesn't expect Icy. He grabs it. And again, this storyline we're seeing here on Vertigo continues. It's down to these tight 1v1 rounds in the last few seconds, Vince. None of them have been guaranteed.
But we were even talking about this in the early stages when Madden popped off with a double kill. This is the moment here where we're saying Falcons have had difficult opposition. They've played against FaZe, they've played against Eternal Fire, two legit teams that could both progress through to the major. But in those difficult, close rounds is where they faltered, where they stalled. The exact same thing. AMKAL just won a 2v4.
What do Falcons do to answer straight back, Vince? Blind, kicking and screaming. They bury two of them. Travis and Nickelback already done for towards the B site, and they've got control towards Pit by stairs now. It's going to be an awful lot harder if you want to commit and fight on B. They're playing on the edge of the smoke as well. Magisk's looking for confidence frags, Vince, but he comes unstuck.
And they'll have very recent memory of that 2v4 that just transpired in the round prior. They don't want to give two of those away in a row. This time, it's even additional firepower they're up against. AMKAL have 3. Nickelback and Travis, the 2 casualties, but they still have an inform Icy on 7 frags. Crad, who just went nuclear in that previous round to secure it with multiple entries. And Forrester, who's always a pain in the backside, he's also quite an entry-focused player. And speak of the man, and he will deliver. Molly's now being tossed to the back of the site, and Crad's picked up another one. Surely not again, Falcons.
The duo of AMKAL delivering once more. Madden, though, isn't going to be able to pick this up, piece together around and support Snappy on this retake. 30 seconds, both of them group up together. Last of the utilities used. Smoke round the corner. Icy waiting for the push, but straight through the smoke. Forrester finds it. The scalpel makes an incision, and the CTs realize this one's gone. You've got to give it up. Falcons will lose out on the round, and AMKAL equalize with 3 of their own.
That was a 5v3. The last 2 rounds have been a 2v4 loss and a 5v3 loss for Falcons. I mean, how can you justify that? This is the team that needs to be winning these rounds. I mean, if you want a chance of making the major and going far in the major, no disrespect to AMKAL at all, but these are the kind of rosters that Falcons has to beat and beat comprehensively. You can't be losing rounds like this consistently.
It's painful as well, because like you say, they've got both of those opening frags for free, Vince. They're complete control towards the B bomb site. We just thought there was room for a little bit more. And it all just unraveled straight after.
Left hanging. Oh, that one stinks.
It's a bit painful.
It's fine, they've won the last 2 rounds. You can feel confident knowing that they're on the right track. And Falcons, Snappy backed off to try and save. So realistically, coming into this round, it's not going to fare much better for Falcons. They went for that full force in the last one. They got early success. Match has been paused, however. So we'll have a few more moments to mull this one over, Jackie. But yeah, I mean, it's been a very tentative and tense opening to this game.
And I think it's one of those where this is something that will continue to be a trend. When you cut to the cameras, when you see Falcons, the way, especially for Snappy, right? Like, he's telling the whole story on his face with the way that he's reacting when you lose these rounds, when you win these rounds. And we really can't kind of state enough, like, how devastating it would be for either of these 2 teams to be knocked out of the RMR. It's one of the most painful, gut-wrenching feelings that you can go through in your career inside of Counter-Strike. To make it here, playing inside this studio with a chance to make it to the major, to have that ripped away from you, it's like nothing else, Vince.
Oh, it makes it that much more palpable and difficult and painful is knowing that it was in your hands all along. You have the opportunity to carve your own path in this performance-based team FPS. Now Nickelback goes in, he's gonna clear open the gens. This round, of course, a lack of investment. It was only the saved M4 from Snappy.
Bomb has been planted.
this B site's taking a peppering. You know, the memes about Vertigos is only one site. It's A all day, every day. And so far, this B site hasn't looked like a fortress. And that's going to give AMKAL a lot of confidence going forward. Maybe draws Falcons away into early rotations in future rounds, and that's where they can get more success on A. Solid frags, though, from Snappy. It's not going to make much of a difference in terms of where the round is going to come down, but does afford them to save potentially 3 rifles. That's a really solid outcome. Yeah,
this round, towards the end at least, has changed massively for them. Madden played a smart off angle by the window, gets himself a free Kalashnikov. Especially if they can hold on to these, they're not only going to get free weapons, but pretty much cleaning house on the T side as well. So, meaning they're going to spend a lot of that cash. Whereas Falcons, even a 2-player save, it bails you out a lot more. You can balance that CT economy and get a complete full buy out of it. Have the extra bells and whistles you need, Vince. We're going to see that utility coming back out.
Yeah, exactly that, Jackie, because if they don't save any weapons, you're looking at maybe an MP9 picked up, maybe a Deagle instead. Yeah. Because they're all around that $4,000 to $4,500 mark, and you need utility on Vertigo. It's so important. Having those incendiaries for ramp control, just for dealing with mid and B, respectively, is huge. And they also get the AWP out for Sunpies. He's got 7 kills so far. He's had a solid game, but we haven't seen him with the AWP, and now we have it. Picks off the first kill onto Forrester.
The scope doesn't betray him. Instant first pick. You can see the new effects of the brand new update in play here as well, with the way it looks towards the edges of the scope. That slight distortion, slight fisheye effect. Just something to be aware of now in current Counter-Strike. AMKAL, though, losing that opening pick, finally being tested towards the ramp early. What's the response? 2 players, one from either team, over towards the B bomb site. Actually, Boros has got a bit of backup, playing the off angle towards the back pillar. Magic's in position with him, and they're going to test this hold, Vince.
Oh, they're going to be interested to dip their toe in the pool and see what the temperature's looking like. And Travis is happy, takes the kill, can back away if needs be. There's still 50 seconds on the clock. They find themselves a player behind, but they've been in these situations already twice and delivered. Madden joining alongside Boros. Molly's not extending far enough to deal with these positions. And now Travis and the rest of AMKAL are about to just push straight in, but there's Boros with a double spray. And that is exactly why he is such a tantalizing prospect in this roster. Mechanically speaking, he is extremely solid.
Such a young player and so much raw talent. Makes it look easy with the spray control, doesn't he? It's like there is just no recoil at all. Everyone just got blown away. The game itself, though, the real big factor being the rounds, well, that's tied up 4 apiece. The first half of the first map, and a best of 3 that decides your fate. Falcons erupting, the energy's there. They've been switching up their setups an awful lot towards the B site as well. AMKAL love going for these B plays, though.
I know, right? It's strange. Hit and run, Jackie. They get their kill, they just back off straight away with a HE alongside it. But yeah, it's kind of mind-blowing to me because yes, B site is getting a lot more play than it used to, but the fact they've barely even touched the A side of the map so far is very, very odd.
I suppose the entries have been working for them. Oh, this already got a little bit awkward towards middle, actually. They tried to run down Magisk. I mean, Forrester found a way in. Not being able to pull off the backstab makes it so much worse. Just Crad and Icy. About a minute left. Both of you kind of trapped, really, with the timing. Use the last of the utility to force the players out of position, but just taking a lot of damage from that Molotov. But luckily, he's got the backup of the scope. And Sampaio finishes Crad. Icy might just have to limp his way out of this one. Let it tick on by.
And maybe that is the round being so comprehensively won on the B side again. And fair play to Falcons for ironing in those gaps and figuring out where they can make the micro adjustments. Maybe we are going to see AMKAL start to facilitate their push over onto the A side of the map just that little bit more. Or at least bait out some mid control as well. That's another way that you can draw out B defenders quickly onto the window, onto CT spawn, try and deal with the elevated potential push around the back of A. We'll have to wait and see what happens because AMKAL, they're going to save this AK. Icy will survive, but Falcons picking up steam again. And I suppose if you're Falcons as well, you know, it's kind of a double-edged sword. On the one hand, you're gutted, you let 2 2v4, 5v3 situations go against you. On the other side, if you're looking at optimistically, like, well, we got ourselves in that position in the first place. If we can close those rounds out as we should, we'd have a vast lead right now. We'd be dominating this map.
And they already won a couple of them, right?
Yeah.
So it's one of those where it's could have gone so much worse than it really did. Yeah, it could have gone better. But for either team, it's a tight affair. It's a close game. Bit of a tightrope first half on Vertigo. Benefit for Falcons is they've weathered the storm long enough to break the bank that was starting to build up for AMKAL. And they've got confidence on these A plays. Since Pyjamas has donned the orb, you can see they're willing to fight for ramp as they normally would. Take deep control, use their aggressive utility. Mostly pistols off the back of Icy saved AK, and blind but still fragging, Icy is slain.
Yeah, solid shot from Pyjamas. It just forces the T's back a little bit. They could have forced them off into the angles. They could have tried to push up ramp and just swarmed over the CTs and swell the site, but instead it's Snappy that gets down. I don't think he realizes there's a player in the smoke just behind him right now. And Travis with the Glock could get the drop onto Pyjamas. Nails him. Now puts Snappy in a bit of an awkward position. He does have some comeback as well with Madden, but they both gone down to the Glocks. A 2-on-2 now takes shape. If Falcons lose this round, it's going to be so devastating.
Travis has got himself the AWP as well from the corpse of Pyjamas, Vince! Oh, he's looking towards the back of the site. The nade comes flying in, and it does blow him away. All of the pressure now falls onto Krad. He's tiptoeing his way up towards the site, but he's being flanked. There's a man in the rear. Boros slowly taking his time as he starts to flank up and finds the freebie, the headshot onto Krad. A kill that closes it. But AMKAL, the heads-up decision-making. You push through the smoke, make no noise. Snappy's thinking he's got all the ramp control, would have seen him. Gets the kill onto the AWP, nearly pieces it together. That's a sick round.
That, you know, in the context of just that round by itself, that's a huge W for AMKAL, honestly. Glocks, one saved AK-47. You put the AWP down, yes, they pick it back up again, but you get multiple kills, and you make Falcons sweat. I think Snappy had expended all 30 bullets of his MP9. That's why he was on his Glock, his sidearm there. Very uncomfortable situation, but Falcons still pass it this time. They don't allow another clutch to go against them. They've got early mid presence as well. AMKAL slowing the pace down.
The Falcons, they were kind of playing inside of a box. It felt like they had lost a lot of their confidence in the opening rounds. Now they're playing more aggressive again. They're taking map control. They're fighting for it. Off angle in play though for Krad. Meanwhile, ramp is under siege. Boros, he wanted to crouch around the corner and find the pick, but he's been taken down by the tripwire, and it all goes down to a 4 versus 3. Most of them gravitating towards the A site. You've still got mid covered by Magisk as well.
Snappy with just a P2000 in this round. They had tons of cash. What's going on here, Snappy? I have absolutely no idea why he just has a pistol. I mean, this feels... He's got 5K in his back pocket. Just forgot, I guess? Either way, he'll be hoping that Magisk and Pyjamas can dig him out of this ditch. I mean, effectively, this is a 2.5 versus a 4 at this stage. Not that AMKAL will necessarily know that. Snappy's unable to get across to a weapon either. They're out of range for him. Pyjamas, though, connects the first shot. Snappy can maybe play a little bit of bait here and try and draw out some fire. Hiding in the smoke between two players, but Forrester's found him. And a Pyjamas on the wrong side of the smoke just has to back away with 15 seconds. This bomb is looking to get planted down a slight gap in that smoke, and Pyjamas makes the most of it, but the plant has come through.
Pyjamas is controlling the retake single-handedly, but he's got backup. Magisk has already won a single clutch from this position, and he thrusts it into a 1v2, all on Forrester. Pyjamas does it all on his own. It doesn't matter they don't have guns to work with to back him up. The AWP will slay them, and AMKAL lose another round where they were inches away from stealing it.
Man, this is like a 7-4 scoreline that could easily be reversed on another day. They've been so nail-bitingly close. And it's great to see, man. Sunpius is really having a stellar performance. When they played against Eternal Fire, we had the conversation, the desk had the conversation of like, it's Woxic versus Sunpius. On paper, Sunpius is probably the better AWPer. It wasn't the case on that day. He had a very slow day at the office. Here we are, 14 kills, all of them massively impactful. Great to see.
And I think that's really the big part, right? Is they're just all barrels of impact frags. None of them are kind of been freebies. Every time he's tested, he passes with flying colors. They've gone for this same take towards mid in terms of the setup. But they've had to play a little bit more lax towards B. A lot of info, at least from the nades. That'll pass over what the plan was for AMKAL. You'll know off the audio cues they were trying to gravitate towards the B sites. They bail on the idea and reposition.
Forrester has to tread very lightly. He's typically one of the guys that's at the front of the pack as well. You need those fast entry frags from him. So on 4 HP, can't really justify going in first. He's more watching the flank at this stage. Madden jump peeking. Has spotted multiple players. Oh, Boros. He's found the timing, he's found the window, and he snatches Forrester away.
Been quite a few rounds where the flank from Boros has been a difference maker. Oh, he's got all the info in the world. Positionally, he could completely cauterize this rotation with a single slice. Chops his way through one. Snappy gets the backstab onto Nickelback. Now they have to run round towards the B bomb site and look to defend against the last two members of AMKAL.
Major was playing anti-flash. And this should be a slaughter. They line up and Snappy actually gets a team kill, but doesn't really matter. 8-4 the score coming through to that second half. 4 rounds on the bounce for Falcons. And if there was any worries or doubts about losing a 2v4 and a 3v5 in 2 rounds consecutively, that's been put to bed now, Jackie. They definitely stabilized.
It's a crazy half. With how many 1v1s it went down to, how many moments that could have been horrific for either team. Sampaio's really bailing them out in so many positions as well.
Yeah.
Snappy laughing it off. I do also wonder what on earth went on with that round. Harry ended up with just the P2K.
Yeah. Because everyone had $5,000 or higher. Like, they were rolling in the cash, so I can only assume that he was in the middle of a call, his mind was elsewhere, he just forgot to buy a weapon. It shows they're human after all, right?
The thing is, at least they won that round, right? Because that's kind of one of those where at least now towards the end of the game, you can laugh it off. In the moment, it probably is like a, oh, don't lose this one, dog.
Yeah, it's the round that Sunpius picked up a 4K with the AWP push at the back of the site. Julies go in, but it's Boros again with a pistol. Proving himself to be quite the beast in these rounds. He always seems to have a couple of kills up his sleeve, and in doing so, they can just back out of there. Don't have to fully commit to the site, go back onto ramp again.
AMKAL, historically, have always looked pretty good on these pistols. Krad's playing for info. He gets just that. Falcons clearing out the sandbags, making a ton of noise as they set themselves up for the play towards the A site. Backup's arrived, and it's Icy with the doolies.
Crab behind the smoke, though. Oh, the timing! He turns around just as Sunpius pushes. And that was maybe the ace up the sleeve that they had. And instead, it's gone and turned into a joker, and now Forrester is getting peppered through the smoke and finalized. Not only the Falcons win the round, they don't lose a single player. That's the kind of confidence build around you want to see. And they look dialed in and focused.
Sigh of relief. Guaranteeing that pistol round is really going to make things a lot easier for them. Mentality-wise, and in terms of just the economic stance alone, you're going to have the cash to play with, whereas AMKAL don't have that blessing. So Falcons, they could put themselves in a position where you've got 10 rounds under your belt on the first map of this best of 3 before AMKAL really even have a chance to go toe-to-toe and fight back for it.
Options are limited on the side of AMKAL right now. A lot of teams in this position would just decide to stack onto one site, maybe send one player for a fact-finding mission, a bit of intel. Travis may be the man for the job as he's pushing into middle right now. A chance of a bit of reprieve now. I think for Falcons, this is where the pressure just eases off their shoulders just a tad. They know it's going to be very likely a low investment buy, but they can't be sure there's not some forced buy shenanigans in.
Inch by inch, grenade by grenade, Falcons make their play up towards B. Seems like a tech issue as well there with Forrester though, as he's been DC'd. They've taken the bomb site. But the round itself, obviously just kind of the eco, a bit more of a formality, all things considered. And for what it looks like, you're playing basically just for the exits as they come out towards B. Worst case scenario is if they just get farmed up by the MAT 10. That's so much extra money for free.
Score between two separate angles here. The spray should be good, should be on point, and it should be the round. And I think this kind of encapsulates, obviously, Forrester DC'd, so it's the UI is a little bit skewed right now, but it is kind of Falcons versus Falcons in a lot of ways, you could say. Like their own worst enemy at times. But so far, it seems like they've put those demons to rest, and they have taken a 10-4 lead.
It's like the meme. Don't trust anyone, Vince. Not even yourself, you know? Just snappy, standing behind himself. That'd be good. That'd be good banter.
Just looking into the mirror. I'm thinking of the Creed and Rocky movies as well, you know? Inspirational. And AMKAL need a hero right now. They are struggling. They are submerged and they're gasping for breath and they're running out of oxygen.
You can still turn this game around. It's been down to very, very tight 1v2 situations. And with a change of confidence, finally having weapons in their hands, maybe this will be a bit of a difference for them. Early nades set up to deal chip damage on ramp. Smoke goes off as well to block the timing from Falcons, but they're edging further up. Nickelback saw the head of some Pyjamas, and the Molotov will force him out of position. Icy still alive, but his teammate falls.
Man, it looks like AMKAL are tripping over themselves. Some great utility from Falcons. Now, Icy and Forrester, though, is going to step up and deliver with 2 kills at great cost to Icy's health, but still in the fight. Molly tossed to heaven. He's going to land on the headshot boxes instead and forces away plays. They would have heard a couple of tickles off that Molotov. But still a minute left on the clock, and they do have control from the back as well, so they don't have to fully commit to this side. And the Sunpie is just making sure these angles are covered off before he goes in for the plant.
One of the edges they had, though, was the offensive utility. They had a HE and a Molotov on Magisk. He's thrown both of them out towards CT side and only done about 20 damage between both. Now they can edge their way back in. They're trying to take the site control as they're creeping their way towards the players. First man's going to fall. Magisk with a double up, and it's all on Krad. Famas in hand. Finds one. Time's ticking, though. It's not looking good. The overall round itself really slipping away from him now. They had a small chance to get this one, but it's gone.
Yeah, there's just a slightly ajar window that they were trying to exploit and make a move through, but it was quickly closed, and Falcons picking up pace as Major goes down with the ship. He'll be fine with that one. They have tons of cash in reserve. But 11-4 the score, and again, Jackie, this is the choice of AMKAL. This is a map where AMKAL feel very confident on, and when you're moving next into the likes of Ancient and then Mirage, these are maps where Falcons, yes, the sample size is low, but they've always looked pretty solid on these maps. So I don't think it's boding a very pretty picture for AMKAL right now.
And even just for the scoreline alone, you kind of want to get a bit more out of it. Feel like you've got a couple of rounds under your belt, a couple of plays as well. Build that confidence level back up. Otherwise, it's so hard going into the second map to just keep your head up, instantly reset mentality-wise. It's a nice change in terms of the setup towards the B-bomb site with the boost brought out. But again, Pyjamas, he's just been causing havoc with the orb on either side. Doesn't matter if he even finds the pick, he's just dealing damage that breaks the hold for AMKAL.
Well, this is the kind of test, right? You know, we were talking coming into the game that Falcons, their opening 2 fixtures were very tough. It was FaZe and Eternal Fire. Now they play a team that most people would expect them to beat. You could have said the same for Eternal Fire, although I think Eternal Fire are very underrated right now from a lot of people. We were discussing that the other day. But this is the kind of game where it's like, okay, Falcons, what have you really got to show for yourselves? So to come out here and have a really solid performance so far on Vertigo, Sun Pius also showing up and giving a lot of performance, that bodes well for Falcons, I would have to say. I think that's going to be a confidence builder. Speaking of the man, he has to try and force off Nickelback, who's going to get completely sideswiped from Mages. It's another post plant coming in, and more of the same, some aggression from Travis as he just leaps around the corner, but he will be dealt with swiftly.
Crad. He wanted to keep the dream alive for a little bit longer, but Boros says no. Man, jumping around the corner as well. When I saw him hit that first shot, I was thinking, okay, maybe there's a bit of room here for a little bit of chaos, a bit of carnage, but it's dealt with. And from how those opening rounds went, back towards the first half, where you're thinking, this could be anyone's game. This is a series where Falcons look human, they're giving away a couple of opportunities, and there's been some sick shots that AMKAL have been hitting. The longer it went on, the worse things went. And now Vince, Falcons look firmly in control. Icy gets the opening pick though as he takes down Boros. Starts off round 17 with success at least.
Sun Pius gets flashed out, Nickelback's there to follow up. Madden burning to a crisp on 28 HP, throwing the smoke to keep himself alive. And with AMKAL shutting down ramp, it is going to afford them the luxury of maybe trying to bolster up a bit more aggression elsewhere on the map now inside and swell in. Make this feel a claustrophobic endeavor. Travis threw the smoke onto Magisk. So we're not done just yet, Jackie. It's been a real romp on this half for Falcons. They've had everything go their way. I think this is 8 rounds in a row. It was 4-4 at one stage. Finally, AMKAL maybe waking up a little bit.
And honestly, even if you can't actually claw this one back, to force it into an OT, the more rounds you get, the more momentum you start to build up. The easier it is at least going into the next map where you start to feel a little bit more like, yeah, all right, there was some sick shots on that one. You got to play the game a little bit as well, Vince, just in terms of keeping yourself feeling ready for some of the gunfights, right? It's a bit hard. Sometimes you come straight into the studio, you know, you've done as much as you can, obviously, on the lead up. But once you're in, if you feel like, oh, I just haven't been able to get into it, you're getting your head ripped off in some of these rounds that you feel like you should win, it can slow you down, knock you out of that flow state. So you'd hope they can build themselves back up and see if they can keep themselves in it. Snappy's just playing the long con, obviously timing-wise, there's not really going to be anything that will happen into the round. He'll just look to see if he can track anyone down, maybe deny a saved weapon. But the rounds are the bigger picture, that's what he's worried about.
Yeah, exactly, and just keep the AK alive. You can drop this to Magisk, or they can try and share out the money between the 5 of them. They should be good to go. But I completely agree with you. I think players at this level are very capable of detaching themselves from the previous game. You have to have kind of a short memory, I think, to be a pro CS player. A lot of maps are going to get away from you. You're going to have bad performances. You're going to have shots that you wish you'd hit, clutches you wish you'd made. That's the nature of the beast. But there is also a recency bias, I think. If you come into the next map knowing that you strung together 3 or 4 rounds, you pick up that confidence, it does translate through. I completely agree with you. So even if they can make this like a 12-8 sort of scoreline, 13-8, I should say, there's still at least something to be excited about. There's something to be a bit optimistic about. And maybe we're selling them short right now, but Sun Pius cuts the life of Icy short with the AWP. And in doing so, ramp now becomes that little bit more tentative for AMKAL. They have to tread lightly.
And with the tiny amount of space created, Madden has taken a mile of map control off of AMKAL. And you thought maybe that would be the play, to sell them down the river. Instead, though, Forrester trades it back. He does get the advantage now. 4 versus 3, minute on the clock to play with. And it's still Sun Pius that's finding all of these big impact moments for Falcons. He's been such a great entry tool on the T and CT side with this AWP, but will they be able to make their move into the site? Again, he delivers.
It allows Boros to slowly sneak his way up. He's also on 16 frags, by the way, but misses the spray. The way he's been playing, you'd expect that to connect, but he would have called. A lot of damage was done. They may not anticipate the double stack on side, and that will cost Sun Pius his life. So, Nickelback and AMKAL winning those last 2 rounds. This time he's not left hanging. Feels good, man. But 6 more to go, Jackie. The road to recovery has only just begun.
1 round at a time. the more you start to win these rounds, the more that sinking feeling comes back for Falcons as well. You remember back towards the start of the game, how much pressure it looked like was on them. The longer it went on, starting to look a bit more like themselves. You start seeing the game slip away, suddenly you get brought back down to reality. For AMKAL, there is not a single mistake that can be made. And that means a lot more pressure on their AWPer, on Icy. A round like this, he needs to thrive. Nickelback takes all of the fight. He tries to deal damage. The trades aren't looking good for them, though. 2 picks back in favor of Falcons, and they're running up the ramp.
It should still be an AMKAL round, but that's sloppy trading. As you said, doesn't look good at all on that approach. You're expecting each of those rifles, realistically, to get 2 kills each. They should be in a position where if you do get traded back, it's like a 3v1, and it's almost untenable at that stage. As it stands, though, because that was so fast, minute left on the clock, they have control of the bomb, they've now traded up to 2 rifles instead, and although they don't have Kevlar on these players, you always know when you have a Sunpi's Magisk on the server, they're going to be quick with it when it comes to hitting those headshots. This has suddenly gone into a very scary round for AMKAL.
That A1S on the T side. Oh, it could cause issues, especially for Travis. Didn't expect them to walk their way out middle. A round where Falcons had nothing to their name, but they're making it work, piecing together the final round that they needed off the back of the broken round. And for Krad, it's all on him to clutch it, finds the head of Magisk. He's baited round the corner, and isn't it fitting? It's Sunpius with a stolen AWP to close it. He was the difference maker for Falcons in the map, and he guarantees their victory in the first.
Yeah, excellent performance from Sunpius. Excellent. Not just the 23 kills. We mentioned this before. He gets a 4K in a round where Snappy just had a P2000. So many double or triple multi-kill rounds looking down ramp. So many impactful frags for Sunpius. A really good performance here. We were talking about, you know, if maybe they can get a couple rounds here or there, AMKAL, they can end in good momentum. Well, that's about as bad as it gets, right? You've just lost effectively to Glocks. How do you deal with that?
Yeah, that's the problem, right? Because you kind of are thinking, like we were saying, it can build you up a little bit more. But you lose that one, suddenly it doesn't feel so good anymore, you know? That's unlucky. That really is quite devastating. But for Falcons, you're going to be chuffed to bits. At least that one doesn't go on any longer. It doesn't drain any more energy. The series itself is contained and put to bed. First half, a lot closer than things look on paper, though. There was room there where Falcons could have really conceded an awful lot of rounds. But key step-ups. Boros had his moments, Magisk had his clutches, and Sunpius throughout the whole map really was a beastly force to be reckoned with.
Yeah, you're seeing this 4K here that he picked up. This one around where Snappy had a P2000 on side, and we were both kind of scratching our heads like, what's going on here?
Yeah.
And it was a 3v4, Sunpius just exploding. Madden having a solid performance as well, having a fair few moments, but considering at one stage, Falcons let a 2v4 and a 3v5 slip against them in economy-shattering losses, to then stabilize and come back and win 8 rounds in a row, I think that shows that there's, even if there are some problems in this roster, even if there is some consistency issues with the roster, that there's still a tenacious bunch of players that are capable of locking it down where it counts. And there you see it, 110 ADR for Sunpius on 23 kills. That's a beast performance.
Oh yeah. Crystal clear vision through the new AWP scope. Didn't bother him at all. He absolutely popped off with a weapon. So if that was a question in anyone's mind, Vince, I think we've got our answer right then and there.
I guess there's 2 sides to that story, right? On the one hand, some players not as versatile, don't like change as much, may be slow to adapt. Some players are going to just be hitting the ground running. Sunpius seems to be the latter rather than the former. He had a great game and looked so confident in the process. The peaks he was taking, we weren't seeing him take against Eternal Fire.
No.
So I think it's a different kind of player as well coming into the server.
Yeah, it feels like he's kind of been let off the leash a little bit more in terms of, I'm going to go for some of these confidence picks. And I think that's exactly what they needed, right? Because otherwise, it wasn't even like he was sort of always running into head-to-heads versus Woxic in that Eternal Fire game. He just couldn't take fights with the rifles where you think he should have a bit of a benefit, right? You've got the range advantage, you've got that one-shot kill potential. Here, we saw that over and over again. It's a shame for Icy as well, because what worries me is last time we saw him play, he was definitely a player that has to feed the hot hand. If he doesn't start off rolling, it's hard to see him get activated.
Yeah, and we didn't even see him with the AWP that many times because of the economic situation, right? And I think Ancient's another one of those kind of maps that's obviously up next, where if you have a slow start on the CT side, which is where he's typically better with the AWP, that can be horrible for your endeavors being an AWP player. Like, you try and go in mid, you're getting smoked off on red. You try pushing down ramp, for example, or A main, you're just getting flurried with flashbangs. So, yeah, I think you come into this, Sunpius's aggressive style of AWPing is going to lend itself so much better to Ancient, I think.
Well, we'll find out. Our second map will be coming up soon. Don't go anywhere, as this series is an elimination matchup. See you after the break.
Players are changing. Countries are changing. The game has changed.
Finds it to perfection and simple.
It's Olaf who's on top of the box, though. He's got 3 and he's looking for a 4. That is incredible.
And Rain, he's not away.
The best tournament, the best bookmaker at the same.
Level up your gaming space with metal posters from Displate. Swap them whenever you like. Hang your Displates in seconds. Get official art from your favorite games on a uniquely designed metal canvas and choose from thousands of posters. Join over 3 million collectors now. Your wall upgrade is here. Shop now at Displate.com.
Falcons coming into the RMR did very well when it came to Katowice, but this man wants to lead them to trophies and further and beyond. And Snappy, I just want to get your thoughts overall on what you made of how well you progressed during the Katowice event.
I mean, it was a good tournament for us, but it shouldn't be a sleeping pillow. Still a team in the early process, and we shouldn't get ahead of ourselves. It's important that we stay humble. It can easily go wrong at the RMR. A lot of great teams have seen that in the past. So yeah, it's about staying humble and focus on the task ahead, and that is to qualify and not get arrogant just because we had one good result here in the early stage.
Do you have an extra bit of confidence though in the team after what you did?
No, I think it's important that we just keep our emotions and our expectations down still. We need to I don't think we should think that we are just a world beater because we got to a semi of Kato. We also had a lot of tough matches getting there, so it's important we keep our head down.
Now, in terms of the players you have right now, we know what we're going to get. Boris was a positive surprise, but I think also you guys made it clear on camera as well, there were some massive mistakes in games which could have helped you as well. Where is he at right now, and how is he feeling within the team, and how is he feeling in your expectations? Like, where do you put him?
I think he progressed a lot during the tournament, especially coming from the first game into the next. He stepped up in a lot of areas where me and Sonic made it really clear that this needs to improve, and he did it, and he did his work on a very high level, and I think he played a great tournament and was one of the big contributing factors to us getting far.
And do you feel like he is extra motivated with you guys around? Do you feel like the way that you and Sonic are pushing him is working for him?
Yeah, I think so. I think he's just a young guy that needs a lot of guidance, and I think we are able to give that, and therefore he's in a great situation, and it's also good for us because he has the talent.
And in terms of the talent you have on this team, it did feel, yes, you say you don't want to overlook at what Katowice was and how well you guys did, but it does feel like this amount of officials has really helped you out here. Is there still concerns on your map pool though, especially when you're coming to the best of ones, coming into this, that you're not fully ready?
No, I don't think you can be fully ready when you had a month together. You need more, but we got a lot of data, a lot of stuff that we lost, which is easy to fix, and that is great because that's what we came to Katowice for.
Yeah.
We got more than we hoped for because we got a lot of data. We got a lot of maps where we had issues and we could just fix them. There was a lot of easy fixes, so it was a really good tournament in terms of developing.
And in that development, you've touched on like you want to fix things. You guys are very much focused on making the major is the goal here. You've not had much time from Katowice because you didn't get eliminated early, so you've not had much more practice days. How ready do you feel you are to achieve the goal of getting to the major?
I mean, I don't think we could have done anything different. That's the key thing. We have worked hard, we have done our job, and when we look back, I think it's going to be hard to look back and say, we could have played more because we have done everything we could. And at the end of the day, you want to have that feeling when you go into a tournament. So with the time we had, we spent it as good as we could, and that's about it.
Now your opening game was against 3D Max. What are you feeling about that? What are your thoughts just going into the first game?
We have a good feeling about the game, but it's a best of one, so nobody should ever be underestimated in a best of one in MR12 in this game, because 2 pistols, 1 weapon round, and it's 8-0.
Very scary when it plays this MR12. Well, good luck throughout all of it, mate, and hopefully we'll see you soon.
Thank you.
AMKAL came through the closed qualifier in style, going 3-0. I've got Crad with me here, who's been on one crazy journey when it comes to Counter-Strike. But I want to just ask, for you guys, the closed qualifier didn't seem so hard. Do you feel like you guys were just better than everyone else, or what do you put it down to?
I don't think so. So that was so easy. We had like tough fight against Astralis, and before other matches, like we had as well, like against Koi, we had like really close match. So I think it's just, I don't know, happened like, I don't know, we were stronger in some situations and that's all, but we are not too much stronger than other teams. I don't know, I think like for 2 weeks of preparation and playing together with this team, it's really great result, but we need to practice more and see what results we're gonna show next games, next tournaments.
To be ready now for the RMRs, what did your preparation look like? Did you go on boot camp before you coming here?
Yeah, of course, but it was like 1 week only. But
Okay.
I think it's not really matter. It was like 1 week or 3 weeks. We played like a lot at home, and I don't know if we had like days off.
You don't know, probably you did not have days off yet.
Only maybe for flights. We just play a lot, of course, and I don't know, we just add some tactics, of course. Our old tactics from my team, from their teams, I mean, to us and for our players, for IC, and we just train that. So we played a lot.
Now, you just mentioned IC, obviously a young, very talented player. People are very excited and hyped to see him play. Like, how would you describe him as a player? How good is he?
I think IC, like for his young age, he really understands good how games is working. He understands what is better for team, and of course he's like patient, like and his confidence. I don't know. It's really important, and he's like cold-blooded man. I don't know. And this is a really good thing to have in a player.
Now, some of your online results before coming here, you still placed high, but you didn't win, didn't do as good, right? If you look at the Chengdu qualifier as an example, did it hurt your confidence at all?
I think no, but it shows that we have like some gaps in our team, in our system.
Mm-hmm.
So I think like it's just show us the gap, and we had like some time to fix it and become better on RMR.
Definitely, that's what it's about. And for your opening game, you're playing Enterprise, the Polish side. What do you make of these guys? Do you feel like this is quite a comfortable opponent for you?
I think, yeah, we just we just already see how they played, and I feel like it's comfortable team to play against, and let's see.
Let's see, that's what it's all about. Well, Crad, best of luck going into the RMR. Thank you very much.
Thank you, James.
Set up teams and start digging. Start digging. Start digging.
Made in hell.
On a deserted island.
Hold on to your bitch.
Before I thought I couldn't take anymore. Nah. Celebrate like you won the war. Guess you forgot what I'm into. I'm out for blood. I'm out for blood. You better bring it in, Q. I'm coming for. I'm out for blood.
Out for blood as it may be spilled at the end of this next map. There's an opportunity that we see AMKAL removed from the EU RMR, Vince, if they're unable to mount a comeback on the second map in this Elim best of 3. First map looked like it could have had some back and forth, but just didn't come through, Vince.
Yeah, it started that way, didn't it? It was 4-4, it was back and forth, as you say. The economy was kind of all over the place for both teams. We were seeing these half-buy, force-buy situations, and then Falcons shifted into a new gear. They took 8 rounds in a row, 12-4. A bit of a mini comeback from AMKAL, but ultimately it was a bridge too far. And yeah, I mean, ultimately everyone pulled their weight, it feels like, on the Falcons team. But we've already discussed, like, Sunpius was having a blinder. Whether he can transfer that into Ancient, yet to be seen. But I'm hoping that AMKAL have taken that break, recouped, and they realize what's on the line. They have to get behind that motivation, because if they lose this map, they're eliminated.
And the possibility of qualifying to a major is a life-changing prospect. It's what you live and die for in Counter-Strike. It's what you put thousands and thousands of hours of your life into, foregoing many other things. The opportunity to play on that stage, to get close to that trophy, to have your name eternalized in the game as a sticker. And it all rides on surviving this map. We're into it. Falcons on the T side. They mount a play towards the A site. Forrester fires off the warning shots, and Nickelback holds towards Donut.
All right, idea just slightly off on the timing. Although Forrester's backed himself one, he will fall prey to Magisk's Glock, and the post plant has already been put down. Those Julies, though. Devastating damage. And in doing so, Snappy now does have the backstab, but he's missed his opportunity. It's looking good for AMKAL to pick up this pistol round. They're going for the defuse, the full 10 second. There's nothing Snappy can do about it. Just has to sit there and hope he can get some exit frags.
Even if he picks up the kills at the end, it doesn't really matter. The opening pistol round was the big piece of the puzzle, and it's only a few $100 that's thrown away for those pistols, Vince. So you're not going to give a damn. Rough as well. I mean, Snappy, obviously the round itself was pretty mounted against you, but getting that flank off, if you could have got a bit closer, found the frag onto Nickelback, maybe there's an opportunity. Instead, the whiffs really let it sail on by. This was sick though. Travis with the Geelies. Love to see that. Okay, AMKAL have been good on pistols, Vince. We've seen this as a bit of a trend for them. Obviously, this is the bit that always gets a bit scary though. Don't lose the anti-eco, because then your money is firmly in the bin.
And that's exactly what happened in the first map. Falcons were able to build off the back of that one and really punish AMKAL. And with that post plant, even if it did get fully diffused underneath Snappy, AK, Galils, and the MAC-10 have gone for far more firepower than any utility really to speak of. But this run and gun style from Snappy in particular could get them a bit of success early doors. And Sunpius, in a similar position, you'd expect to see him use a couple of times when he has the AWP on his hands, was anticipating a jump peak. Didn't come through though.
No one-bullet handshakes to shut down the player towards the back of the B site there. Trying to fight for a bit of cave control is Snappy, selling the idea after showing presence on both ramp and cave that this will be a B play. In reality though, the bomb is now starting to rotate back round towards A main. Nickelback is the sole defender, as even Forrester has taken the bait and wrapped off to support with a flashbang, allowing them to clear towards ramp on B.
Nickelback's just going to have to sit and wait for a little while longer. Or perhaps not. The bulk of Falcons now moving up mid, but with 23 seconds left, they've decided that A is the site they want to try and aggress onto. Madden's going to get pushed in. Nickelback takes him. Forrester at the back of Temple, though, is putting down the pain with the M4. There's another one. 10 seconds to play with the Majors caught between multiple angles. AMKAL have weathered the storm, and they do it pretty comfortably in the end. They only lose one player.
Ooh, nice technique as well. Fist bump either side. I've had some practice put into it. But this is big. It's exactly the start you'd want. You don't give up that anti-eco. You don't let your economy instantly get thrown to the wayside. You actually save a lot of the weapons as well. Only one casualty, so you're sitting pretty in terms of starting to build a bank early on. For Falcons, heavy investment into the upgraded pistols, spending money where possible, not dipping too below that 2K mark, with a couple of deagles, the first being in the hands of Madden, who's looking for a peek into the site already.
Having a look, but has been forced away from the Molotov. So Falcons falling back into a plan B, which seems to be getting to middle. Stuck behind a smoke for the time being. Cat control established from Krad, peeking out the side of the cave. That timing window is beginning to close, though, on the side of AMKAL for this aggression. They may feel compelled to stay in because they know they've just got up against pistols. And a well-placed flashbang forces the T's away again. They've done a pretty good job, though. It has to be said for Falcons. They've expended quite a bit of utility from the side of AMKAL. So this all needs to be replenished going into the next round. They're looking for that boost of Magisk on the Deeg, but the smoke is frustratingly still in his eyes.
When it starts to fade, it gives you a little window of opportunity. It's a real pixel peak. Oh, you'd have to hit a worldie from that boost. Near miss, but no success. The contact walk out towards A, at least works off the back of the trade. Pius finds one with a Glock, striking down onto Nickelback. Two players rotating towards Red Room as well. And the T's have got a few off angles to work with here, Vince. It's a retake against a very low Falcons team, sure, but if they play some cheeky positions, they could still do a lot of damage and maybe find this one.
Still have that Deagle and two rifles in play. Half of that fuse is now ticked by, only a third or so remains. And although two players in Donut, they can go for a wide swing here. Krad going for the defuse. Oh, I think he's got the full defuse here. I don't think he can stop this one. Even a team kill thrown in the mix. It was unfortunate, it was uncomfortable, but considering that Falcons had basically Glocks coming in, they take an M4 out of it, take 2 kills and a post plant. That still is success as far as they're concerned, even though it's frustrating at the end.
Yeah, it just gets a little bit awkward in the way that it gets away from them. Obviously, the plant set up in a position where you could tuck in towards the right-hand side. Try as you might, jump spotting, you're not going to get the info you needed. And then as they peek into each other, it all goes a bit west. First 3 rounds for AMKAL, though. And this bodes well.
Oh, Snappy fully flashed, but still just forces his way out. No one was there. Oh, what an entry for Magisk as well. They weren't anticipating that Snappy could have been pushed out that far, but he actually had a bit of backup. And in doing so, mid-control, now established from the tees, at least for the short term. Donut may get aggressive. This is where AMKAL typically will have a knee-jerk reaction and go looking for blood, and they nearly find it too.
Well, this round has already had so many rough encounters. The early burst out towards middle, the smoke shots, some Pyjamas sleeping at the wheel with a ramp push. A lot of tiny details. Krad could be caught sleeping here, though. Nade in the hands, so Snappy finds the frag. Travis, you've really got to put the foot down. He's got backup, but if he peeks, some Pyjamas should be ready for it. Again, though, he inflicts some damage. He's burning. He's trying to get out of the Molotovs that are spreading all over the place. Meanwhile, Nickelback chimes in with 2 massive frags and looks for a little bit more. The bomb's dropped on the ramps, and Pyjamas is scoped in, but he gets swung upon, and the round is being ripped away from Falcons.
Some Pyjamas from 0 to 0 from the last map to this one. Missing so many shots that could have put this round in an entirely different park altogether. Getting AMKAL off to the races with a 4-0 lead on their CT side. Not even a plant in that round either, Jackie. So, yeah, you've got round loss bonus coming up, but they're not quite hitting their shots. They're not nailing the game plan.
And it's bizarre as well when you think about the fact that for the CT side in that one, they were being zoned out so hard. They were saved by Nickelback having a monstrous round. 4 frags where he single-handedly retook the site and forced them all packing. Falcons had all the nades they needed. AMKAL didn't, but now that's changed. They've got a full nade set to play with going into this one, and you take that AWP from Pyjamas, give it straight to Icy. He needs to get activated early though, Vince. Yet to find a frag. If he can change that narrative and start hitting those big shots with the AWP, it might just be the difference they need.
There's a boost up in that smoke. I don't think Magisk realizes, but it's more designated towards the catwalk. This could prove to be more of a detriment than a blessing. This leaning tower of CTs. Head-to-head through the smoke, and there is the spray. Boros knows it. He's playing patiently, but it's not going to be a virtue this time around. And Icy will nail Snappy with the AWP. Everything beginning to shape up nicely on the side of the CTs. AMKAL looking like a different outfit from that Vertigo performance. And although there's a casualty, it still reads 5-0 in favor of AMKAL.
These are the rounds you want to win clean as well. Don't get much cleaner than that, mate. Mop and bucket action on that one. Only 1 casualty? That's big. It's good for Icy as well. We hit the money right on the head. Even if it's against the ecos, even if it's against the low buy, it doesn't matter. If he's hitting those shots, that's when he starts to warm up, that's when he has confidence, and you need this man to have confidence, Vince.
Oh, absolutely. He's a confidence-based player. As many AWPs are, to be fair, and I think we're seeing some Pyjamas maybe go from tons of confidence to less so here. It's often the case, especially on T-side AWPing, where you just don't get that many opportunities. You know, your teammates are getting flashed and fragged, and you're just looking for exit kills, saving a bunch. Some Pyjamas had a good 4 or 5 opportunities in that previous round, not the last, but the one before, and could not connect a single one of them. So we're seeing a completely different side of the spectrum. There is a buy-in, but it's a half buy. It does allow them a Galil and full Deagles with a Mac-10. We saw this have a lot of success on Vertigo, however, and Madden, oh, he tried so desperately to beat that Molotov, but double nades and Forrester behind him. But they have cracked open the site over on A, and they're spilling out to try and get a post plant.
They claimed it as Falcons territory, but Nickelback, he doesn't like this arrangement. He wants the clap back, spamming through the donut. Forrester pushing up, but he runs into the crosshair of the in-game leader for Falcons. The Galil Strikes him down. They peek into him one by one though, and he's finding opportunities to punish. They need to mount this retake cleanly. Flashed in by his teammate, peeks off the back of it, Snappy. He's single-handedly piecing this one together, Vince. He's put the team on his back in this round and is proving that it's not just about his brains, it's his brawn too. But the AWP claps back, time ticking. They jump on it, but they're forced off the bomb.
Forced by Majors. There's not enough time, even if IC can clean up the rest of the straggling T's. AMKAL will concede and he will die with the bomb to add insult to injury. So Zonic was rallying the troops, you saw him clapping, you saw him getting hype at the start of this round after the timeout, and it has yielded. Smile back on the face of Snappy. Understandably so, he's having a great individual performance, if nothing else, on top of the fact he's just called a round-winning strat. But what can they do with that, Jackie? It's one thing to get your foot in the door. Can you push through? 5-1 is still a great scoreline for AMKAL, and they have a lot of money to utilize. They're going to have a comfortable buy here. So Falcons, they've got themselves in the game, but they've got to get consistency.
You've got your foot in the door. Now you've got to kick it wide open. For IC, surviving there is really important because he keeps the AWP, can drop an M4 to his teammate, and still have the scope to play with. One on either side now, though. Pyjamas again gets an opportunity to wield the weapon. We saw it once previously, and it slipped away from him. Wasn't as impactful as what we saw on the first map.
Nickelback having a solid performance as well. Not typically one of the top fraggers for AMKAL. It is Crad that's going to break the deadlock, and Madden on the receiving end. 0-7, Jackie's had a rough one. He's typically the aggressive sort of entry frag type player. Not been working out that wide swing, working wonders though on the side of AMKAL, and Majors overstaying his welcome. Evicted with the M4A1S in the hands of Crad. And I was talking about consistency, and you were talking about kicking the door open. It looks like they've broken their foot on the door as it stands right now. It was locked the whole time.
Nickelback with the backup of Forrester. Looks like they should be able to walk all over them. Peek up towards lane. Boros is instantly taken out, and Pyjamas, his second opportunity with the AWP, his second outing, yields very little success. It's all about survival of the fittest now, and they're running at him from either side. They can peak with the same timing, so even if one of them falls, there should be a quick trade. A little bit delayed, but Forrester gets it. And that means the AWP is gone. Money's broken. You can see it reflected there with the cash for the T side. It's not ideal. That was a big investment, and it was incredibly fractured. Whereas the CTs are getting so much more audacious. Towards that B site, it's not just the utility set now. They're pushing down ramp. They're forcing them back. Falcons were isolated and fragmented. They couldn't play off one another. And the mid control from AMKAL, it's got a lot of ingenuity to it. They're going for this double boost tight towards Donut with the smoke blocking it. They're just looking for info, and they're hitting their shots. It's kind of the battle of the in-game leaders right now as well.
And again, it's Nickelback that comes out ahead with 2. Snatching the life away from Majors Concern Pius in the first few moments of the round. And now Madden, and desperately looking and seeking for his first kill, is going to be denied again. No, he actually does get it just beforehand. A bit of a awkward spray from the MP9. And now Snappy, oh, those are crispy headshots. Keeping his team in this. You said the battle of the IGLs. Well, Snappy is trying to do everything by himself. Now Puppet Master, smoked out of position, has to try and rush through that smoke if he wants to try and deny this one, but decides actually he's going to bypass it. IQ, in-game IQ off the charts. He's going to be snatching around for another frag, looking for Icy, running out of ammunition, but he forces him off the side again and can go back in for a re-go. It's going to be a full defuse from Icy if he doesn't wide swing. Hence the re-peek from Icy. He knew what was coming up, but Snappy, that is such a solid effort. He needs someone to help him out, though.
Oh, man. We were saying Icy was a bit inconsistent. Now he's giving it his all. He really is fired up. And Snappy, the adrenaline must have been building. You're in a round where you're thinking, I've done this all off the skin of my own back. Again, it would have been twice in this game alone, in this map alone, that he put the team on his back and led by example, delivering for Zonic. But that time, the young gun of Icy fighting for an opportunity to stay alive in the RMR and carve a path to his first ever major appearance, well, he stands strong and denies it for now. And this is a whole different AMKAL. AMKAL leading the game right now and looking decisive of how they're playing. Snappy is the only one on Falcons that has anything to say.
Every now and again he has one of these performances. Typically it's on Nuke, strangely enough. Every time I've seen him pop off, it's on Nuke. 10 and 6. The rest of Falcons have 11 frags between the 4 of them, and Snappy is on 10. Magisk down through the smoke once again from Forrester, and Snappy waiting for that replenished magazine to come in so he can make the most of that timing of window of opportunity. Knows that Nickelback is here. He's going to wait. He wants to see if there's more players around. He wants to see if a rotation comes in and allow his teammates to move in firsthand. And he may be given that. Icy's now come in. Snappy, oh, he's seen both of them. Snappy, that is beautiful. Galaxy Brain plays from Snappy, but they need to make the most of this.
The sheer genius of Snappy is giving them countless opportunities, but you have to close on them. And Forrester, he wants to piece together another round, upset the mastermind of Snappy and leave them with their heads in their hands. Time already ticking away though. 3 versus 3 on this one, close towards Temple. A man pushing through Donut and Travis flanking back to CT. Snappy again picks up an impact frag, but it's slipping away. It's all on Madden, and he's going to be furious if this round gets snatched. Travis is on the bomb, he's flanking up, but he needs to find the frag. Spams in the smoke, but he gets it, Vince! It doesn't matter that Snappy's trying to win this single-handedly. He needs a team effort.
I cannot fathom the emotions going through the head of Snappy right now. And Zonic stood behind them. He waited, he played this round perfectly. He's been playing so many of these rounds as well as he possibly could. And yet they still trail 8-1, Jackie. How do you justify this if you're Falcons?
The first time we saw Zonic clapping, trying to reinvigorate the team, reset them, it worked. But the only one that's heeded his call, answered the request from the most tenured coach to ever do it in Counter-Strike, has been Snappy. But you've got so many tools in your belt. Boros, Sampaius. Both of them played a stellar game on the first map, and they need to do it again now. An 8-4 half is still a possibility for Falcons, but you've got to get those rounds. They go back towards the A site, gravitating for a late contact play. They've got nades, and Sampaius has the AWP. He can dry peek on the left side, stay scoped whilst his teammates go in. If they peek into him, he's ready for the first frag. Forrester's holding with the backup of Nickelback.
Is this where the fortunes do start to turn around? Molotovs, flashes, smokes all being deployed. And more importantly, entry frags, Magisk with 2, and Boros following the call. If you can't get rallied behind an IGL that is popping off and making play after play, something has gone truly wrong. Travis, in the meanwhile, though, going to keep the dream alive of at least holding on to these 2 weapons. FAMAS and M4, but the round is done. Falcons will be doubling up their grand total, and if they can end the half with 4 rounds, it wouldn't be the end of the world.
Huge as well that these 3 players stay alive, keep their weapons in circulation. And for Magisk, it's 2 frags. That might just be the wake-up call back into this T side.
Yeah, I think that pretty much tells you everything you need to know about the current standing in this game. Some nerves, anxiety, understandably so. They know that they are 1 map away from securing at least 1 more game going into that 2-2 bracket. The loser of this game, obviously, is done at 1-3. Tactical timeout, also called from AMKAL. They know the importance. You know, we've been focusing a lot on Falcons because of this very disorganized, disorientated team that's not firing on even close to all cylinders. But AMKAL have been doing a really good job of just choking these rounds out, getting those clutches, forcing the likes of Magisk and Madden on the back foot. And they've got to make sure that they don't put this huge advantage that they've really earned and worked for themselves and throw it away. An 8-4 scoreline at this stage would not be good enough considering the position that AMKAL were in. They want to make sure they come through with a 10-2 half, but it's not going to be a goodbye for this round.
I mean, the best of the bad situation. Prioritize the nades as well. A few players taking a step back in terms of the firepower of 5-7 and MP9, so at least you have the nade set you want. Some Pyjamas baited out on the ramp as well. Scoped in, but eats the nade. A chunk of damage removed from him. Snappy setting up to help on the split push through cave. The rest of the roster firing and finding a wallbang onto Icy.
And this round could effectively be a 2-for-1 as well, because AMKAL into that next round are not going to have a much better force into the last round of the half. So this carries even extra weight, it would feel. Pyjamas going to go in for that peek. Hasn't spotted any players, but if Travis goes for the wide swing on the cave, they need to make sure they don't trip over each other. So Norb's worst nightmare. Crosshair placement, perfect. Crad gets 2. And Pyjamas is going to get smoked out as well. He's not going to be able to re-engage on this one. Right idea, but just the wrong timing. And now Madden needs to get entries from ramp. There's one. 2 players going to be lining up for him. The spray goes right down the middle. A 2-on-3 with 40 seconds. And Pyjamas and Magisk decide to pull the plug, but that's going to be into the arms of Crad and also Forrester. Both players exceptionally low, 15 HP between the two of them.
A gust of wind could take them both down. And Forrester nipping at their heels, chasing them with the SMG. Pyjamas on the off angle, repeaks, wanting to slice his way through him, but falls. All on Magisk with 5 HP, and the clutch won't happen. The MP9 pulls it off. Defuse comes through, a nail-biter of a round. And AMKAL build one step closer to the 10 rounds they are fighting for in this half.
And it was all about that cave push. Crad getting 2 unanswered kills. Pyjamas could do nothing about it. Snappy went in first. He died first. And at that point, AMKAL had every single piece of the puzzle available to them. You saw Madden's wallbang was good, but this was the play. Very well done by Crad. 9-3 the score. You can see what Pyjamas was going for, you know? You're both super low. You don't want to be playing reactive when you're on like 10 HP, 5 HP. You want to try and take the insta-headshot, wide swing. Didn't quite work out for him. Can't fault the effort, though.
Last round. Your last opportunity. Is there any more of a buffer that you can build, Falcons? Or will AMKAL complete their hero's journey to 10? Madden, with confidence, change of pace. He's already creeping his way up into the bomb site. Icy gets revenge for what happened in the prior round, but Magisk has already found an opportunity to trade. Meanwhile, though, Forrester fires off some red-hot shots and bodies both Magisk and Boros. He's still going.
Forrester's aim is on fire right now. Evaporating all the oncoming Ts. And Pyjamas is not going to fare any better. Icy had the perfect angle, 10-2. And the only positive player on the server for Falcons is Snappy, who is nearly top damage, even though his team just got wrecked.
There was almost, what, 3 rounds that Snappy single-handedly took for the team? Oh, it's a flip of the script. The way they looked on the first map to what we're seeing now. Hell, even Zonic, try as he might to get them to perk up, to get them to rep themselves once again, Vince. It's not working in the same manner. Everyone's just staring at their monitors.
I mean, this from Forrester is just, it's exquisite. Really, those 3 kills, lightning on the headshots, and Snappy slumped into the back of his chair, head in hands. The thing is though, Jackie, you've got to keep believing. You win this pistol, you can bridge the gap to 10-5 at that point is possible, but they've been exploded outside. All 5 of AMKAL picking up the pace, and Pyjamas can only muster up the strength for 1.
Too many targets to choose from. Target rich. but no money made for the CT so far. Costly. As AMKAL, they've got an edge. They outnumber them, but Nickelback, the reaction to shoot, well, that comes through, but the adjustment to aim doesn't land. Magisk slices off the head, and we're down to a tight 2 versus 2. A pistol round that has so much stock to it.
If AMKAL take this 2v2, the map is pretty much a done deal, and we head to Mirage. Snappy caught, but not punished. In actual fact, it's, I think, a bit of team damage done to Travis in the back from Forrester as they just try and rush down this plant. Oh, Snappy! That headshot, insta to the face of Travis, putting Forrester into a 1-on-2. We know his aim is up to scratch, but Snappy again, the hero the Falcons need, the hero they desperately require. And he will secure this second pistol round and give them a lifeline to play with.
Snappy is living his movie, but look at the reaction. It's not elation, it's not celebration. You know that this game, you're barely limping through. Even when he's hitting worldies, clawing them in for a much-needed pistol round, he still knows they've got a mountain to climb. And he needs help. He needs a supporting cast.
That first shot for Snappy back on the site when he just flicks across, I think it was Travis, was so... I mean, it was like kind of on par with Forrester's triple that he picked up in the last round of the first half. So good. Magisk and Boros both take a grenade to the head, though, and that's nearly 60 damage inflicted between the two of them. But they're not going to be forced away. They're still going to force themselves into position, down on ramp and cave respectively. Trying to take a bit of control with these SMGs.
What's interesting as well is they would have got so much free info from that. Snappy's nade detonated too close to Madden that you would have heard the meaty chunk noise that now plays, even with or without armor. So Travis, he knows there's a player towards the right-hand side. Snappy wrapped back around to double up. Nickelback sees one. Travis still seems like he wants to clear this angle if they go running out, and it's the right decision to make, but it's a slow peek into the MP9. And Madden with 2. Well, that SMG is singing, Vince.
So fast on that second frag as well, and this is where the missing even one small component of utility can cost you so dearly. No pop flash, no kind of flash whatsoever around the corner beforehand. There we go. It finally comes in, but it's too little too late. The massacre has already happened. And so Cran and Forrester have to try and tag team each other through tandem and pull out some kind of damage in the next 20 seconds. I think they've already given up on the round. It's about whether they can get a couple of kills onto these Falcons players, and there's no reason for Falcons to push. They're happy with this stalemate. They're happy with the result of this one. It's going to be a 4th round, a chance to build up their money, a chance to build their way back into this. But of course, we're in that similar position, Jackie, that we discussed a few times. The Falcons know they're only one mistake. They're only one moment of sheer brilliance away from AMKAL, and they're pretty much hanging by a thread.
And for AMKAL, it's more a matter of when. You lose the pistol by the skin of your teeth. Going into this round, you have limited options. You don't have a great buy to work with. You can spend a bit of your money because you had the bomb plant. Do you wolf pack? Do you play a bit defensive? Once we get back towards the buys, that's where we'll see the real eye test. That's where we'll know how the second half is going to start to go. Early utility used to control middle from Falcons and hold back the push. Travis is trying to set the idea that once again there is some presence towards the B site. But they're going for a contact play out towards the A site. They've got one smoke to support this. And Boros, will he be the butcher knife to cut his way through them?
Or will that blade be dulled down? The smoke at least is going to afford him a little bit more chance to sharpen those blades. And Sunpice in the meanwhile, he wants to get some information outside of Temple. Forrester had no right to get that kill. 2 players shooting at him. Just spins around on the turret, but Boris is now showing, once again, that he's a threat to be contended with. He's been a very quiet player so far on this map. Better late than never, but Krat is making the adjustments. May have caught the timing, but Snappy seems to have a good read of the situation. And will lay him to rest.
Travis had B-side control, but the bomb was with the pack and it went down on the push. So there was no option to bail out, wrap back towards B, even with all of the information gathered. They had to attempt to find a way in. Fight for the frags or fight for control of the bomb. Neither of them will garner success. 5 rounds of difference now. That's what we're looking at, but this is where the game starts to go live for real. This is where AMKAL actually have a bye to play with, and things get a whole lot more interesting. And Falcons maintain up against the actual investment from the T side.
Disappointment on the face there. Meanwhile, though, Molotov's down. And as Jackie perfectly highlighted, this is really where the game steps it up a notch or two. Because Falcons now know they're coming up against the AKs, the MAC-10s, the Tech-9s, but more of a full investment. It's not an ideal one, though, but Snappy double flashed out. Has heard the footsteps of Nickelback on the right-hand side. Comes in and gets the spray down. May not anticipate the second player, though, to be in the cubby. And it's a wild spray from Krad as he gets punished. The kills coming through thick and fast, and it's all the way of Falcons. This was the pressure cooker round. This was a chance to get themselves very close in terms of the deficit cutting down in half. And not only does it look like they're going to pass, but they're going to pass with flying colors.
Icy slain. And the big factor it's still Snappy. It's still his confidence. It's still the way he's playing. He's taking those star player roles, Vince. He's running in, looking for scraps, looking for fights, dealing damage. Whereas that confidence, that Wolfpack mentality, playing off one another, bursting into the site, ready to trade, not scared to die, something we saw AMKAL do on their CT side, that's kind of disappeared.
Reminds me of one of Liam Neeson's best movies called The Grey. I don't know if you've seen it before, with the one with the wolves. And then he's like, F it, I'll do it myself. And that's how it feels for Snappy right now. It's like, listen, other players are waking up, but I'm feeling it right now. I have full confidence in my own ability. If I need someone to go and have a quick peek down ramp, why not myself when I know I'm going to hit the shots?
It's paying off massively. Head and shoulders above anyone else. 17 frags. The only player besting him at the minute is Forrester, but he's gone a little bit quiet into the second half. AMKAL can't help but feel like maybe they just need to go for a tempo play. Fight for K, fight for ramp, peek off of each other. The utility set looks good for that kind of shenanigan. And they go running up the ramp. Madden, ready to defend, calls for the re-peek from Snappy as well, so they flank from either side and they spray their way through them.
The gates still having a slow game from the riches of 23, 24 kills in the first map to the rags of 6. But if he can start to find some form, oh boy, are AMKAL in trouble. They do have their own AWP in play now, though, in the hands of Icy and 4 AKs behind it. This mid-control has been a consistent factor. Tons of Molotovs down. And as Forrester getting singed to 80 HP, bypassing the cave, gonna go looking to middle, and he does get one, but it's traded out briskly. Second kill comes out for AMKAL, though, and they have the advantage. Sunpies has seen the barrel of Icy's AWP around the corner, but he knows the second player went to red. Meanwhile, Snappy comes through again. 2 kills out of nowhere.
It's always Snappy. Snappy is the beast for Falcons right now, and he sets up Boros to be the backstab to save it. A round that looked like AMKAL had finally once again found the confidence they need. But who else but Snappy, putting himself on 21 frags. Krad on the flank, he's about to be cut off. Boros is waiting, a single tap's all he need, but he gets bested. Krad clutches it into a 1v1, and with a minute left, Vince, it's all on this.
How is Boros not able to get that kill? Sunpies now has to do it all himself. The bomb was dropped down. Smoke has been put into position. The call may come through that this last player is low. Tech-9 in hand. He's found it, but Krad takes his head anyway. The immortal Krad clutching, and AMKAL leap towards the finish line.
That is a disgusting round from Krad. Boros unable to reply. In a situation where it felt like he was spotted and about to be smoked, he's the one that blows them away like a hurricane. And Snappy How many times is he going to make these kind of plays wincing? Realizing again, he set them up for success and they couldn't finish it.
I mean, the pain he must be feeling right now, the frustration, the anxiety as Nickelback decides to just rush straight onto the site. And it's more of the same for Falcons. A 4v1, and Icy, his position known, at least flicks on to Boros for the first, and is keeping the money pretty low as well in the time being, and using that smoke as a brief reprieve. This bomb has been dropped down onto the site though, as he has a quick check onto the CT side. There's no reason for Falcons to peek him until they hear that tickle of the bomb. They have Snappy and Donut, Sun Pius, and Madden in CT spawn, and they know the importance of tying this round up as cleanly as possible at this stage. All the pressure is on Icy here, Jackie. The way that Falcons are playing this, it's going to be very difficult for him to get anything out of this round.
With how they're postured, how they're set up, the likelihood of success is incredibly slim. Stays pre-scoped though. He's heard the audio cue. Snappy jumping across is really baiting his attention. Time ticks away. It keeps him focused on Donuts that Madden can pull off the rotation out through Temple and stop it then and there. The bigger picture though is the game itself. You're looking at the fact that there's still 2 rounds. 2 rounds that they need to draw this to a 3rd map. Give themselves an opportunity to actually win it, to actually push past and knock Falcons out of the RMR. Right now, that is the potential that they face. If they lose this game of Ancient, they are done and out. No major, no more games at the RMR, no nothing, no stickers, no legacy for AMKAL at the first major for CS2.
And they've only picked up 1 T-side round in multiple. And the 1 round they won was from Crad just ascending to a different level. Back onto pistols. Falcons beginning, in fact, not beginning to believe. They've been believing for the last few rounds. As soon as they won that pistol, they converted to 10-5. They knew they were in with a real chance of bringing this comeback and making it a reality. At this stage, they have supreme confidence. You can see that their holds onto the A and B sides have been very well drilled, very well oiled. This is still a young roster. They haven't been together for too long, and we're seeing them evolve as time goes on.
Toying with the CTs in terms of the utility. They get the smokes out towards Red Room. Ooh, the Tech 9 though gets an entry, and Icy finds another one. The pistols are starting to sing.
Shot round the corner will mean that Falcons may taste defeat yet, even with a valiant attempt of a comeback. It's 4 map points for AMKAL.
The pressure. Everything riding on this now then. We really are at a position where they have 1 round of buffer. 1 mistake, 1 misplay. And we go to a 3rd map. A level playing field.
And Mirage is a map as well, Jackie. We've seen Nickelback and Crad and Forrester play many a time over the last few years, and they are very competent. I don't know as much about Icy's gameplay on Mirage, but judging by his style, I think it's going to suit him very well. And it's that insta-headshot onto Madden. Couldn't do anything about that, was fully flashed. Crad with a perfect timing flank, and Sun Pius just was pivoting around 360, praying and hoping for the best. And his prayers were not answered. So as you highlighted, it is pretty much do or die here for Falcons. Lack of utility. Aggression from Sun Pius, missing the shot though. And Icy doesn't bite down. He doesn't go for that flick shot. Well-placed flashbang, but Forrester's already moved in, and the counter flashes are on point. HE's now in the rush as well. Sun Pius is a dead man.
He was trapped. 2 opportunities to hit the shot, both of them fail. And they play together. The Wolfpack overwhelms as they cut their way through him and claw their way close to a 13th round, to an opportunity to fight on the 3rd map and keep themselves in it. Falcons, with their backs up, have to defend. Snappy has been the king in this game for Falcons. He has been the one ruling with an iron fist at the bottom of ramp. He's got to deny them. Finds the flick onto the first. Swings the scepter as he lines them up and takes down two. He's fighting for the strength of Falcons.
And he's winning that fight. Time and time again. Snappy goes down finally to the hands of Travis. And now he has to watch on. Agonizingly close to clutching this round. To keeping themselves in with a shot, but Travis is going to neutralize Madden. And now Major's cast the clutch to 1v2. What else can Snappy do? 26 kills. And they still lose the map.
Ripped away from them. A quick 2-0 is not what is happening here today. The bookend of the series, the third and final map, is where one of these two teams will lose their opportunity to make it to the PGL Major. Oh, Vince. Oh, boy. It all got very real, didn't it, now, for Falcons?
I'm at a loss for words, Jackie. We just saw Snappy pull out one of his best individual performances I can remember in recent memory, and they still lost, what, 13-8, 13-9? I just don't know what to say. Like, none of the power players were coming up and showing up. We saw glimpses, but nothing consistent, nothing considerable. It was all AMKAL. For every Snappy play, there was 3 or 4 from Crad or Forrester or even Nickelback. Nickelback started the game at like 10-3.
Yeah.
He was fragging as well. Snappy is doing everything he possibly can to win this map, but it was just too short.
And it really was just constantly Snappy highlights. This round in particular, right? Did you even secure this one? AMKAL ripped it away in the dying embers off the back of the defuse. Man, it was such a back and forth game in terms of how tight these rounds were. The amount of clutches, the amount of 1v2s we saw, and the raw emotion. This is what we live for, right? This is what makes Counter-Strike so special, Vince. RMR CS, when players live and die by the sword, and they give that extra 20%. Snappy gave it his all, but AMKAL fought hard to stay alive in the series.
That's a really good point. Like, yeah, Snappy played phenomenally, but let's not overshadow AMKAL's performance, because there were so many moments. You saw there from Forrester, quick 3K in mid. He had a lot of moments like that. Travis also had a much better performance in his Vertigo, where he was very quiet. Crad was having loads of flanks and these big 2K, 3K spray downs, but also just 1 deags with the Deagle itself. And yet, they come through with a 13-8 win, 130 ADR from Snappy. But Boris and Sun Pius, collectively, neither of them getting over 39. That is unacceptable if you're Falcons. That cannot happen.
Wow. Looking at this scoreboard really does put all of it into quite a neat little package. Nickelback as well, man. 82 ADR, 16 frags. Forrester, he really did have such a blinder as well. You think about the impact on some of those kills that he was finding. Everyone had impact, though. It doesn't really even matter about the stats as much for AMKAL, because they were playing off each other really well and kind of passing the baton of who would find the one big flank, the one big clutch that they needed in so many of those key rounds. None of these were freebies. None of them were throwaway eco bashes. This was raw CS.
Yeah, and this was a much better performance across the board, with winning out on those clutches where it really counted. So many 1v1, 2v2s, you just highlighted that they were losing on Vertigo, and that was a big piece of the reason why those 8 rounds back-to-back went the way of Falcons. They were able to clutch out Vertigo. Even then, they had some hiccups. It wasn't the most stellar performance from Falcons by any stretch, and now we come to Mirage, and it's all up for debate.
It really is. This is going to be something special. One of these two teams is going home. There is a chance that some real big names will not even have an opportunity to make it to Copenhagen. We'll see how it goes when we come back after the break. Don't miss the history.
Players are changing. Countries are changing. The game has changed.
Finds it to perfection and simple.
It's Olaf who's been on top of the box. He's got 3 and he's looking for a 4. That is incredible.
And Rain, he's not away.
The best tournament, the best bookmaker at the scene.
We are proud to announce new additions to the XL series. Both are using fast TN panels and newly upgraded Diac 2 technology. Fast TN panel with its faster native response time can reveal enemy outlines quicker during flashbang attacks. For IPS panel, more overdrive is required to enhance response speed, leading to dynamic image blurring due to the panel's inability to handle the load. These new monitors integrate new dynamic accuracy technology, Diac 2. The upgraded dual backlight design not only provides FPS players with clearer visuals at dynamic aiming and spray control, but are also more friendly to your eyes. Moreover, built in the monitor panel, Diac 2 functions independently and doesn't require any sync with PCs, ensuring no impact on game performance. XL setting to share now has auto game mode feature. Besides download, save, share your settings, it will auto apply different color settings based on your usage scenarios. Outlook of the latest monitors are refreshed. It has incorporated industrial-grade bearings into the height adjustment mechanism, allowing easier and smoother adjustment to the exact desired height. The new monitor series continue to evolve, refining details to ensure players can perform their best consistently in games. This is a brief introduction of the new XL monitor. Feel free to DM us if you have any questions.
Once again, we are guessing the CS teams by the emojis shown on the screen. Pyjamas is with me here from Falcons. Pyjamas, are you an emoji enjoyer?
I don't think so. I don't even use them too much on WhatsApp, so...
Oh, you don't use them? Okay.
Not too many.
Well, let's see. What emoji do you use mostly? You say not too many?
I would say the fingers crossed.
Oh, okay.
All
right, let's get our first one. The first one is nice and easy. I'm pretty sure you'll get this.
I would say Vitality, 100%.
Yeah, there we go. Okay, see?
Good.
Nice, easy one. We warmed you up. Next.
Spirit.
Why Spirit?
I saw the gold medal, so I just thought about Katowice. I saw the baby, so I just thought about Dom.
Baby, no thought about dog. This just looks like a boy or a man, yeah? Then we have gold medals and a goat. So who do you think was the greatest of all time?
I would say then should be Navi, right? Because of simple.
Ta-da! There we go. See, I got you. We got this working. All right, next one.
What is the first emoji? This is. I saw there's a stars, right?
So it's stars in a night sky, stars and a mermaid.
I have no clue. I have no clue at all.
Okay, I'll help you. Your coach.
Astralis.
Oh, yeah, there you go. I did help him massively by saying his coach. That's good. Astralis?
Yeah.
That is correct.
Good.
That makes it easier for you, see?
Yeah.
So this, I said, was a panda the first time I saw it. It's not a panda.
Beer, right?
It is not a panda.
What is it? A beer?
Bear, yes. Think of 2014 Katowice winners. Polish old school team.
BP.
Yes, BP.
Oh my God.
There we go.
Ah, yeah.
See?
Okay, stop. This is Guild Eagles.
Yes, well, it's Bad News Eagles, but yes, you are correct. They're now called Guild Eagles.
Croissant. Japan flag. I am so lost again.
Mate, no one's going to get this first time. This is so hard. So, Croissant, I'll give you this. They used to be a French team.
Okay.
They have Serbians on the team.
G2?
Yes, G2. See,
oh my God, this was so bad.
Okay, here we have what?
Team Liquid.
Yes, look at you go.
I saw the stream from US and also the water.
But you're the first person to get that so fast, by the way. Other people are like, complexity, because obviously liquid's not so American. But the water, thank you.
Yeah.
Sometimes, I love you for that. That is good.
Is that a Superman?
Yes.
Old Superman or what?
An old
Superman. A knife.
So think of the knife in recent terms of Counter-Strike drama.
What is the drama of the knife? Kukri or what?
No. Think of there's a superhero and there's a knife. Superhero.
Heroic?
Yeah! See, there we go.
Okay.
You understand the stabby?
Yeah, a bit, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is the last one. Angry face, your favorite thing, the sun,
yes,
and football. Think of a country, a team that plays Counter-Strike and football, very sunny country, and they can be aggressive and angry when they play CS. They're in the Americas RMR, but they're not from America.
That is tough.
No, that's easy. That should be really easy now.
They are in America's RMR?
They're in the Americas.
Furious.
Yeah, see?
Yeah.
Whoa.
Good.
Set up teams and start digging.
Made in hell.
On a deserted island.
Hold on to your bitch.
before. I thought I couldn't take anymore. Nah. Celebrate like you won the war. Guess you forgot what I'm fighting for. I'll come right back at ya. Better hope I don't catch ya. Cause when I do, I'm gon' smash ya. Now I'm out for blood. I'm ripping into the claw. I'm out for blood. I'm out for blood. You better bring it in, Q. I'm coming for. I'm out for blood.
The third and final map of a knockout matchup here at the PGL EU RMR. AMKAL and Falcons' lives in the event to potentially make it to the major now hang in the balance, Vince, on one final map.
They certainly do. After a pretty dominant first map, it was anything but on the second, and although Snappy posted up one of the best individual performances of the entire tournament thus far, statistically speaking and individually speaking, it wasn't enough. And now Mirage, they somehow got to try and detox. I don't even know how you'd go about that conversation, as it's the IGL that may be a bit tilted at this stage, but he's got to try and maybe come off the tutorage of Zonic. You know, right, that happened, it's okay, we're still in this. This is effectively a best of one, let's go again.
That's how you've got to approach it mentally. Completely disconnect from the first two maps, reset, and come in fresh. We're into the opening pistol round then. AMKAL on the T side. Wolfpack bombardment, a split push towards the A site. Boros strikes first. Magist claims one as well. Forrester wins inside of Palace in his 1v1. But quite quickly, the entire T-side team is being whittled away.
Sunpius, opposite side of Murder Hole. And there are two players there. They do actually have a bit of a flank coming in with Snappy around the back of them on the A side. Last two remaining T, some smooth moves there for Travis. And Crad maybe trying to throw away some fire as he upgrades to the USP at range. Gonna have that one-tap potential over the Glock. There's a flank coming in. A weakened Magus, dropped to just 3 HP. But it gets the information they were looking for. And with Snappy making moves now down on towards the underpass, there's maybe a way forward for Falcons here to shut this round down.
They're making their move up towards the B site. Snappy's hearing all of this, and Sunpius waiting with those Julies in a prime time position to punish. They peek on top of the van. Snappy firing off the warning shots, softening them up, making it easier for them to finish off the T's one by one. They bombard their way in. The Glock of Travis cannot deny the push. And Snappy, the man that was head and shoulders above the rest in the second map, delivers with a 3K into the opening pistol on the third.
That's the thing though, you cannot rely on Snappy to post up another performance like that. This is where we need to see Boros and Sunpius in particular, both of them under 35 ADR on the previous map of Ancient, to really rise to the occasion. This is where they need more of those components to start firing off and having some cohesive gameplay. Molly down deep into the apps is going to force away AMKAL back into the underpass, where Sunpius and Madden and Laden wait.
Around where AMKAL don't have too much to work with. A single pop flash to hope for the best. They go for their swing out on middle, but it is a shut case. Easy pickups for Falcons. The first two rounds are firmly secured with only a single casualty there onto Sunpius. So the way you'd want to start things off, but AMKAL, they spend the cash. The investment comes out, the AKs are donned for the first time into the decider.
Jump throw for the window. Will connect, but it will not deter the fast play. I think he was trying to jump on top of the short side there and fell into underpass instead. So Madden going to scamper back off into connector. Would rather play safe. Grenade up and over into ramp. No real damage inflicted. Look as though it's going to smash into 3 players. Instead, though, The Molotovs are keeping them at bay. And Magisk, although flashed a couple of times, has been kept into position. Now the HE's firing with the smokes. Although AMKAL haven't got across to the site, they have made up a lot of space on Tetris.
Two-player peek towards the window, but one is more than enough. Boros hits the head of Krad, brings them back to a 4v4. Snappy, though, getting his hands dirty, charges through CT and lays claim to another pickup, but it's quite quickly gotten out of hand, and it's all on Boros in a 1v1. Icy. Cool as you like as he swings with the Kalashnikov and lops the head off of Boros. A nail-biter. But the AKs, well, they deliver. AMKAL get one.
And in doing so, he's brought the economy to its knees. 3,000 to 3.5K across the board on the side of Falcons, unable to get their economy stabilized. So a scout, 2 M4s, 2 MP9s. Up against 4 rifles, still in play for AMKAL. And Sun Pius trying some speculative shots there through on the smoke with the scout. Not really connecting anything for it, and Nickelback's not slowing down, just rushes straight through and gets his man a Snappy.
The confidence, with the experience there. And the second map, Nickelback had some huge impact. A lot of aggressive rounds early on. That made a big difference for them. In this one, off the back of that single opening pick towards the site, it forces Falcons' hand. They have to save. You're not going to throw all of these weapons into the wind for no reason. This retake, it's not going to happen. They post up towards the Palace, and give up the second round. The game will be equalized here.
AMKAL, no real reason to charge down these players with their 4 rifles. So indeed, a save will come to pass. Understandable decision. It's a bitter pill to swallow for your Falcons, but it is the correct choice. Allows them to try and thread the eye of the needle into the next round and see if they can maybe stack the right side of the map. Snappy on 1900. Probably not going to invest too much. Maybe a sidearm gets distributed to him from one of his teammates, but yeah, this is AMKAL that even after conceding that first round have really bounced back with authority and are keeping Falcons down in the slums. I want to see, Jackie, once those AWPs are in play, once Sun Pius gets his hand on that and can fully stabilize, I want to see what he's going to have in store here, because you know that your tournament life is on the line. Surely this is where players of that caliber stand their tallest.
It's not just that, is it? It's your major lives on the line. It's the opportunity for both Snappy and for this entire roster, Magisk, Zonic, to play against their home crowd in the arena, to appear at the Royal Arena and live that dream at the PGL Major. To have it ripped away would be soul-crushing. And Madden, he delivers to at least buy them some time to play with. First couple of frags are found, the scout tags them up as well. And the flicks are looking good. St. Pius, maybe he doesn't need that AWP, Vince. The scout works well enough.
Yeah, he landed plenty of flicks, very nicely done. 2K for him, Madden also picked up 2, and what a turn of events that is for Falcons. Snappy only had a P250. They still were on this bargain buy from the previous round, but now they've upgraded a ton, 2 AKs. With those 2 M4s and the MP9, but AMKAL, out of the back of 2 consecutive rounds, will have purchase of their own. So Falcons cannot take their eyes off the ball just yet. Yeah, some real nice shots from Sun Pius. Maybe a taste of things to come.
Madden starting to play with a bit more confidence as well as he takes control towards top middle. Big shots. 2 opening frags with no room for a single trade back. So the opening duels looking very good for Falcon CT side into the 6th round. Travis, he's testing the waters at B.
The waters may seem clear for the time being, but we early on, faking for the drop down into window. Really just trying to force one of these players on B away, and Travis catches Snappy. As he changed his attention elsewhere, Boros can't make the most of it. There we go, finally gets his man, but he's gone through the bulk of his magazine. A weakened Forrester finished off. And Icy should be dispatched in the next few moments. 3 players alive for Falcons, and that's good enough. 4-2 the score, and AMKAL forced back into an eco.
Travis hitting a blinding shot. He knows what it feels like to fall short at this stage. At his previous RMR, back on the run towards the Paris Major with 1 win, he was knocked out in this exact position. You don't want to have that happen again. That sinking feeling. Hitting a blinding shot, but needing so much more. And with no cash to work with, this is a round that has Falcons' name stamped all over it, and Pyjamas has that AWP to work with. He can start to build his confidence for the rounds that matter most.
Indeed, there is plenty of experience playing together on this AMKAL roster. Nickelback, Crad, Forrester have been a core for quite some time, going back many years. Meanwhile, Falcons, tons of damage up on the mid side. Spray is good from Boros, and they also neutralize Travis just beforehand up on top mid. Snappy round the back, there's the aggression that we saw time after time in the previous round with the MP9 throwing caution to the wind as he had full confidence in his teammates, and that already is a far cry from what we saw in Ancient, where he's basically taking everything on himself, on his own shoulders, now having faith in his teammates to lock it down in mid as he wraps around the back of them.
The first half looking pretty damn good for the CT side of Falcons. And the players that were struggling to find their form into the previous map have at least collected a couple of opening frags early on. Pyjamas swinging the scythe as he takes a nice peek down towards mid early, gets 1, but they batter him off the angle. They tag him up enough that he's forced to give up the position. And we're down to a 4v4, but the HB is the bigger part of the picture. They're low on health to work with here. Madden stays tucked inside of the smoke. 1 minute and 24 seconds on the clock, and the rest of the T's have backed off. They leave 1 player lurking towards the chair. That's Nickelback that will hold on the flank towards mid. The rest of them gravitate to support Icy on a late round A play.
Oh, Madden from one smoke to another. Enough to choke on, so he's just going to bypass that one this time. Maybe anticipating that ladder room could be taken control over, so he's going to change up his angles. Magisk, very accomplished shadow player, seen time after time in the past him having huge explosive rounds. And there's another one as he passes a bullet between the eyes of Travis. Spray from Nickelback was always labored, always struggling, desperately trying to snatch the life away of Jungle so they could focus their attention onto the Dane in shadow. And with Forrester on 14 and Icy not much better off at 53, there's also a flank in play again from Snappy. Just shy of 30 seconds. And Icy's about to walk headfirst into the monster of Ancient, but he has dealt with that demon. Takes his head clean off. 15 seconds though, no chance of the bomb plant, no chance of the round win. Even with Falcons all hemorrhaging, very low HP, they will seal the deal and get a 6-2 lead.
A bitter pill to swallow. The classics. Oh man. This is where I do start to worry a little bit. We're seeing some of the telltale signs where sometimes it feels like AMKAL on their T sides, when they lose a couple of rounds back to back, even when they have a bye, they're not as quick to instigate the fights. They start to play quite slow, and then those trades just aren't there. It's the spacing that goes a little bit wrong. You want to see them playing off one another and finding a bit more. Already Falcons have won the half at this point with 6 under the belt. For AMKAL, can they get back into it? Seems like Icy is out for the fight early on towards the A site. He's just getting contact. He's already in, single-handedly trying to sell the idea that this is an A play, and they're kind of biting down on it. The problem is, though, Bomb's wrapped back. Nickelback's there with him. Oh, they're about to get crunched at middle as well. Icy gets the pickup, though, Vince. What's going on here?
It's a complete chaotic mess of a round, but somehow AMKAL are getting success in this one. The clarity and chaos of Icy as he picks up a second, but will be neutralized by Magisk. He bypassed that early flashbang that got him onto Tetris, and as you said, he was really hard selling the idea that this is a fast A hit. It looked as though they could be dealt with from window and also from short being pushed in, but with the bomb down, it does put AMKAL into a very awkward position. Deagle for Travis, M4 on the side of Krad, and the tree of playing cautiously at this stage. The shot from Sunpius may miss, but they have the backup plan of Magisk. As he shows his hand from Palace and the Molotov, although it went to Firebox, is not going to affect either of these players. Travis can get his hands back on the bomb again, but it's a fake. It's a ruse to try and get Sunpius out of his position. So be careful what you wish for, Travis, because he's going to peek in a few moments, but not required. Magisk denies the bomb plant, and Falcons briskly move to a 7-2, but that was anything but convincing or comfortable.
Crazy, really, that Icy felt like he was just going on a walk through a frag-filled wonderland. He was finding so many opportunities. But that dream gets ended. A waking nightmare. Falcons. So much more animated now, though. You think of the body language, what we've seen from them. They've been down in the dumps. But now looking more like the energy's back.
And just across the scoreboard as well, Jackie, you know, it doesn't paint the full picture, but it gives you a good outline. Everyone's fragging. No one's been slow. Remember, Madden was 0-8, 0-7 at the start of Ancient, was struggling. No one is in that kind of position right now. Fast hit coming through onto the A side.
They've already bypassed Magisk in the smoke. Krad, whilst running, hits the head. Okay, this is the Wolfpack CS that we wanted to see. This is AMKAL's bread and butter. And they're making a right meal out of this round. Falcons. It's blowing up in their face. Boros, forced to bail out, backs off through connector, turns tail and runs. Icy atop mid, ready for it. And suddenly Sunpius is in a situation where all he can do is save the orb.
But Icy's on the prowl. He knows the importance of neutralizing this orb and forcing the rebuy. Yes, there's tons of cash left available, but eventually Falcons will run out of steam. There's going to be 2 more rounds after this. This could put them into an awkward buy in that last round. Icy's going to find his man and shut him down, and can trade up to the AWP as well. So 2-pronged on that successful hunt. The prey is found, and Icy now can run with that AWP into the next round. Falcons have conceded their first round in quite a long time though, Jackie, but AMKAL may be feeling confident, like, listen, if we don't play passively and we don't play reserved and we get in the face of Falcons, we can make them uncomfortable.
And that's been the recipe for success throughout the whole series for them. Their T-sides, when they just burst, when they just play really confidently, it works. They seem to overwhelm Falcons. And mate, a potential factor, Icy's having a good game. He's having a good half. He's getting stuck in. That's on the T side. This is a player that we've said, he looks a lot better when he can play passive defensive angles. As an AWPer, you're thinking more your device rather than your simple in terms of the sort of positions he wants to play. If he's popping off on his T side, oh, if he comes alive in a CT half, that could be such a big backbone for them. It's another piece of the puzzle that would help them out.
What's really exciting for me though, Jackie, is you can say the same for Sunpius. He's also having a good game. Maybe not quite as explosive on those T rounds, but we know when he's playing some of his best CS, he's taking those aggressive angles, those aggressive peaks, as we see there through the smoke. Hadn't fully plumed just yet, and Krad gets punished. Excellent start. Falcons can feel a little bit of respite now as they fall back into their positions. HE is good. The timing on point, nearly 40 HP done. Flash and smoke will keep Icy at bay. And they also have the forward position of Boros as well, and a flank coming through from Sunpius. So they do have the pieces in the right positions to thwart a B hit if it comes through soon.
Minute and 10 on the clock. Icy scopes back in. Starts looking for an opportunity to strike. An opening to turn the key and open the door towards the B bomb site. Snappy, he's been playing the off angle, the back of the bumper. This time he's gravitating closer around towards the bench. Dry on utility, but he's got backup in position to assist him. Meanwhile, the fake being sold. Nades thrown at the A bomb site. 40 seconds on the clock. It's getting close and they need to start revving their engines.
But in doing so, revving their engines is going to give their position away. That's exactly what happens. They hear the thud of players dropping to the deck, and it's more into their coffins as Snappy snatches away the life of two. Forrester now springs into action. Icy spots himself Snappy and deals with him accordingly. Well-placed Molotov will buy up enough space and time for the post plant.
Bomb down. Icy, he's peeking into it, but Forrester holds for the flank. Hits the head of Madden. It's all on Magisk. Can he do it for Denmark in a spot like this? Dives his way out through the window. Icy's trying to shoulder peek into it. He's got an idea, a sneaking suspicion of both of the angles for these last two remaining Ts. Sprints at the first, claims Forrester, but Icy keeps it going. Another frag, 3 to his name, and a round for the Ts.
Huge round for Icy. The kill he gets on Snappy at the back of the benches as well really opened up their ability to throw the Molotov on towards the market, to force away the CTs for enough time for the post plant, and then may just try as he may, couldn't fight against two players in two completely separate angles. That is daylight robbery, though, if you're AMKAL. That's a round that Falcons will go back to, especially if they end up losing this match, and they'll think that is one of the rounds we had to win.
This time, their mid-aggression is countered. They've been going for this. They've been trying to fight towards top mid. And the utility set from the T side denies the initial push and slows them back a bit. Again, it's Snappy that's starting to make all these heads-up calls in terms of the hero plays as well. He's the one who's trying to instigate the round. Bit of a stalemate in terms of the peak. Icy was scoped in. If he aggressed any further forward, he would have been taken down. Late take towards the A site, Vince. They've got nades, full set on most of the players. They're going to feel confident about this one.
That 5-7 of Madden playing up on close at the top of Shadow on the rafters. And he is watching the site by himself. Snappy goes aggressive, looking for information. It wasn't worth the cost of his life. But now Madden comes down. There's one kill with a 5-7. Nearly putting bullets together for a second. And Major shutting down Nichols' round.
This is where they won important rounds throughout this map already. The time is going to be so tight. 13 seconds on the clock. Icy has to instantly commit to the bomb plant and hope that he isn't swung upon. Boros cannot win his 1v1. Magisk is in the same position he was in last round. Will he repeat history or will he upset and change the books this time? Peeks towards the back of the bench. Damage done, but no frag. Crad holds 7-5.
And it's the same result. Magisk in another clutch, unable to get the job done. And as you highlighted, Jackie, the B site was so... It ended up being very successful, in all honesty, for AMKAL. Even in a couple of rounds, they ended up losing there with like Glocks and P250s. They were brute forcing their way in for post plants, or at least making it really uncomfortable in the process. So Falcons started phenomenally well with what, like 7-2, 7-3 in the lead. But end 7-5. Still in the driver's seat. Take nothing away from the fact that they are in an advantageous position. That will quickly change if this second pistol goes the way of AMKAL.
Three legends of the scene, hailing from Denmark, having an opportunity to play in the home arena, on home soil. Ripped away from them if this third map is shut down in favor of AMKAL. AMKAL, multiple players that have had runs towards majors, been there in attendance before years ago. Legacy brands like Dream Eaters. Oh, it's a waking nightmare as Forrester. He's Freddy Krueger on the pistol.
And now Travis goes in for one of his own, putting them down into a slumber as Nickelback tucks them into bed. And that should be the pistol going with it. Snappy with the Glock against 5. Icy will not allow him any reprieve at all. 7-6, and AMKAL not only just getting the pistol, but doing it in style.
It was sickening. The Falcons. Now you've got to prove what you're made of. This is where you've got to come alive. You can see it on their face. It's one of those rounds, Vince. You just feel like you've been swung on, instantly slapped away. Round 14 now then. Icy. He's holding towards mid-window, but the Deagles are out on display for the tees.
These are the kind of rounds, these are the kind of situations, Jackie, where you are looking to Zontic, you're looking to Snappy and Magisk, the veterans of this team, who have been in these positions so many times, who have been forged through the fire and flames of majors and defeat and upsets. And so far, Madden and Sunpius have been bested, but so have Nickelback and Crad. An even 3v3, but in terms of firepower, it's anything but even. Snappy is not going to get spotted in that angle, but I think Travis heard him drop. Adjusting his angle of aggression here. The other two TTs are coming in. Snappy needed that headshot. It was a difficult one to land, but it puts a lot more pressure now on Magisk, and Boros is sneaking his way around the back. Magisk could do well to fire off another couple of shots and keep these CTs interested, but they're going for the rotation, and they're not going to expect this position, surely. Icy may go for the peak, though. He's going to wide swing in and does do his due diligence, dotting his I's, crossing his T's, and removing the head of Boros in the process.
This is Icy on a whole nother level. First few games we saw from him, Vince, there was a couple of little errors. Right now, he realizes the opportunity to keep himself alive in the RMR comes down to how he plays, and he's been beasting on this map.
Oh, don't throw the mouse. Don't do it. Will JL kick his PC and restart it?
Yep.
Let's have no more of those shenanigans, ladies and gentlemen. Boros, the meanwhile, though, wow, that's a quick-fire kill while flashed. Icy. Speaking of the man having a stunning performance, that is the Talisman done. He is out of this round. In 15, he's going to have to watch on and his teammates to try and remedy the situation, but Madden's not going to allow them that luxury. 2 entries now in quick succession, make it 3. And Falcons bouncing back with a vengeance.
Forrester and Travis, a deadly duo for AMKAL that have done so much over this series, but you are outnumbered 2-1, and Falcons have claimed the site. Boros and Madden with some big impact frags. They were the ones that cracked this open. And for the long term, the survival of AMKAL over the course of this series, it's not worth losing what you've invested into. So this is going to be an 8th. At this point, Falcons will once again take the lead on the deciding map.
There's no frills, nothing particularly exotic with that set play. It was just raw entries. Boros, while flash down middle. You can see the X on your screen and connector. That's where the first bit of bloodshed was spilled. Can they continue to get those early picks? We also know that, listen, when you have Zontic and you also have Magisk, Snappy on the same team, they're going to have a lot of protocols. They're going to have a lot of set plays, a lot of executes, a lot of ideas. But sometimes it's just a case of unleashing the heavy hitters and letting them do their thing. Boros has a great spawn for ramp here. We've already seen him get a pick with a Deagle in this very position. He's going to get flashed in. But there's a Molotov there to greet him.
No Big Butcher plays from the human hatchet himself into this round. Madden, he's been coming a lot more alive towards the end of this series. The impact we're starting to see from him. At the minute, he's looking for some kind of opener down on middle. Taking the space from underpass whilst his team starts to bleed out. Eyes on the prize towards short. Forrester and Travis, they're stationed towards B. Madden can set himself up, playing around the smoke on Con as well. So this split into the B bomb site would have the rotation completely cut off. Madden can isolate them on A, and Crad's not going to expect this. He's shift-walked his way up the whole time, gets the backstab, and that's the X site open. At this point, you might as well just run on in.
They may not know that Nickelback is here either, though. You'd expect 2 players on A side. But Icy may be able to sell this one away. Nickelback had so many options, but decided to go in for Madden. Post-plant comes in, but it's 3 kills back-to-back in favor of AMKAL. Magisk, in the meanwhile, is caught between 2 separate angles, and Sunpius left alive on a measly 13 HP. Unlucky for some. And it's not looking like it's going to fare any better for him. Easy defuse in the end. And just so efficient on the frags. But it felt like Falcons were caught in two minds, Jackie. They weren't watching CT, they weren't watching jungle.
That round won't see the light of day from Sunpius. AMKAL shadow cast over them once again. 8-8. The second half swinging back and forth. And these are really tight rounds. Down to some small nuances in how it's playing out at this point. There's at least buys on either side. Everyone's armed to the teeth. You've got the weapons you want to play with. No one has an AWP though. Funds for it with how tight these rounds have been. You just physically can't keep it in fruition. Krad's playing confidently, but he might be walking into the hands of Sunpius. He's flashed off the angle at least. Good heads-up maneuver from AMKAL to clear out bottom ramp.
Yeah, they put a lot of mollies down early to top mid, but also more importantly ramp. So they felt like they could go in for that flash into peak. And let's also be honest, Boros has been at ramp multiple times over the duration of these T sides. So they may have anticipated he was playing on the close angle, was waiting for the molly to clear. Smoke's now down, double stack on connectors, gonna yield the first frag, and it's Boros to fall again alongside Snappy. AMKAL with a huge advantage into this round, and now Krad is going to witness them push through. Sunpius with one, Nickelback caught between two separate players. He gets punished, and suddenly we're all even again. CT is going to get peached into, though, from Icy. And they don't have a smoke or a Molotov to deal with this one. They're out in the open, but he whiffs his spray, and Mage just punishes him.
Forrester out towards the bench. Madden peeks in. Wallbang connection. Reface from Magisk. It's two frags. But it might be the golden hour. Sunpius, he's dawning. His third frag of the round, needs the quad to close it, but he can't. Travis tackles him. Defuse comes in. Another clutch.
And another heartbreak. Depending on the perspective that you look at this, Falcons will be feeling like they're in dire straits right now. They've had opportunities multiple times. These last two rounds could have easily gone their way. Sunpius got them back into this round. Mage just looked like he'd secured it, and then Forrester just decided to shut it down. The scream, the hype, the belief, all building on the side of AMKAL, and it's Falcons' turn to sweat. Second tactical timeout deployed.
This is where those big points start to hammer home. This is where the pressure seeps in. The shakes, the paranoia, the worry, the possibility. The effort that was put into building this roster, the project itself, a costly one. We had Kassad recently stating the average salary for this team is around 40,000 per player. This is a team that's built to be a super squad, built to be at majors, built to contend for titles globally. And AMKAL right now are giving them a run for their money here in the RMR to stay alive. They lead with one round. Can they get any more from this? Where does the story go? Travis holding for the push. Magisk in position to strike on shore.
Oh, that's a money nade. Travis eats that. More than 50 HP, disintegrates from the high ordnance, but it's Icy that once again kicks open the round. Travis finalized by Boros. The HE now converts into the kill. And it's Magisk that takes the initiative as Krad gets one from Tetris, and again they're stuck between two angles, but this time they've dealt with it. This time they've dethorned it. But Icy comes straight back again. Trying to make this as difficult a task.
He's shot. Make it to 10, and for Falcons, the reality of possibly being knocked out of the RMRs, it's right in front of you. Something's got to change right now, Vince. It's do or die at this point.
As you said, this org, not just to be at majors, but to win them. That was the idea, sure, maybe not for this one. But to potentially be knocked out 1 and 3 on the bench for the time being, but it's up to Madden to try and pick up the slack and run home with it. And that first entry is going to give them A golden ticket to the B site. Snappy spotting players, but he can't finish off Nickelback. The player advantage remains in tow for AMKAL.
Oh, Boros cheating death towards the murder hole. The Flame singeing his toes, but he's trapped himself back inside of window. The last two in Madden and Magisk, they're making their move. And Icy again finds a sick shot, snaps onto it. Forrester waits, and the flick's there, denying entry and denying Falcons a way back into the game.
Chance to breathe for Falcons, but they'll be feeling like they can't catch their breath. Claustrophobic, they can't make moves. Icy is omnipresent. This man just appears. And where he appears, they disappear off the end of his AWP. The guy cannot miss right now. 21 kills to Icy. Forrester on 16, everyone else below 10. This is two players rampaging their way, stampeding Falcons out of this game.
The elements battering them out of position, but the pistols are singing. Pyjamas has been a difference maker for Falcons throughout this series, and again now in the 20th, he hammers home. Big frags. You've opened up the site, and AMKAL, they know the bigger picture about this one. Losing all three of these weapons would be catastrophic to the overall game. They give it up, Falcons will move to 9.
You know, in kind of an interesting twist of fate here, Jackie, we almost have the opposite of what happened in the previous map. It was Falcons that had a vast lead. It was Falcons that looked like they were headed towards a 2-0, and then AMKAL really picked it up and were able to punish Falcons for their mistakes. Maybe we're about to see the same outcome here, just in reverse. Travis holds on to his A1S. Double peek in, Icy punishes. You don't want to try this guy right now. He will punish you over and over again. And importantly for AMKAL, they've held on to their weapons. They keep their economy in a good place. But Falcons, tantalizingly close. They're getting inch by inch, step by step, closer to equalizing this game. And sometimes it's just a case of a simple execute. You throw in your smokes, you get your MAC-10s and pistols out there, and then you allow your star-studded lineup to actually go and do their job to get those entries.
It seems to be the way they've adapted their T side. Not running as many defaults, relying far more on just bursts, on bombardments, on site takes. But Krad, he gets the opening frag, leaving them in a 4 versus 5, and the nades are eating them alive. But Magisk, he does not want to lose the opportunity to attend the major. He will find a frag, keeping them in an equalized position in the battle of attrition. 4 on either team.
Magisk, of course, tied with some of the greatest CSGO players of all time, with most majors won, with 4 wanting to keep himself in the race. But simply put, he gets evicted from this tournament, and that's it done. And I see again, different position, but it's the same outcome. Oh, and a second as well. The wide swing re-peak, Magisk gets punished, plucked out. AMKAL with a 2-on-4 advantage.
Madden. He's got so much to do if he wants to find a way to build this round back to a potential Falcons win. Krad has got control of bottom ramp. He slipped into position, but Madden's looking for the face. He hits the head. 2v2. A sprint now for Pyjamas. He's got to arrive on the bomb site and instantly commit to that plant. Travis is coming over towards CT, but his path will be blocked by the Molotov.
Pyjamas hoping that they don't peek through that Molotov to deny the bomb plant. That's exactly what's happened. And Madden was in no place to help. And although he's done a lot of damage to Icy, they know the timing does not favor Madden. He cannot win this round. It is a done deal. And that means 3 elimination points for Falcons. They are walking a tightrope, and they could be about to plummet to their death. They have got to win from here on out to take us to OT.
The most decorated coach in Counter-Strike history. Snappy, someone that is always up for conversation about being the GOAT IGL, someone that has risen to fame again and again in some of these situations in recent times, fighting with a core of a team that he built, causing upsets all over the shop. Now facing one round. The difference, Vince, of making it to the major or having it ripped away from you, it could all happen here. It could all happen in the next few moments. And AMKAL, they're the team that's delivering that knockout blow. And Icy, he's been the fist. He's been the one that's been punching them out again and again.
Yeah, it's been ruthless. It's been unrelenting. And if you're Falcons, it's been extremely painful. Magisk, of course, in the same conversation as the likes of Device and Dupree for how many major successes he's had.
Yeah.
Some of the GOATs you could definitely call. He himself, if he continues a very solid career, could be up for that debate, but it could be all about to come to an abrupt end. They're rushing straight through.
This could be where it all finishes. Forrester, he wants to wait and farm up the frags. It's a bait play and Krad takes two. Nickelback breaks one, but they're trading equally, blow for blow. Travis and Icy up against Pius and Snappy in what could very well be the end of this series, the end for Falcons.
Icy has the right idea. HE tossed onto Pius, takes 50 of his health away. Oh, that looked like it could be on. Super close. And that would have probably been the round spiraling with it. A third of the time are coming up on the clock. And in comes the peak from Pius, and he locks it down. Shows that it's not a one-horse race for the best AWPer on the server. He's still in this fight.
With seconds to midnight, Pius dawns a new day. They're still in the game. They're still fighting here on Mirage. With no money to work with, AMKAL, the cash is broken. Oh, Vince, this absolutely reeks of an overtime decider.
It does seem like OT could very well be on the horizon. But we have seen purchases of this low stature have success in the past. Icy already nullifying one player. Boris, though, is going around and taking heads left and right. And so this round will fall into a bit more sanity. Falcons will have an 11th. There can be no way forward for Nickelback. And so he decides to change up his avenue. It does mean that we are going the distance in this third map. OT or elimination.
In the past few rounds, the Falcons have had to become a phoenix. And will that meteoric rise pay off? Or will it be ripped away here in round 24? AMKAL's buy. It's not as strong as they'd like, but they do have Icy's ult in play. 25 kills. Breaks the smoke at middle, expects the peek. A near miss on the shot. Krad already slain.
Nickelback gets one, though. Down to 4 HP. But he's not going to live to tell the tale. Pius is there, shuts him down in the back. The backstab comes in. The flash is good. The follow-up damage even better. Travis catching Pius. And now down to Icy, who just connected a shot. 2-on-2. And Madden may have seen the barrel of the gun, but he can't punish him. But Boris can. And that leaves it all upon Travis. May get the timing. May get the element of surprise. Doing a bit of damage to Madden through the boxes. But Boris is watching his back and takes his head off his shoulders. OT has arrived.
You're thinking about the wallbangs through the bot. Deciding map. This game has had absolutely everything. This series. This is what it means to play Counter-Strike.
And this can be the difference that having such a veteran, experienced, successful coach can have. And the experience that shines throughout this Falcons roster. Definitely helps in these incredibly close and uncomfortable pressure-filled rounds and situations. Keep in mind, Falcons looked dead and buried just 15 minutes ago. And yet now you can argue the momentum is firmly behind their sail. This is the other downside of having one player, as Snappy found out firsthand on the last map. If it's one player that's pretty much doing the heavy lifting, if he goes down, there's not too many other components that can necessarily help out. Tons of mollies tossed into connector. Although Madden takes damage, they heard Nickelback getting damaged out through that fire. And so they have a good read of the situation. Oof.
The timing on these firefights, it's down to the tiniest seconds of difference. Madden, meanwhile, wielding the AWP, walks in towards B and cracks open, slaying the AWPer of AMKAL. He's playing inside of the smoke. He dives his way out, fires off the no-scope, but it won't connect. Re-peek back round towards the bench. Forrester hoping he can hold, and he will.
Yeah, and even if Forrester did, you know, have a bit of a whiff there, Travis had the back covered anyway. There was no way forward for Madden. The bomb spilled out with 35 seconds. The first player to go out was the bomb carrier. And these trades back and forth, favoring AMKAL throughout. Doing a world of good to AMKAL as well. You've just been on the receiving end of 4 consecutive rounds. You've let 4 match points pretty much slip through your fingers. To get the first round on OT, very important. Icy, not going to see anything. Sunpius didn't want to overextend and re-peek. He's looking more towards connector.
The constant battle between both of these two AWPers. Whoever has the upper hand makes the difference. Icy, repositioned back round towards the B bomb site though. The bomb itself, left back towards T-spawn. It can be recovered and picked up. Boros, he opens it up, masking his movement by making noise with the AK as well, but it won't work for a second frag. Nickelback finds him, and we fall into a 4 versus 4. 60 seconds left to work with.
Sands of time beginning to run a little bit dry. But Sunpius attempting to reignite their prospects in the second OT round. Icy using the pillars of Sanctuary as the smoke will plume, affording him the luxury of re-peeking. This angle misses the shot, uncharacteristic. Maybe Icy starting to feel the pressure just that little bit in the spray. Not there for Forrester. Nickelback finalized and Falcons right back into winning ways.
There he is, the man on your screens. Speaking with actions. And it does feel like we need someone else to wake up, another sleeping giant for the CT side of AMKAL, if they want to continue with the success they found in regulation. As Falcons, they're coming alive in overtime.
Just fighting, brute forcing their way through middle as well. Nothing delicate about this play. You can't argue with the results. Majors gets the opener, Crad, aggression round the corner. Fair few targets have been softened up, and Travis with 2. We said someone else needed to arrive, and he has, but Snappy and Sunpius have put them into a 2-on-1 in their favor. So much time left on the clock as well, and Forrester has no idea as to where Falcons have pushed into.
It's a 50-50 gamble in terms of what site they decide to go for. And for Forrester, he clears out through underpass. He'll get the information he needs, but the rotation, that'll cut into his time to retake. Post plants, that'll be in the favor of Falcons. The only one that's low HP is Snappy, but he has the AWP to work with, making it far easier to play an angle that supports his low health. Forrester, and he somehow make the unthinkable happen. Snappy's running straight into his arms. It's now down to the 1v1.
Sunpius at least has the information at his disposal, AK additionally. The bomb is planted on the wrong side of the site though for Sunpius. And Forrester has a smoke and a flash comes round the corner and shuts Sunpius down instantly. A 1v2 at such an integral moment in this game. And Snappy is going to be devastated that it never dawned on him that the full flank round T-spawn could have been possible. He was caught with his knife out.
Blade in his hands. Sliced down. AMKAL. Another clutch, another round that it feels like they should have no stock into. And that's the devastation. That's what you're going through. Those emotions, trying to contain everything that you're feeling inside in this game now, whilst playing an overtime where there's only a few rounds left to decide whether or not you're even still going to be fighting.
Oh, it's a flub Molotov. That means Pius can't peek through mid anymore. The T's may not realize this, but that kind of messes with the game plan of Falcons. These little mistakes can cost you so dearly at this level of Counter-Strike. And now, of course, both teams jockeying for that magic number of 16. AMKAL are so close now, Jackie. I can't imagine what's going through the minds collectively of Falcons at this stage, but they're thinking of going for a Palace push, and Forrester has the angle, and he has the kill. Madden next in. Hasn't been able to finalize this frag, but does get it on the second time of asking. So important.
Equalizing the situation makes the world of difference. And Boros goes one better. Slaying from short, but the metronome continues to swing, and one by one, a player from either team is laid to rest. Flashbangs on the retreat, selling the idea of the A play for as long as possible, but they wrap out on middle. Travis, meanwhile, he's been snatching away as much map control and info as he possibly can. And if Pius doesn't clear it, if he doesn't find the shot, oh, Travis could behead the rotation and set them up for the play. Meanwhile, at the back of B, it's on Snappy to win the round here. He lays down the law on the first. Icy is shattered in half. Nickelback breaks him. And with 15 seconds, they can plant the bomb and put themselves in a position to get 15.
Madden last man standing. The last hope, the last prayer of Falcons in this round. Gonna be checking his angles. First spray is good, and Nickelback is low. Nickelback on 43, still jumps up and gets the timing peak on Madden. AMKAL with 2 more match points.
Mirage has not been an oasis for Falcons. They tried to slow it down. They tried to wait for the passing of the storm. And you need to. Something has to change. This is where everyone has to give that extra 20%. The opportunity to get the skin in the game, the stickers, the legacy, the history for this man and so many others on this team to do it in your own country. That could all be gone in a matter of seconds. The difference of 1 round.
Anxiety, the tension, the atmosphere, palpable here. As you watch on in these players, their dreams still alive, but only just. And our Falcons know they have to win the next 2 rounds. Now, they did do it in regulation. They were properly up against it in regulation, and they were able to test their mettle and come out ahead. But they're running out of lives. They're running out of chances. This run boost, finally going to come through. Icy spotting nobody. That is at least information. That second smoke down, though, they're not sure if a player is peeking behind that one. So they need to be careful. And the battle for mid's not necessarily over just yet, because Boris is playing the off angle of short. And that could be an important position in just a few moments' time, especially with Travis making moves in underpass. And we were highlighting before, it was the Icy show. Travis in these last few rounds has really arose.
Travis has been causing so many issues, hitting so many absolute worldies. Right now, he's looking for another head. The timing on the peak towards Forrester, though, is the difference maker. As Majis catches him with the nade in his hands. finds the pick, Nickelback replies back. The utility and AKs are singing, and Magisk has to go huge. He cannot. Smited by Icy's orb, he opened up the game, and he seems to be the one that's gonna close it. Falcons, their run towards Copenhagen is about to be ripped away from them unless Boros can save their chances. And up against these 4 players, it looks like his days are numbered.
Falcons' days numbered, and the prospects of this major, and Boros has been one tap down. The Falcons are eliminated.
AMKAL, they make it work, and you can see the reality of the situation seeping in. The history for so many of these players, what it would have meant to them to make it to Copenhagen, to make it to that arena, no longer a reality that we're living in.
The realization that their dreams, their hopes have just vanished into thin air. I can't imagine the emotions going through the play. Snappy had a fantastic previous performance on Ancient. It wasn't enough. It's hard to know what the future of this organization is at this point, Jackie, really.
It's devastating, right? Like, especially right now, in the here and now, to physically even comprehend what emotions you're going through, to be knocked out in this fashion. It's a gut-wrenching feeling like nothing else. You invest absolutely everything into Counter-Strike, and this time it doesn't work. AMKAL, they do survive, they do keep themselves going. Of course, they're not done yet. They still have to fight through the gauntlet. The story for them continues, but the book closes for Falcons.
And it started so well for them as well. You know, you go back into that first map of Vertigo, it's like they couldn't do any wrong. Sunpius dropping 23, 24 kills. Everyone pulling their weight. It was a straightforward performance, and you thought, okay, this is the Falcons that we've been waiting to see at the RMRs. This is the Falcons that we saw glimpses from at Katowice. And then the second map happens, and it's the Snappy show. Nobody else shows up. This map started fantastically. They had like a 7-3 lead in the first half.
The clutches as well. Man, you wonder the situation in Palace. The round with Snappy on the pushback towards T-Spawn, that's going to be one of those that's replaying in your mind. So many of those small nuances. The difference of literally 1 kill time and time again. Just a crazy, crazy affair.
And huge credit to AMKAL as well throughout this tournament, and also, of course, this matchup. They went behind in the first map. They got kind of crushed, to completely honest, after a pretty slow start. And we were fearing the worst for them. When it was 12-8, they lose 4 rounds in a row. It goes to OT, and you think, right, this is where Falcons, their experience, their momentum, they're going to be feeling it. They're going to be pumped up. They're going to come through here, and it's going to be GG. Nah, they just shifted into a different gear. Travis, who had a pretty slow game overall, he came alive in OT, but it's the main man of Icy. 28 kills on the AWP. That was just a man possessed. He was getting so many opening picks.
It goes to explain just how powerful he can be. We've seen incredible rounds from him when he's playing defensively, but there's been times where it feels like he misses the easy ones. In this game, not only was he farming the easy ones, he was going for the crazy shots. He was going for the confidence builders, and he was always one step ahead. It was his positioning that really saved them in quite a few key rounds on that CT side. And that is a big game for him. For Travis as well, you think of some of the impact his kills had to open up rounds, to build them back in. He was knocked out of the RMRs in this exact position last time. He's been through this. He knows what that feels like. And he doesn't have to feel it again right now.
Not just yet, but as you said, they still have another matchup to go. They're in the 2-2 bracket now. We're not sure who they're going to be playing against. Obviously, there's more results to come today on both the A and B streams, but they've managed to live to fight another day. And I'm so curious to see like who this AMKAL team's going to go up against, and if we're going to have another performance like that from Icy. Because if we do, this guy is quickly rising up the ranks as an AWPer to watch out for.
Oh, absolutely, man. It was beautiful to see him come alive, and a very different sort of taste of what we've seen from him over the course of the RMR. This is him at his A game, and that's kind of what we asked for, right? When we said the win condition for them to actually pick up this series is the whole team has to play their A game. Each and every one of them had their rounds. Nickelback, you think about sort of the battle of the two IGLs on Ancient, where it was Snappy versus Nickelback in some of those situations. Wow, that was ridiculous, Vince. Honestly, at this point, it's kind of just the reality of the situation, right? That's a ridiculous series.
Yeah, it's just kind of setting in, isn't it? Especially when you see the players' reactions. I mean, just from a human element, you hate to see like heartbreak, you know, and obviously
RMR is nowhere near over, and we're going to be back with more games. Don't go anywhere, as the B stream will continue when we're back after the break.
Players are changing. Countries are changing. The game has changed.
Finds it to perfection and simple. It's Olaf who's on top of the box. Though. He's got three and he's looking for a fourth. That is incredible. And Rain, he's not away.
The best tournament, the best bookmaker at the scene.
A uniquely designed metal canvas and choose from thousands of posters. Join over 3 million collectors now. Your wall upgrade is here. Shop now at displate.com.
Set up teams and start digging.
Made in hell.
On a deserted island.
Hold on to your bitch.
I thought I couldn't take anymore. Celebrate like you won the war. Guess you forgot what I'm fighting for. I'll come right back at ya. Better hope I don't catch ya. Cause when I do, I'm gon' smash ya. Now I'm out for blood. I'm ripping into the claw. I'm out for blood. I'm out for blood. You better bring it in, Q. I'm coming for. I'm out for blood.
Welcome back to the European RMR Group A. The Heartbreak Hotel, it's very busy today, Jason. It's taking a lot of new bookings and other new check-ins. We've just had Falcons pull up with their bags. Now we're going to add some more guests to the hotel.
Bro, I haven't seen players look that crushed and defeated than those images of Falcon losing that game. That was a rough one to watch. Yeah, it's going to be a really tough day for a lot of the teams and players here. Obviously, we're sending a lot of teams home. This next matchup, we have 9Pandas, 3D Max. So one of these two teams is going home as well. You called it the what'd you call it?
The Heartbreak Hotel.
I don't know why that phrase just left my brain. But yeah, we're sending more people to it today. You could see the rest of the schedule for the day. 9Pandas, 3D Max is coming up next. Enterprise taking on Saul to end the day as the last series.
Yeah, plenty of Counter-Strike action coming your way. And this second map, this is the one we're going to be focusing on. 9Pandas versus 3D Max, an elimination best of 3. It's hard to call how this one is going to go because 9Pandas versus 3D Max are not two teams that you see regularly throughout the year. So you get to see them here at the RMRs. 9Pandas have had FaZe in the opening game, which went as expected.
As you'd expect it to.
And then they dominated Saul, like 13-1. Yeah. So a very good game there. And then lost to Movistar Koi. So 9Pandas, I think they're just a middle-of-the-pack team. And I think 3D Max is a team that they should probably feel pretty comfortable against.
It warms my heart to be casting C's again, though.
Yeah,
that's
been a while.
Nostalgic little throwback. At one point, I remember the actual major was at Cluj-Napoca in 2015, run by PGL as well. C's was considered the most underrated star of the Na'Vi roster he was playing on. He had a fantastic series and really kind of boosted his profile. But yeah, he's been a long time out in the cold, so it's cool.
I was
seeing
14 when that tournament was run.
Great,
so,
thanks for that, Dinko.
Yeah.
Just really sticking the dagger in.
I do remember actually that tournament, watching from home, and everybody's talking about how Seized is going to be the next star. Well, didn't really pan out like that down the line in his career, and obviously had to take some time out of professional Counter-Strike, and is now back with multiple different smaller teams, but now he finds himself in 9Pandas.
I think even when they won an event towards the end of last year, a small tier 2 event, it was C's first trophy in almost a decade. It was crazy. Anyways, this is 3D Max coming up, the team that's trying to revitalize French Counter-Strike, trying to bring it back to a regional basis, really farm out what's left, the remaining players in the French scene. That all the professional French players that have been in Tier 1 for years and years have mentioned how far the French scene has just fallen. Well, these guys are trying to build it back up again.
Yeah, they're trying to bring that French revolution to Counter-Strike 2, and 3D Max will be returning as an organization to support one of these teams. We've seen them in the early days of CSGO at the majors, heavily represented, and now they're coming back in the early days of CS2 to try and get involved again. And against 9Pandas, it's a great opportunity to go 2-2 in this tournament and really have a chance to make it all the way through.
Yeah, I don't think either of these teams have to come into this one being too scared of what's on the other side of things. I mean, obviously the pressure of the situation, the weight of the situation of going home if you lose, but I think you look across the table and you see an opponent that is beatable. You see an opponent that's kind of on your level. So it's not like going up against FaZe on day one where you're just like, oh crap, this starts out at a 10. This is actually a match that you can compete and contend with.
And 3D Max are the only team that Falcons were able to beat in this competition. That was in the opening game.
Yikes.
On Nuke. Here's our veto. We're going to take a look at it. 3D Max getting rid of Mirage early on.
We love that. We love Mirage banners in the first map. Get it out of there.
Gone.
We don't need to play it.
Vertigo as well. I'm sure a lot of people follow suit on that. It's gone too. Thank you to the 9Pandas. So Nuke's up first. God tier map being picked in by 3D Max. We've seen them play this earlier in the competition.
Am I reading this graphic correctly? 1 win, 4 loss on Nuke for 3D Max, yet they picked it?
Yeah.
Okay. 11 wins, 5 losses for 9 Pandas, picking Overpass, so we'll see how they can manage that map. Big map, a lot of space to cover. Inferno's going to get banned, which still isn't getting a whole lot of love in CS2. Nobody seems to like it. Ancient and Anubis, the last 2 remaining, and where's the third and Decider going to be placed?
It's going to be into the Egyptian canals or to the jungle, and will be the jungle here for Ancient to close. That is a 7-7 record, 14 times played for 9 Pandas, versus the 2 wins, 5 losses that 3D Max have. So, not exactly great records.
Bro, I'm scratching my head on this Nuke pick. If that 1 win, 4 loss is there must be something they prepared specifically.
I mean,
for
3D Max,
right?
we've seen them play Nuke multiple times in this tournament. So maybe it's like something that, well, despite the results don't look great in terms of officials, maybe they put a lot of work into it in practice.
Yeah, we hear this story so frequently that I just feel like they don't really pan out all that well. You normally only hear it when a team like loses the map. And
But it's almost better to do that than come into the event with a map you haven't exactly practiced.
Well, sure. Shout out to, I mean, we'll just lay it on the NIP one more time, because why the hell not? The Overpass that they played
that didn't
came out and we're
so
like,
well.
I don't know why we're playing this map so much. We didn't really play it a whole lot in practice. So, yeah, head scratcher there. But yeah, we'll see what Nuke is going to look like between these teams. We've seen 3D Max actually play this map. We casted them, I think, earlier when they played on Nuke.
And they also opened up the tournament with Nuke, so a map they've got at least some experience on.
Well, at least they're keeping the faith.
Yeah, true. You know? Believing in the Nuke eventually in the most important game in a best of 3, this is where it's going to happen for them. 9 Pandas start on the CT side, 3D Max on the T side. Haji had that big pistol clutch on the T side in the opening game versus Falcons. And that's been the highlight so far.
And that's what we've got. That's what we're rolling with.
Maybe we can get another one.
Yep, here we go. Let's see what they bring in store for us. Nade smoke, perhaps a mini lucky. Okay, holding on to utility.
All in lobby.
Yeah, they're gonna blow open the door, I'd imagine, and just smoke off towards mini. Maybe a little bit late. Dooley's up in the Raptors, gets traded, and Klax can't handle the heat.
Jocko certainly turning up the heat with those 2 kills. That's the bomb going down, and 3D Max have a 4v3 established off the back of those early battles. Disbalance, good to see him back. He's making a long wraparound here.
I was going to say, and like, you can't run. They can hear you at door, so like, this is going to eat very deeply into the bomb timer. Retake feels so unlikely, and Caesar is just chilling at vents like, all right, I'm ready to go, and Joka's already looking for it.
Yeah, Disbalance is not going to get past him. Joka has a great pistol round. Lucky will follow suit, and Glowing is on the other side of the doorway, so he can't get back into the bomb site now. Detected himself under a lot of pressure. Take a nice little exit at the end, and 3D Max have got their first round on the board.
Powerful Glock shots coming out from 3D Max. Pistol round in their favor. Nice one from Joko, as you said. 3 kills in the pistol to get things started on the right foot for the Frenchman.
Yeah.
Good trade coming out Hut, swinging over towards Heaven as well. Nice and simple. Smoke down at mini, really isolates who can get involved in the defense of the bomb site, and we're going to get into the second round. No 4 spy out of 9 Pandas. Unarmored USPs.
We've seen the new Bob that we've got, Jason.
Yeah, we've, you know...
We asked for Bob and we got Rob.
I'll be honest, like, I mean, when you focus on it, it's a little bit annoying, but I don't even notice those things when I'm actually playing. I don't know if I'm just crazy.
Yeah, maybe just you've been through so many different versions of Counter-Strike. You're like,
I'm just like the Bob thing.
I mean, it used to in 1.6 it used to move a lot more. It feels like like in CS2, CS:GO, you had the option to kind of like keep your gun still, but we got a lot of movement going on, and this Mactad is about to move right through 2 exercise.
I feel like with the Bob, it's like one of those things where if you focus on the negative, you're just always going to see it.
Yeah, I mean, Counter-Strike fans are always looking for the negative.
Just get used to
They're always looking for the negative.
Yeah.
And you'll always find one. That's the thing about life. But where every negative there has to be a positive.
This is life lessons with a 22-year-old.
23, Jason, goddammit. I've leveled up 1 more year. You learn a lot between the ages of 22 and 23.
There's a lot of growth in your early 20s.
Yeah, there is.
2-0 to start for 3D Max, and this will be the first real resistance that 9 Pandas bring out. Guns are going to be on the board. M4 is being picked up. FAMAS as well. I've been seeing more FAMAS lately. It seems like people are getting a little bit more comfortable with it.
Yeah, FAMAS, I've never really understood the hate of it. I have always enjoyed the FAMAS.
Yeah, it was kind of, it felt like sort of, it just felt like in CSGO it was like super useless just because the SMGs were so much stronger than you'd expect and so much cheaper as well. I think it's like the monetary value. You know, 1250 MP9 is not a bad investment whatsoever.
We'll see those FAMAS. Let's see if they are able to step up here. Seized, it's a risky position. He has to get down quite quickly and can't really run away, so actually moves into a fight.
You nailed it, though. That's on a knife's edge. He's very fortunate to get away and drop that Molotov. Either way, a little bit of a rotation towards ramp room, a lot of utility forced out. 3D Max have plenty of time. They could actually probably even just go back to this ramp hit when the smoke clears. And then what's C's going to do? All he really has is to drop.
And I think iDisbalance was there with him just on the early rotation, so he's towards the ramp room too from Hell. So still quite a strong setup in terms of rifles. But how long are they going to allow iDisbalance to stay at Hell? Because if he is forced away, then that creates a big opening to attack in towards ramp. But 3D Max seem poised for the A-bomb site. One smoke outside.
Yeah, I hope they have a second smoke, otherwise it's not really going to cause a whole lot of interest from the defense.
Interesting fake.
Wall not completed, yeah. Volley's in towards the upper bomb site. Here comes the drop down exercise with the MAC-10 looking to turn the corner in towards Mini. But 9Pandas feel this pressure on upper for quite some time.
MAC-10 dives down off the top of main. It's one kill coming in. Diladez steps up with a double, and it's all about iDisbalance's rotation. He gets back to the rafters in time, and the bomb cannot make it out. So iDisbalance, good rotations, good movement throughout the round, and 9Pandas have their first.
Not bad. Felt like 3D Max might actually crack into that with some of the initial kills. The MAC-10 getting a frag outside, maybe weaken things, being able to wrap towards the upper bomb site, but well handled from 9Pandas on defense. And you're right, power player that round, iDisbalance, shifting over towards ramp room when Seized is under pressure, and then hustling back to the upper bomb site when the execute eventually comes in. But now it's AKs. AKs and a couple of Galils. So 3D Max a little bit stronger weaponry in this one.
Flash in towards main. Body, in fact, Lucky is going to get down the vent. So he's got the vent dive already going.
Seized is already there. It's called out. That was a pretty obvious vent dive. So Seized has the information, now just has to win the fight, and ooh, awkward again. Seized just missing that timing a little bit. Smoke, gonna protect him. Gonna keep the terrorists at bay, but Seized is under a lot of pressure because now ramp room is wide open as well, so good luck, Seized.
Yeah, good luck to Seized. Will he step up? The answer is no. Joko takes him out without problem.
And you can't rotate vents if you don't have secret control, which they don't have, so you could see the CT walking up to the vent and second guessing.
Yeah, don't want to dive down there to your death. It's a gamble whether or not there's a player waiting for you.
Save.
And yeah, the save call coming in here for 9Pandas. So that's the problem. You win your first round in the previous, but it was a bonus for 3D Max. So that meant that they have a lot of money available to get a buyout in the next round. And the French come storming through.
Perhaps a little bit of a missed rotation. We didn't catch it on the POVs, but we talked up iDisbalance's shift to ramp room to help Seized in the previous round. This time Seized has to drop due to the vent dive, and no one really able to get over towards ramp quickly enough to actually get inside and stop the split from ramp room. Might have been fighting at the hall and just couldn't commit to anything at the angle, but regardless, it leaves Seized on an island in that lower bomb site. So he was really the one critical kill, and it's all that 3D Max needed to take a 2-round lead. That's an energetic pair of high fives.
Yeah, I like it. You know, we've become so used to seeing the Dexter slap, the donk slap. You know, this is not nice and tempered, and you want to keep those hands
Had
safe.
a smile on his face as well.
Yep. Not as much power behind it, but effective. And 3-1 now for 3D Max. Now, they are very good at getting good starts on maps. The problem is, when it gets into sort of the second half or just towards the end of the first half, things start to fall apart.
Yeah, we saw that in their first 2 games in the BO1s.
Oh no, great grenade, and that blows open the smoke, revealing Mac on the other side. And iDisbalance gets the easiest kill of the game so far.
Yeah, that was nice. Good timing on it. So 4v5 for 3D Max, and Diladez gonna drop down vents, but he's gone the wrong direction because the hit's towards the upper bomb set. That means Klax needs to step up. Good first headshot. Rotation's getting handled though, and now Klax is feeling ultra lonely, goes down eventually.
Oh, big rotation from Seized. Gets here in time. Molotov hit off his head for just a moment. I think Seized will be pretty happy about slipping away with 1 kill there. And I think 3D Max have realized we can get down towards this B bomb site. That second player is likely around the top site too, so they get into B, they get the bomb down, and now it has to be a retake for 9Pandas.
Well, this is a lot on exercise though. Is he gonna be able to spot Diladez on this flank? What's the timing on it? Out in the open, exposed, now in the cover of the stairs, but just gets completely obscured.
Time starting to tick. Final pieces of utility being put in place. Smoke out towards Decon. C still has Incendiary. He can throw towards the back of the bomb site. Lucky swings out in the open because of the low HP. It's an instant kill from Seized, and Dilladez is there to reply. So 9 Pandas put 2 together now. Scoreline reads 3-2.
That's a really good retake, but I can't help but feel like Exercise kind of put himself in weird positions to not be able to really help Lucky whatsoever, who's in the bomb site. Like, not watching that flank means that Exercise is kind of, or is Lucky is screwed towards control side, and just maybe miss some timings looking for that flanker. Tough start, good battle, but again, 9 Pandas hold on with a solid retake. Still, a plant and 4 players going down means 3D Max still in a pretty decent position, and they know it.
So going for the timeout. 9 Pandas and their coach have his sight. Interesting use of the headphones.
Yeah, doesn't need that right here. Doesn't need surround sound.
Good to see some of these French players back on the server. I mean, we've seen Lucky over the years in some big organizations, G2, but took a step back. I think he was kind of found out at the top level and needed to rebuild his career up, and hasn't really been able to find the pathway back to the top ever since then.
It's not easy, man. It's not easy finding that passage back. It's a very humbling experience, I would imagine, for some of the players who have played at the top.
To go back is like, oh, that was the dream. I didn't really quite know it at the time. And now you're on that chase again to try and get back to the major. The tippity top of the pyramid of Counter-Strike.
This is cool, aggressive. Okay, Caesar's gonna go for a play. Flashbang coming in. Oh,
flash.
That's perfect. That's wonderful. Caesar might have even had a double kill.
Hadji goes back into lobby, sees 2 players pushing through hut, so he's got info, but he could do nothing about it. And I don't even think that information really matters, because a 4v2, last-ditch effort from 3D Max to head towards outside. Joko at least upgrades his pistol into an AK-47, and they'll deploy a boost out, so get Maka up on top of Red. But if you're 9 Pandas, there's no reason to take too many risks. Flash is good, but Glowing seen both of them. Unfortunate not to take away at least one in that fight, but he confirms to his teammates who the last 2 players are.
That's actually such a cool setup that 9 Pandas just had. The flashbang to activate Seized, and as that play is happening, 2 players push hut and get an angle towards ramp room, towards trophy. Man, that's actually a super cool way to exploit the way that the T's are playing in lobby. And now they've got so much room to work with. This round is done.
Yeah, Dilladez is so far pushed up. Joko just trying to clear out T-Roof. They realize they have no map control, so they can't go for this one.
Yeah, when you get stalled out outside, you have no utility really. You have 1 smoke to get across. Also, they have lobby. Like, you just don't have any control of the map with which to do anything. So Dilladez is going to go on a bit of a hunt. He's going to get caught.
Oh, no, not yet.
Surely.
How has he done this? Timing has favored Dilladez to slip on by. And surely he checks the right corner here. Maka's all brings out. Good kill to find, because that's the one weapon you desperately want to save. And now they're sprinting back to try and save it. Joko's going to dive down, and now he realizes, well, plenty of players now looking directly at him. He tries to get the AWP, but nothing saved over. No mercy for 3D Max.
Poor Maka, he's looking at that deep angle. He's looking way deep down towards outer yard, and that close fight just really screws with his attention. All right, 9 Pandas taking a hold now. They dodge getting reset. It's 3D Max who run out of money as well. I love this lobby crunch. I might try and bring that into the 10-mans.
Yeah, bring that in, Jason. 10-mans could do with a little elevation in Counter-Strike. Too easy for us last night.
It was very easy for us last night.
Henry G should be watching this one.
Nice 2-1 victory for the good guys.
Yeah, and I wouldn't really even say, the first map was fair. Pistols across the board for 3D Max. And this is kind of exactly what I was saying just a few rounds ago. They're really good at getting the first few rounds on the board, and then things start to fall out of their hands.
Right, well, I mean, unfortunately, this hot start for 3D Max didn't really extend. I think it was up against Falcons. They had like a 5-0, maybe a 6-1 lead as well. So, at least you get kind of the necessary rounds to work with, and then you get to play with house money for the rest of the half. Now, 9 Pandas has ended that very, very early. Glowing is starting to feel a little confident, although realizes maybe this isn't worth that fight at range.
When I first heard about this team, I was like, oh, Glowing. He's playing for 9 Pandas. I thought he was Korean. And there is the Korean Counter-Strike
There is
player.
a Korean Glowing, yep. That's some old school stuff.
Yeah, I don't think he plays anymore. I disbalance. Ooh, up at the ready. Looks on down, does not connect. Instead, Glowing unleashes the spray. We're not going to comment on how clean it was, but effective. Nonetheless, 4-3. 9 Pandas now take the lead, and money is back for 3D Max.
All right, let's see what they got. They were lobby crunched in the previous round. They just got decimated. They haven't really been able to exploit outer yard. Most of their successes come from the upper bomb site, dropping into vents, going lower, finding a way to do it in the mid round after a certain amount of engagement. They had some struggles with retakes as well, so the whole T side itself not really fleshed out quite yet. Let's see if they can tamp it down. Haji gonna head up towards the roof. 3 players headed outside, 1 man holding down lobby. Haji in support with utility.
Seized is about to come up through secret.
Do they flash him?
Does he peek? Glowing can take first contact. Oh, Seized, they're not looking at him, they're distracted, and they pull out their knives. It's just 1 single kill for Seized. I thought he was going to get more than that, so the dive down the vent has to come in from Diladez, and he's got there in time to stop 3DMax from moving forward.
Yeah, but it's about everything else. Idis Balance is going to back away from ramp room. Still just 1 player at the upper bomb site. Player in secret gives away his position with that nade, so Haji's in prime position. Oh, this is all down to timing between him and Idis Balance.
Idis Balance climbs the ladder. Haji's about to round the corner at Heaven. And Idis Balance is not considering this whatsoever. He has no one looking at Heaven. No one to defend his flank. It's all about staying and covering your pride. Idis Balance, he finally thinks about that flank. He turns around a little bit too late, though. And Haji takes him out with 35 seconds left in this round. It is 3DMax up 2 players. And the bomb has to come down. If it dies at Heaven, there's no way to get it back. And that would be a huge issue. The bomb has now descended safely. And the rest of 9 Pandas have fallen by the wayside. And 3DMax have locked in the round off the back of those crucial seconds.
I think if you're 3DMax, if you can identify it, I think you can kind of see some of the weakness of 9 Pandas when you force them to move and you force them to rotate. There's been a couple miscues, and it's opening up a lot of gaps that they're not able to respond to fast enough. So that's where that kind of lends itself to the success they've had going down vents, really forcing some movement from the upper defense. This round going outside, getting a kill in the outer yard, trading off Seized, and again forcing that defense to spread out and move, and opening up plenty of weaknesses. So if 3DMax continue down this this path, this kind of style of a T side, 9 Panda's going to have to find a solution eventually.
I really got to find it now because the money is at breaking point for both teams. So a swing round coming right up. Maka searching for that kill in ramp room. Blinded, so rings out the shot of the AWP, confirming its position at the start of this round, at least for 9 Pandas to detect that. Exercise, he's thinking about playing around those smokes, and that's exactly what he's doing. So just having a little look around the sides, doesn't spot anybody. Now Haji getting into position. A hot good damage done to Diladez, but no kill. That would have been a great opening for 3DMax.
Yeah, that flashbang would have been pretty useless as well. Not really worth the damage you've taken in return. So over towards ramp room we go. Seized is so committed, so committed. Second player is going to be an AWP though.
Oh my God.
It just doesn't matter. Wrecked.
Yeah, that is one word for it, absolutely. Choco just rips right through Seized.
Vent drop will be heard as well.
Yeah, Exercise is going to pick up all that information towards outside. He's got to be careful he doesn't get picked off in the back of the garage, and that's exactly what happens to him. So, big swing from Klax, immediate death thanks to Lucky. And that's the ball going down, and we mentioned the money situation for 9 Pandas. They can't really afford to go for this one with low HP and players so far away. So it's a safe call for 9 Pandas, and 3DMax back into the lead.
Yeah, it's starting to look like a pretty solid T-side outside of the hiccup after the first 3 rounds.
Yeah, I mean, we were talking about it at the start of this, joking around about their record doesn't look good, but they want to go to Nuke. They've went here many a time in the RMR already, and given a chance to pick it, they've decided to bring us to this battleground.
I think ramp room can be a place they continue to exploit. Seized has struggled to put together multi-kills, even in situations where it looked like 2 was likely. In that particular position that he just played in ramp room, no one uses that, because it's bad.
Yeah,
because it's bad. That's all I got.
Yeah, that was going to say, that was going to try and poke the bear a little bit, see if you could get that out of you, but you just straight up said it.
Yeah,
so
it's just
not, bad. Yeah.
It is not a good way to play ramp room as a solo defender.
Yeah, I don't think we've seen many a player play those positions. It's not really even a spot where you can get away. Like, so the best you're hoping for is
committed.
1.
Yeah, you're very, very committed.
Yeah, well, don't think we'll see him play that position again. And ramp can become a liability when your ramp player is kind of caught out of position multiple times, if they're maybe not fragging out.
That's also like what kind of makes that position like weak. Is one of the strengths of ramp room is like if you feel like you're under pressure, if you feel like you've missed a timing, like you can just bail out and stay alive and go to the lower bomb site and call for reinforcements and let the team know. It's like it's a spot on the map where there should be an element of like low risk in the sense that if you play it correctly, you have an option to just run away.
And there's also so many ways of playing it safely to at least get one chance at a fight, then drop. So there's different ways of playing it. None of them the way C's just did, but get into round 10, and it's Maka. Oh, overrun! I just balanced with a quick peek through ramp. That's one way of playing the ramp room.
Yeah, well, that's probably a little bit of C's calling for help, or 9Panda saying, okay,
we have no money.
Yeah, like also like let's make sure they feel some pressure of this kind of a peak. Let's make sure they don't feel comfortable just walking up towards ramp room. So Alt might put a little bit of fear in him. C's outside, almost has the timing. Yeah, almost able to clean up Joko.
Yeah, great to take a risk there if you're C's. Try and get in behind that smoke with a P250. Very unfortunate there for C's not to get away with that kill. Second player too, maybe if he gets the AK out, you can dish some damage out or even get a second kill.
This is a good position for 9Pandas, all things considered. Like with the saved weapons and really low economy, like they still have plenty of danger on the map, and they have a very low Joko now.
And time is starting to run a little thin. You know, we're at the 55-second mark. 3D Max still trying to establish early control of the map, and they've now been spotted by Diladez, who draws attention away and allows Glowing to get that kill onto Hadji. And now after 3D Max, you have to commit into the lower bomb site. Idas Balance is readying himself for the attack that's about to come his way. Joko's low. Oh, what? No! Idas Balance looked like he was going to be in the perfect spot for it, but then committed into the open.
I have to wonder if that was like a comms thing. If he got a comm that they were not actually going lower, that they were actually attacking somewhere else.
Maybe he's panicked at going through ramp, or I don't know.
It's just interesting when that door opens, like he has the decision to just post up with the op and tries to make it back into the bomb site. So trying to do a little bit too much, and that's it.
Well, definitely looked like 9Pandas had a great shot at winning this round.
Joko better start, if he wants to save that up, he better start running now.
You got a long way to go.
I don't even think it's possible. Yeah, he's trading it over. He knows
you
he's
take
going
that,
down.
I'm dead.
He's going for a bit of a hunt here.
Yeah, send him in to try and chase down some of these CT players. Glowing's waiting for him inside of ramp room. And that's a kill. Joko's gone. And we're looking at a nice 6-4 for 3D Max. So not too bad at all for the French. 2 more rounds of this half left. 9Pandas looking to secure a tie at 6 apiece. Get to see Itis Balance's great opening.
Mako was actually holding for that peak, and just like at the last second considered someone jumping up on the box. And just outthought himself.
At the wrong time.
Right when the peak came in, he has to be really frustrated about that timing. Still smiles, still energetic high fives.
They won the round.
Yeah.
So all is good. 3D Max stickers on the gun from 2015. Setting out on their campaign to gain a new set of stickers. Joko and Hadji inside of Hut. Klax is in a decent enough position here to spot them coming towards him, so he'll use that utility up. 3D Max at the ready with an execute about to be dropped upon this A bomb site with utility. Just setting up, taking their time. You know they have plenty of it.
Not really doing anything on the map though. They've been, I think that's what's kind of making them a little nervous now as you see them shuffle, is they're just like, we've been just waiting to pull the trigger on this upper execute, and if you're a defender and you haven't seen anything towards ramp room, you haven't seen anything outside, your upper defenders get real focused on Hut and Squeak Door. So deciding not to try and brute force break in. Gonna head to the yard with 38 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, Glowing's trying to spot this out from CT. Great angle to see it from.
They've been really, really happy with just kind of dry challenging outside, not setting up a smoke wall. Now this round they don't have the smokes.
Lucky stays at red. Maka continues down into a single door.
No one's downstairs. You'd think with this kind of a spread on the map, 9Pandas have control of lobby. They'd know what's coming. It's Idas Balance, and he's got a good first shot.
Makes the rotation over. Second shot misses, and now 15 seconds left. They have to start planting the bomb, and 3D Max do exactly that. Retake is still on, thanks to that kill from Diladez, and Maka couldn't get away, so he has to fight. Great shot, goes out again, nearly connects that one onto iDisbalance, but swings with his pistol, not even at the ready, so he goes down and dies. Perhaps a bit of panic inside of the site, now Lucky's fallen too. Bomb is not planted for Hadji, but they swing him, they give him the chance, and now Hadji has a clutch ahead of him. Just one player left around that corner, and iDisbalance isn't sticking it. He's just tapped it, hoping for the peak, and Hadji gives him the peak. He gets back to the defuse, and 9 Pandas, throughout all the chaos, pull off the retake.
That's a really panicked round from 3D Max. And again, this is maybe like the third really good retake where 3D Max was in a position of strength with the bomb planted and still can't win it out at the end of the day. Few questionable decisions that we see. Maka, I don't know why you try and swing and get to the other box. Maybe just use the op and key. I think he's feeling danger from
it's panic, Jason.
Well, I think he's feeling danger from Decon.
Bang.
But
he has some
still,
nice shots.
It's like that option doesn't seem much better, but either way, Hadji able to get a double kill. A little bit going crazy, open and closing the doors, but 9 Pandas win another retake.
Oh, it's chaos, and I love it.
It is, yeah, that's the funny thing about Counter-Strike. Pure Counter-Strike, perfect Counter-Strike is fun in its own way. You admire the greatness.
I mean, you realize how difficult it is to do it, so obviously it's very nice to look at.
But chaotic Counter-Strike just gives you some wild moments.
Man, I used to commentate a lot of the online RMRs for the Asian region over the years. And this was like the 2020 period when
so
no one...
had to descend into the madness.
Yeah, this was like when an RMR happened every 2 weeks, if you remember.
Yeah, yeah.
And we didn't really know when the major was coming. And Blair and I had to commentate from 5 a.m. with a lot of the PGL guys here, just casting the most crazy Counter-Strike I've ever seen, and I loved it. It's some of the best memories I've got.
That's sad. We'll try to improve that as we move forward into life.
Still, like I said, 23, Jason, plenty of time, hopefully. Lucky, he's holding down inside of the hut. Diladez walks right into him, and it's instant death.
Tell you what, those smokes do look beautiful.
Yeah, a lot of them.
Oh, I think they're great.
You know, not great for the FPS, but certainly pretty to look at. Now glowing under a lot of pressure. Good flashbang. In fact, perfect flashbang from Maka. And now the swing is coming for 3D Max, and they're landing every shot. 4v2 launched out of the half. They have to go for this one, and look at Lucky.
Yeah, this is a ratty position, but actually iDisbalance has gotten past him. I mean, he's at any point, if iDisbalance even gets a kill, Lucky's going to descend behind him, and there's a timing on how long iDisbalance is going to be safe, but at the moment, he's all right, and 3D Max is just playing this one slow.
Because he's towards hut, he doesn't actually have to go back into the crosshair, but he might. He might.
He will now.
Oh my god! What? This is the most insane time I've ever seen.
That's going to be... Watch that VOD, Lucky's going to just start crying, I think. That's actually so
But the
crazy.
great thing is there's still more to come.
It might not actually have impact on the round.
Well, it's the last round of the half, so got to fight here, iDisbalance. Oh my goodness, okay. Now he gives away his position. Lucky can peek it,
There we go.
7-5. Eventually gets his kill.
There we go, baby. Okay, so for the first time that we've seen 3D Max, they have a decent start, but they recovered at the end of the day. Usually it was kind of that nice start and then kind of getting figured out and blown out. This time they've got they had some plans.
Yeah, great work. In particular, Hadji having a great first half. 12 kills. He's standing a little bit above the rest of his squad. But it is pretty close across the board. You know, you can see these two teams are somewhat evenly matched. I think we're going to have a very close finish in this series. I suspect a 3-map affair. Obviously, when you get to the RMRs, this is where dreams come true for some. And when nightmares become reality. We've just seen that with Falcons in the previous map. You know, obviously they're a team that come into this tournament with so much expectations on their shoulders. You have 5-time major winner coach Zonic making his leave of Vitality, who are the reigning major champions, to come into a new project with Magisk, and they don't even make it through the RMRs. But we're here in a situation where 3D Max and 9 Pandas are trying to survive. And you go from the tippity top to around the mid-table. This pistol, all about a good start here in the second half. Diladez and Klax with good openers. Exercise overrun, and 9 Pandas just burst through the top site.
Yeah, that was like a hot knife through butter. There was no issues on the entry whatsoever. And yeah, pissed around for the T side coming in hot. 9 Pandas gonna try and even up the scoreline. They should have a good run at it.
Yeah, let's give them a chance here, 3D Max, to do some more damage, but with a little bit of time. Yeah, a couple of headshots, I believe.
No.
Joko? No.
No.
Nothing.
That's all right. You gave him a chance, and that was admirable.
Yeah, and now we'll slip away. So, 7-6. Joko now under a lot of pressure through multiple different avenues of approach. And eventually he is taken down. So no pistol round win for 3D Max this time. And they probably should eco here. 2K average.
Yeah, this is save everything you got. Just use that lead, let them cut into it, and get rifles out in the next round. 4-spot here would give, if you don't win it, 9 Pandas would probably end up taking the lead 8-7, and there's no reason to put yourself in that situation. So you should be able to chill here.
Yeah, it should be a nice, comfortable round for them. Plenty of action going on at the RMRs. It's only week 1. We've got plenty of regions coming up too. The America starts on March 1st. Interesting to see how that one's going to go.
Yeah, mainstream is hustling as well. 2 streams going on.
Yeah.
FaZe Eternal Fire over that. Just went into overtime.
FaZe versus Eternal Fight. Now that's a game that packs a punch. We got to see that matchup, I believe, in Katowice.
Yes.
Just last week. So cool to see Eternal Fire on their rise. And FaZe are really hoping that they don't go on a similar run at the last RMR, right? So you go 2-0 up, and then now you're 2-2. How has this happened?
The demons come back.
Yeah. There's a reality that could happen for FaZe. For Joko, though, he's about to have a mean old time. Seized with the Mac-10. Clears out the trap that was laid. And as we said, an easy time, I think, so 9 Pandas.
Yeah, secure bomb site. They gotta relax, plant the bomb, just chill.
The RMR means so much to so many players, obviously, because we got the figures released about, you know, how much of a financial incentive you have to get through. Obviously, there's the legacy of getting to the major and going down in history and having your name immortalized in the game. But the financial incentive allows players to keep the dream alive for a longer period of time. You know, we've seen the B&E guys through multiple RMRs making it through to the major.
Yeah.
And they were able to sustain themselves until they got an organization. We're going to see them next week. Let's see if the miracle continues.
I'm excited about that. Need your RMRB.
They only do well in the RMRs in the major.
That's all they need. That's all you really need.
They show
at the
up
end
a
of the
couple
day.
times a year.
I'm excited for the Americas RMR to start.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Excited about that one, Jason?
Yeah, it makes sense, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Well, Flax has dropped in towards vents as this round is a little bit underway. Round 15. And he's snuck down. I don't know if they realize it quite yet. No one's shifted from ramp room. That'd be Joko, who's playing in that position. And he's actually getting a little bit frisky towards lobby.
He is getting frisky. Not too frisky, though. Now just a shoulder angle, and he'll have his utility at the ready to dump that down. Wonder if because the smokes are so big, you can just throw it into that corner and then it would extend out.
The volumetric?
Yeah, the volumetric smoke. Thank you for the perfect terminology. The volumetric smokes are ever-changing, though. Like, we've had so many different variations of them already.
Sure.
And now they've got their own shadows.
Yeah, it's a thing of beauty.
Here comes that ramp play, Joko.
Oh,
No!
it's
it's so bad for him.
he's so sad right now.
Oh, God,
no
Maka.
way.
He makes up for it, cleans up the mess that was laid in front of him. He really shouldn't have got away with a triple kill, but perhaps with that instant kill, they thought there wouldn't be a second player there, and that has allowed the opportunity for 3D Max to get back into this round. In fact, they have the player advantage in this one. Ball goes down for 9 Pandas. Haji's already in the vent. He's not alone. He's got Exercise in behind him. Clax now sitting with his Galil around the corner. Exercise and Haji swing together. They nearly eclipse one another and allow the lineup, but it's just Idis balance, and he's fighting on multiple different angles, multiple different fronts, and 3D Max somehow get this round back.
It's so sad having watched that whole round for Joko, but the only reason he makes that move is because Maka joined up with him, so they paired up to make a push happen. It's just the timing of it is so crazy. Good recovery over in ramp room and a nice retake. They give 9 Pandas a taste of their own medicine, who had 2 or 3 nice retakes in that first half. Yeah, this is the heartbreak. Maka saving the day. What a transfer back for that 3rd kill on Glowing. They couldn't take him down fast enough. Yeah, a little frustrating.
Celebrations, though, for that of 3D Max. This game is starting to heat up now. 8-7 second half, well underway. We've got the gun rounds here. Lucky getting towards Secret. Maka pushing towards outside. 3D Max taking some risks in their early positioning on the CT side. Getting behind some of these smokes, trying to be disruptive. Lucky's got a kill. Surely here, C's glowing. Just the edge of his shoulder. C's has already dived down though and got some control back. And that gets cleared out. Important 1-for-1 fight. But remember, it's all about this ramp room duel. And Diladez will take out Jocko after 1. So a 3v3 established off of these early engagements. And what's the reaction here for 3D Max? They've got exercise inside of Hut. Haji clearing towards Squeaky Door. They're picking that bomb up and coming back into the lobby. Hachi gets absolutely wrecked. What a shot from Idis Balance.
Still got a ways to go. Exercise holding down in Hut. Lucky over in ramp room. Might want to try and find a way to join up with each other. Either Lucky rotate to the upper bomb site, start taking control of Yard from Heaven. He could have pushed towards lobby. Lucky's coming back now. There is a player outside, Seized, out in the open, just kind of in no man's land. Timing on that fight, timing on this one as well. And Seized is going to make it into the upper bomb site. So Lucky now out of position, basically just has to save the gun. And he will when he hears the plant go down.
He's going to take those steps back. Nice and safe towards CT. As soon as the bomb is planted, he's all the way back to safety. Doesn't have the security card to get behind that door, but he'll just chill out here.
So 8-8.
Yeah, we're all tied up. And like we said, you know, this is a very closely matched game. It's hard to call who would come out on top of this. I feel like they're at the same level.
Also, I would just bring it up because it was one of the head-scratching things when we saw 3D Max pick Nuke with a 1-5 record on it, looking solid.
Yeah, looking solid against 9 Pandas, but the problem is they're not looking better. Not better just yet.
Sure.
And that's a worrying sign if this series takes a negative turn for 3D Max and they lose this map. For the side of 9 Pandas, I was looking through some of the matchups because we didn't get to see them in this competition yet personally. So looking back through some of the performances, and it seems like there's no clear star on the team in this event. You know, there's been Idis Balance topping the charts some of the time. Diladez had a great game. I think he had like a 2.35 rating in one map.
That's a great game.
But then and then the next map he had a 0.5 rating as bottom of the board. So it seems pretty inconsistent about who is the star of the team. Is there a star or is it just more of a unit?
And that inconsistency is pretty consistent among teams at this level at the tier 2.
The one consistency.
Yeah, it's like you don't have like a full like kind of structure built around the team and that allows people to be consistent. Things are a little bit more changing.
Yeah, a lot more mistakes.
Yeah, the mistakes are pretty critical as well, obviously. C's going to drop off mini route. There's a 5-7 beneath him. That's Haji, and he hears the footsteps coming out, and he gets deleted from the side before being able to get involved in the action. And poor Lucky, his M4 hasn't really been involved in a whole lot so far in this round.
I don't think he's going to be able to escape this time either.
No.
The smoke keeps him alive for just a few more seconds, but C's comes around that corner, spots him out on top, and takes him down to put 9 Pandas ahead. So 3D Max, they've got the weapons out again.
Yeah, they've got a tough decision to make. I mean, they're going to buy here. So maybe it's not that tough. It's just Haji who's a little bit busted in terms of his money. So I'm not surprised to see them take a timeout to talk things over. They're going to have to contend with either Haji going down to an MP9, a FAMAS. Could go shotgun if he was really feeling frisky today, but they're going to have a discussion about how they want to move. Coach getting involved, just trying to calm everyone down. Got a broken pinky.
Damn, that's really one of the worst fingers to break, isn't it?
A thumb is pretty rough.
A thumb, yeah. Toes are difficult to break. You ever broken anything?
No.
Well, make sure you do some superstitious, like touch wood
Knock
or something.
on wood? I don't know if this is actual wood, though.
I think it has to be. There you go, Jason. We don't want that happening. I broke my wrist one time. And it's actually quite an interesting story because that's how I got into playing Counter-Strike, strangely.
Okay. Tell me this interesting story.
It was interesting to me. I was playing football, or soccer, for everybody who says it incorrectly.
As the rest of the world calls
it.
it.
My wrist kind of snapped backwards and just snapped clean through, and then I was off school for a while, and I started playing Counter-Strike during that time with a cast on. So
was the broken wrist your mouse wrist or your keyboard
Yeah,
wrist?
my mouse wrist.
Okay, well that makes absolutely no sense
Yeah,
whatsoever.
exactly. So that's why it's interesting.
Probably delayed your healing.
I got to Gold Nova 2.
Good for you.
With a broken wrist. So you can do it too, guys, if you're stuck in silver.
He was feeling frisky. He did go for the shotgun.
He did. It's the XM 1014. The big alligator.
The noob tube.
The chomper. And Diladez is going to have to walk around right into it. Now, it's really good in this specific position, but Hadji can't just immediately re-peek. He's got to deal with the second player coming his way, and he does damage onto the second, so I think you'll be pretty happy with the work done from that shotgun. Softens him up. There's that low HP player down instantly, and now they line up. Now they eclipse one another, and Exercise gets the double to bring them down inside of the hut. So it's just seized, and he's got a 1v4 ahead of him, and it's a round that doesn't look doable.
No, but kills. Get your kills. And C's going to be experienced enough to realize even in a 1v4, if he gets one or two more frags, that one's great. Doesn't lose any HP. Still at 100. Still can take another fight. Another kill would be fantastic. Can't connect onto Lucky.
First bullet accuracy wasn't in the right spot. And 9-9 gets 1. And this is the final timeout used in regulation for 9 Pandas. Not feeling too happy about that last round.
No, not at all. I mean, they didn't get anything going. Just a trade in towards Hut, but that upper defense held really strong. And yeah, coach is happy. High fives down the line. 9 Panda's going to try and figure out how they want to play this T side for the remaining rounds. And as you mentioned, their last time out, so no more chance for Zoma to get involved.
Well, the other stream seems to be popping off.
Yeah.
Heard the classic Henry G bellows.
Henry through the walls.
Yep. Usually a nightmare. Henry G coming through your walls, but...
or a dream come true.
Or dream come true. Depends on your tastes, I suppose. Round 19 is underway. We're all tied up, and 9 Pandas just called their final timeout. So let's see what they've got up their sleeve here on the T side. So far, it is a quiet default in lobby. Glowing the only player outside. He's going to smoke out Secret, try and prevent some information if a CT has positioned themselves there early on. But it looks like a pop into the top site is certainly going to be happening in a few seconds. Ooh, grenade is heavy. And they just go right through it. Straight through that smoke, straight into Exercise, and it's one off the top of the hut. Hadji's towards the back of the bomb site. His teammate from Heaven makes a wild play. Hadji, fortunately, still alive, and now senses the timing to go down that vent. Try and get down to the B bomb site. Leave Glowing at main to try and catch the vent rotation. It's a sick play here from Glowing if he can get there in time. And the bomb is planted. Silent drop down the ladder. Is Glowing going to look the right way? He won't. And they're now touching back to back. Glowing turns around in time. Headshot is through. Jocko in a 1v2 now dropping down into the bomb site. Glowing's inside of Decon. Sees the default. Big shot from Jocko. And Glowing's got out into the fight. And he just storms into battle and walks out the victor. 10-9. Chaos in the round.
That's a big boy round from Glowing. Beautiful flank through the smoke down the vent. Taking his time. Almost didn't spot somebody. But an extended fight. Nice attempt from Joko in the 1v2, and he realizes with that position and Secret, he could get aggressive on the player inside the bomb site, just couldn't handle the second fight coming his way. And now it's a really tough time for 3D Max's defense. They're going to be very, very low and struggling for funds. This is going to be everything they've got. So the pathway is laid out for 9 Pandas to steal away this first map. If they can win this round, there's no money in the bank.
And the woes of 3D Max on Nuke will continue despite picking into this. Picking into their own suffering. Lucky plays outside of Secret, or rather inside, just to the right of the stairway. It isn't the kind of buy that fills you full of confidence if you're 3D Max.
No, it's really hard because you have to, like, you almost want to set up a position to make sure these MP9s are going to be impactful. So, I mean, 9 Pandas going outside is going to be really, really rough. Lucky's got a very critical job here at the top of the Secret stairs. And I mean, just look at the risk that you have to take, pushing up towards ramp room, getting close with the MP9.
If he peeks out, oh, never mind. I was going to say, I Just Balance is not favored to win the duel. he decides to fight in the open against Jocko, and he falls. Clax and the T-Roof spotting out 3D Max, getting aggressive, and these 2 kills have been pulled back instantly for 9 Pandas, so they suffer the opening loss.
And this is where the MP9s get in a really rough place, where you have to transition into a new point of defense. Exercise going to try and make it happen at the lower bomb site, but Lucky going down was critical.
Exercise now, double door swing open, kill back, that's seized alone, no trade potential. This round's all over the place, but 9 Pandas find themselves going in towards the A bomb site, walking into Jocko. He's done very well from Heaven to get a kill and do damage onto the second player. So bomb plant is coming through. Jocko peeking from Heaven now, has got his teammates with him. So it's all on Clax, and he's overrun. Jocko has a big round here, 3 kills collected, and 3D Max tie up the scoreline.
I think 9 Pandas just gave too much away. You have a 4-on-3. Why are we sending Seized out into the lower bomb site alone to clear every angle with no trade potential? Why not just join up and walk towards Mini with the rest of the team, or have the rest of the team join them down low? You've just given away an advantage for free in the round.
Yeah, it's really strange to see 9 Pandas so disjointed.
And those are what we talk. Those are like the mistakes that you mentioned earlier. There's like inconsistency on the 9 Pandas side. Well, those are the kind of mistakes that makes it like really, really hard to have one player just consistently kind of someone you can rely on. And that one, I think, just handed over. And that's a huge missed opportunity for 9 Pandas to just devastate 3D Max's economy in the late stage. Because look at the return. Look what happens now. It's a Hero AK-47 on glowing, some upgraded pistols, but overall pretty weak, although we'll take that.
Yeah, I think they'll absolutely take that.
We'll take that.
Okay, one step closer to pushing themselves up to 11. An AK-47 still in the hands of Glowing, so he's the hero of this round. And actually, 3 players have got down secret, so 9 Pandas have decent control, but the problem is the bomb didn't make it with the pack, so the bomb stuck at red.
I think you're okay with that at the moment. If you're 9 Pandas, you have 3 players down here. This is about baiting for the AK-47. Make sure you give him plenty of opportunities to try and open up this secret avenue and really put a hell of a lot of danger on the defense.
Oh, a boost could be sick. This could be a great idea to try and get rid of Exercise. Did he see it? Oh! Good cover here for Exercise to stay alive despite being caught off guard. He'll still have time to reposition. Natus Balance gets into the vent, and now things, as we had under 1 minute, get a little confusing for 3D Max. Where are they going? Where are 9 Pandas going to end up in this round?
Well, you know there's an AK-47 on the board. That's another good shot from Clax, but Maka and Lucky get 3 quick kills. And now that Deagle's going to have a rough time. So is the Glock inside vents. It's all on Clax. He's going to have an ace, including a 1v3.
Well, they're giving him 1v1 fights. Oh, they push right into it. Exercise gives him that first headshot, and Jock has made the right decision to run away. Jump spot on that cross has now seen Clax. 25 seconds remain in this round. He has 2 options. He can fly up the vent or commit into the lower bomb site. He wants 1v1 fights, and he actually has a chance to get them here because Mac is covering upper. Jocko not spotted towards dark. Eventually he will be. Clax pulls out the deagle, but 10 seconds. That's the limiting factor now. He realizes he has to go to the plant now. He has to commit to it. Comes off of it. There's no time to plant anymore. And Jocko, over the last 2 rounds, has got 3D Max these round wins.
Yeah, he's playing some smart Counter-Strike in these critical moments. Good on Jocko for keeping his team alive and in the fight. Nice advantage provided by 3D Max. 11-10, 2 rounds away from taking this opening map, taking their map pick of Nuke. Good shooting outside, but that round was relatively stressful for 1 AK-47, 1 Deagle, and Glock. So you got to give a shout out to Clax for the nice Deagle shots that he landed.
Yeah, definitely made that difficult. Scary at times. But it was all about this buy. And that bomb plant could have made a huge difference. Imagine the buy if they just got the bomb planted in the final seconds there on the back of Clax. Grenade somehow doesn't take Seized out of play. He's down to 9 health.
That's a good point. He should have just planted the bomb in the last round and screwed that last kill. Just say, I need to get this extra $800. Doesn't matter anymore.
Oh my god.
Lordy,
what?
lordy, lordy.
What is happening? It is so chaotic, and I absolutely love it. Maka coming in from heaven, uses that smoke as an extra piece of cover. And it allows him to extend into the open a little bit more for an easier kill, but he's going to use it again. What? How is he allowed to do it again? Idis Balance turns back and eventually gets the trade, but it's not enough to put him in a comfortable spot here. It's a 1v2, and he sustained so much damage. He's down to 21 HP.
This has gotten so sloppy now that the game is coming to a close, especially on the 9 Panda side, which is the worst time for it to come to fruition. 21 health on Idis Balance. He's got a good timing on this,
He actually does. They're separated again into 1v1 fights. Will he look towards Lucky? That I don't know. I just don't think so. And timing has actually worked out. He's living up to his name here. I can't believe it. Lucky gets around the corner just as iDisbalance would have seen him and removed him. And he's got to drop down safely here because of the health. So he'll slide on down, try and make it silent, but he makes some noise. That alerts them, and now the bomb plant coming through. He switched out to the AK. As G tosses up the grenade, it's good. Not enough damage though to take him out, but the flash is even better. iDisbalance gets caught trying to get across to the CT vent, and 3D Max come through. They've got map point.
We got 2 of them, 2 chances to close this out. The plant is super helpful for 9Pandas, gonna help get some extra money in the coffers to make this happen. But the pressure really gets applied now. Remember, they used their 3rd timeout at 9-9, so no chance to pause the action, no chance to slow it down, call a pocket tactic. It's all just done on the fly by the players, by the in-game leader. Elimination series here at the EU RMR. Losing team of the series goes home. This is obviously just the first map as well, 12-10. Mac-10 on glowing, a couple of Galils in the field to play, 3 of them. It's not the prettiest buy for 9Pandas in this situation.
Not the prettiest at all.
In waiting and just executing to the upper bomb site, they've been stuffed a couple of times in this half. This is a bold call, considering the success rate.
The attack comes out. Could be the final move here, but 9Pandas immediately with a double kill on the entry. A 3rd eventually is found too, and that will be the bomb being planted, a 4v2 and a save call forced out of 3D Max. We have to go the distance all the way to the final round of regulation.
That was so easy. That was actually way too easy, it feels like. I think they caught a really good timing. Player over towards the vent was just spammed his entire mag into the smoke towards Squeak Door, and I think they said, all right, screw it, we ball, let's go. Caught him in a reload, but the first contact is them already at the bomb site peering up towards rafters. Nobody was putting any resistance into the defense. And the money is not great for 3D Max as well.
3D Max have played Nuke twice in this tournament so far. Once against Falcons. 13-8 loss. Once against Movistar Koi, 13-8 loss. They haven't won Nuke yet.
Oh, that's actually really painful, those players going down at the end.
It is actually. It's strange to see them fall. Just assumed they would get to safety.
Look, we knew this was going to get weird at some points. We've seen some awkward moments, some individual fights at the wrong times, some knives being brought out, some
ramp pushes,
some
double door pushes, all kinds of stuff. But that's what happens when you're in one of the biggest games of your career. You know, if you're trying to stay alive at the major, or rather at the RMRs to try and get to the major.
Just trying to make it there.
You're going to be feeling the pressure. You're going to make mistakes, especially as an inexperienced team, not playing at the top level regularly. So, great entries. I mean, in this kind of round, either you see them instantly get those kills and they take the top side, or the round is over, map is done.
Ooh, this has overtime written all over it. Look at the buy.
It does.
It's double auto shotty for the CT side. Maka's just on a deagle.
Yeah, I like it though. Double shotgun. What a way this would be to close out the map.
Yeah, it just depends on what 9Pandas is going to call, because if they go outside, if they start making you move, those shotguns can get out of position real quick. If they head towards the upper bomb site, might have a little bit better time. Haji, I like this. Just drop down vents.
Yeah, that's a good position to have early.
Someone needs to attempt. There's a smoke wall up outside. I don't even think he's trying to go down, which is...
Anybody addressing this?
But this is what scares me. They could be already across the secret at the moment. And now they're just bull rushing it, sprinting down, footsteps being heard the whole way. Yeah, good advantage so far for 9Pandas.
Oh, but he gets down the vent in time. Hatchet swings, runs out of the vent and dies immediately. Jocko at the control room needs to control the round now. And he has been the player to save many a round for 3D Max at the end of this game. And once again, Jocko is their savior. Double kill in. Glowing pushes in towards him. And Jocko is dragging them through. Nuke is about to go the way of 3D Max. And it's Jocko, their messiah. Seized, and Clax are trying to come back in to pull this one to overtime. They had the golden opportunity on the lower bomb site, but it looks to be gone now. It is faded out.
Klax is still upstairs.
Joko could get another kill here.
He could.
He absolutely could. Exercise has the kill in the vent. It's just seized. Joko is gone, but they know exactly where this last player is. And 3D Max should not drop the ball now. Lucky will secure it. 3D Max have nuke. And for the first time in the RMRs, they finally get a nuke victory.
Yeah, it's third time's the charm, but that one was hard fought. Really well done from Joko. He had all the impact down the stretch in a desperate buy. 2 shotguns, just a deagle on Maka. They pull it right through. And I think 9Pandas, that's not a terrible game, all things considered. Just at the end, it got so sloppy. It felt like they just kind of got away from it. Stopped playing as solid team Counter-Strike towards the end when the pressure was on, when the map could actually be lost. Man, they just, things got a little bit weird for him.
Yeah, I think Seed's face says it all right here. Get right to the end. You have the golden chance. They're going up against Deagles, double shotgun purchase, only a few rifles. You make too many mistakes that cost you that overtime run.
I mean, look at the kind of plays that came out though. That wild triple kill from Maka to actually save that round for 3D Max. The triple kill we saw in the last round from Joko to actually save the map and let them win it. There was some miracles coming out on the side of the 3D Max side to help them win this first map.
We haven't seen CS like this in a very long time. You believe in a miracle, Jason?
Yeah, well, I just saw a couple, I feel like, in this game.
Definitely. And for 3D Max, the miracle is they finally get nuke under their belt. And that's why they've been picking it. The right core looks a little better now. 1 W added to the list. And we're going to focus up for the rest of the series. 9Pandas trying to drag this one back.
Yeah, that's going to be the tough part now, is we saw how kind of sloppy it got it, and now you're playing, you know, actually for elimination, where if you lose the map, it's gone. Overpass is up next as well. That's going to be crazy. With
it's
some
one of those
plays
maps
that
you can't make too many mistakes on.
And just like, yeah, you can open the map up so big if you make an individual mistake, and we saw plenty of them here on Nuke. So that one's going to be spicy.
Scores on the doors. Hadji had a good first half. Not so great in the second, and the player that was certainly the MVP for me for 3D Max has to be Joko.
Yeah, I mean, it's all right if you have a rough second half if Joko is going to step up the way he did. But I mean, look, we saw in the highlight reels just 2 like crazy triple kill rounds that saved the day for 3D Max. You might not get that in the next one. Like,
it's not something you can rely upon, is it?
No, not at all. 13-11 victory, as close as it gets in regulation.
The tale of CT halves. Actually, pretty balanced, from both teams.
Yeah, 7-5s.
Yeah, very, very balanced across the board. So excited to see how Overpass is going to go down. 9Pandas versus 3D Max is going to continue just a little bit.
We didn't see a whole lot of opping.
No, we didn't. No. I don't think we ever had enough money because it was just everyone was like dying all the time.
There's some weird, awkward buys.
Everyone was dying to the bomb explosions. Sure. Everyone was force buying. Shotguns were coming out.
Yeah, down the stretch of that map, both teams were really strapped for cash. Regardless, we're going to head off to a break. When we come back, we've got the second map of the series. It's going to be Overpass to see if we're sending 9Pandas home.
Players are changing. Countries are changing. The game has changed.
Finds it to perfection. And Simple. No! It's Olaf who's on top of the box. He's got 3 and he's looking for a 4. That is incredible. And Rain. He starts away.
The best tournament, the best bookmaker at the scene.
Falcons will fall here now at the major and won't be making it to Copenhagen. And for you, Snappy, I know this is so tough and it's right after what just happened. It's Copenhagen, which would be a dream for you to play and why this team was built. But what is the thought that goes through your head where you had a chance, you still came close to it, but you didn't perform still here?
I don't know. I guess we had good chances in this match to win, but we're not individually strong enough, and also as a team we're not strong enough right now. And I mean, we did our best to get here. We practiced as much as we could, and then we played the tournament. In a way, I guess Katowice was a curse that we made it far, because it meant we couldn't practice for this also. So right now I don't really have anything. I'm just full destroyed.
completely understand. And I want to touch on that Katowice because we looked at it as kind of a positive, but it sounds like you don't see it so much that way. Is that because of just the lack of practice, like the lack of extra time for you guys?
No, it was a positive, but it was a negative in the sense that we didn't get to fix a lot of the stuff we had to fix getting into here. There was a lot of areas we couldn't attack on certain maps, a lot of strats we can't hit and stuff like this. And right now it's just super tough.
And when you spoke about individual level not being high enough, right? You, for example, on Ancient, were having to do so much heavy lifting, which, no offense to you, we're not expecting that to come through.
My individual level hasn't been strong enough in general. I hope it can rise, but at the moment I need to do more.
And in terms of doing more, the future for Falcons and what it looks like, is it now just going to have to be full practice in order to be ready for everything that comes next?
Yeah, I mean, obviously right now we have to shade off. We worked so hard and now not getting this, which was a big goal of ours. Like, we are 3 guys from Denmark, so it's just heartbreak.
It is certainly heartbreaking, but that's it for the Falcons here at the PGL RMR. 3Max are the next team going into the RMR here. I've got Maka with me, and Maka, for you guys, from the Valve ranking, you were invited to the closed qualifier, which is great, but it's still very hard to get through this, and you guys just made it through. So what was that whole experience like for you and the team?
I think it was a good experience for the team, because we had a long break with the holiday and Christmas, and we went back into official with the mindset like we were confident. But I think it's good to have a little slap, like not to be too much confident and keep working and keep doing stuff we do every day to be 100% and play the best game possible. So it was hard, but in the end, I think it's a good experience for us to play the best CS we can in Bucharest.
And then for you guys, you join up with 3DMax now, right? So you have an organization, which is a positive. You are in a position though where you could make your first ever major. So what is the feeling of that, right? With how important a major is to a CS player?
I don't know how to say, but really hope to qualify, because the whole team never qualified and almost got close to qualify a lot of times, especially for the double pony guys, Undersize, Joko and Lucky. Even though Lucky went to major with G2, I think it's a different feeling to qualify by ourselves and to bring back French CS on the map, and to show that we are proud to play for the French fans.
For you guys though, your online results have been a bit up and down, right? We can't see the consistency out of you guys yet. Why do you think that is?
I think the closer we get to the major, the more pressure we feel. So we're playing like a bit maybe stressed and not playing the best CS. I remember that at the start of CS2 and even at the end of CSGO, we were like going up and beating like really good teams. And I think this is the main factor, like able to manage stress.
And obviously here, the games could get very stressful. So is this something you've spoken about as a team to say, we need this? And do you have any extra support staff to help you with it all?
Yeah, recently we had like a mental coach. And,
nice.
And we had a lot of talk with the team. So it looks good for us, at least.
And in terms of you qualifying, your opening game is against Falcons. What do you make of this team right now? Because yeah, Katowice, they looked good, but they've also looked like they're not unbeatable despite the good players they have.
I feel like they are not an unbeatable team. We have a lot of stuff to beat them, and it feels special for AG and me to play against them as we played for Falcons last year. I mean, 1 year and a half.
And is that like a thing where you want to show them, yeah, you kicked us to the curb, you put these new players in, but we can kick you down?
Yeah, of course. It's always a factor to push us to play better, so yes.
And for you to play better CS here, did you do a boot camp before you got to the RMRs? What did the practice look like, the schedule look like?
We tried to do a boot camp, but it wasn't possible for us due to a lot of stuff. But we had a big week of practice, like playing a lot and working a lot, so...
You feel ready then?
Yeah, sure, always.
And he's smiling while saying it. Well, let's see if he'll be smiling after the first game. Maybe he can get revenge against Falcons.
Down before, I thought I couldn't take anymore. Celebrate like you won the war. Guess you forgot what I'm fighting for. I'll come right back at ya. Better hope I don't catch ya, cause when I do, I'm gon' smash ya. Now I'm out for blood. I'm ripping into the claw. I'm out for blood. I'm out for blood. You better bring it in, Q, I'm coming for. I'm out for blood.
Welcome back, everybody. The PGL RMR Europe Group A. We've got ourselves our second map coming up between 9 Pandas and 3D Max. It's going to be Overpass. And we've got some beautiful pins on the table, Jason. None of these. None of these.
Okay. Yeah,
a Molotov on it.
Sure.
This is going to be, that's Royal Arena, I believe.
This is just Royal Arena.
And if you guys want to get some of these pins, make sure you come along for the major. I think these are like Thursday and Friday pins, if I'm not mistaken.
If you have tickets for Thursday and Friday, you get some pins.
So that's pretty cool.
And
pins are back.
Then you get to look forward to what's happening on Saturday and Sunday.
Exactly. The action will continue. We're going to find out some of those teams who are going to the major, and in this game, we're going to find out who's not going to the major, which isn't as exciting for those involved. But yeah. I do feel like right now, it feels like 3D Max have a good chance of staying alive and knocking 9 Pandas out.
Well, at the moment, they've just won their map pick, and it was sketchy. It was not most beautiful game. They took advantage of a lot of mistakes from 9 Panda, but now we switch over to Overpass, which is 9 Panda's pick.
Yeah.
So you're now at the effort of having to steal your opponent's map pick, and Overpass is a completely different beast in terms of how the map plays out compared to most of the other ones in Counter-Strike as well. So look, I expect to see more sloppiness. I expect to see more crazy plays, but the fun thing is, like, with how wide Overpass is, some of those like crazy individual plays probably have a bigger chance of coming to fruition, you know? Like, there's a lot more gaps on this map. There's a lot more time where you're not going to have eyes on your position to make those plays kind of work. So it's going to be interesting.
Yeah, the T side is going to be the question for me of how good these two teams are going to perform. I would expect 9 Pandas obviously to be the more proficient T side going into their map pick, but we'll have to wait and see. We've seen a lot of teams really struggle. We've seen very bad T sides in this tournament on Overpass. AMKAL Nip game rings to mind.
Right, we've really only seen 2.
Yeah, and those are T-sides.
They're just sticking out very prominently in our memory.
So we know that some teams can really struggle with the T-side of Overpass, and I'm just more wondering if we're going to see that in this game. So we'll have to wait and see. Just settling in.
It was a pretty
moments for the action.
It was a pretty like both Nuke was a pretty like slow map in the sense that there weren't like a whole lot of like fast rushes or like fast getting into action. It was very much like calm for an extended period of time. Yeah. So I mean, you know, you get something like that on Overpass, and you kind of have something similar to, unfortunately, what we saw in the NIP AMKAL game, where it's like you're not really doing a lot, and then you realize with like 45 seconds left, you have all this map that you have to make up, all this map you have, all this space on the map that you have to occupy before you actually get to attack a bomb site. So if you play it too slow, if you play it too cautiously, you can get yourself into trouble easily. So you see the players gearing up, in-ears going in, the ears.
In-ears going in the ears.
You like that?
I do.
Some of my best work.
It's painted a pretty picture.
Yeah.
And we've got iDisbalance back on the server. He looks different since the last time I've seen him. Almost unrecognizable. He's going for that long hair, and I'm glad to see him back because we got to see him in so many different teams over the years. Obviously, the Alper for Team Spirit was probably the peak of his career for a while there, and he was always a very talented Alper, one of those classic online players that everyone suspects of not being the most legitimate, and then they come to LAN and they prove that they can do it, and that's exciting. He was always kind of touted as one of the next Alpers up, and unfortunately never broke through that ceiling, so this is his chance to do it again.
A lot of strong Alpers have filtered through Spirit.
Yeah, definitely a lot of those. And
here we go.
The strongest ever rifler.
Yeah, the strongest ever rifler, and a pretty damn strong Alper. Pistol round is live. 3D Max going to be starting on the CT side by virtue of this being 9Panda's pick. They have a stack towards the B bomb site. 4 defenders are here, and it is the correct call, at least for the moment. The question is, how long do they stick around? And they'll stick here because the execute's coming in. Dualies! Oh, nice double kill. 2 headshots on Glowing and Dilladez, and now the rest of 9Pandas have to filter in. The salvo of utility is already out, and they don't like what they see at all. They don't like the number of bodies, so going to back away, but they've got no resources to move elsewhere, but they'll take that gift.
Yeah, they will. And that kill back from iDisbalance at least draws 9Pandas a little closer, but he couldn't get away. So he does get traded immediately. Important that trade did come in because it keeps 3D Max ahead. There's still a minute left, and they know that those 9Pandas players are committed towards this B-bomb site. And Haji is under a lot of pressure. Fortunately, Lucky's come over in time to take out Klax and damage up C's too. It doesn't look like C's is going to get away with anything as that double swing comes in, and 3D Max eventually do get the pistol round.
Yeah, Haji's fortunate to stay alive long enough to allow Lucky to activate, and smart play from Lucky to get a bit aggressive to swing on Monster when his teammate was in that extended fight, because Haji was really running out of ammunition. And a good triple kill in the round from Lucky. This is the first 2 exercise. Looked like it might be clean and easy after that, but 9Pandas pump the brakes and make things a little interesting. Pistol round to 3D Max. And no plant for 9Pandas, so going to stick to just Glocks.
The flock of Glocks returns. And it should be cleaned up pretty quickly here. And Jocko, definitely the player that you would have to sing the praises of the most from map 1. Saved 3D Max right at the end there when it looked like overtime was about to come through. He steps up with a big triple kill. Had a few of those throughout that second half. He's got a CT start here on overpass, so should be feeling relatively comfortable. We get to see what he does early on, which is apply pressure towards Fountain and drop back safely. And I think that was probably the word, well, one of the words you could describe about his playstyle over in the first map was safe and smart.
Sure.
And I think that's something that maybe was lacking across the board.
Might get some more attention here. Footsteps are heard. The Glocks, I think, are going to be hungry. Oh, and he's stepping right into that flock of Glocks. And the flock is obliterated.
Yeah, destroyed. Now 2-0 up. 3D Max happy with that, and we'll see the buy back in for 9Pandas. So money available for the first time. And one of the questions we asked at the start of this map was, how good is 9Pandas T-side going to be? They're about to find out. Bit of a bonus here for 3D Max. I'll keep a couple of SMGs then. This worried me for just a second, Jason. When I seen Jocko walk in front of his teammates.
Shout out to Maka, though. Like, even during the utility exchange, he kept his attention on that gap the whole time. He didn't look anywhere else. He didn't move. He didn't budge. He knew there was some danger coming in.
Jocko gets through the smoke, and he's going aggressive because he feels freed up due to the fact he has an SMG, and he heard the steps, he heard the sounds, and now Lucky, he's crunching into the playground. Jocko is close and started the smoke. I don't really know how this has gone so badly for 3D Max. Now Jocko doesn't really have the position to stand and fight, and 9Pandas have recovered in the chaos.
You have to stand and fight, though. There's no escape from this. And if you're a teammate, you don't want to overextend to try and help Jocko because that could make it even further of a disaster. So he's on his own, and they're going to start wrapping behind him. 9Panda's taking their time to handle this situation.
No one giving him an opportunity, so he realizes he's probably being wrapped. So he's going to start getting a little more aggressive, changes up that angle, but the flank, he did not consider it. And it comes through the back. Dilladez takes Jocko out, and that looked like a great opening maneuver for 3D Max. It looked like it was going to net them a lot of success.
Lucky needed that kill. Lucky needed that first kill that he swung into. to make it really interesting. Either that or the option is you've already got Joko with that deep Molotov so aggressive through the smoke that Lucky can just back away and you just say, okay, let's see what the MP9 can find. Regardless, now they find themselves in this situation where they control the center of the map, but ain't nobody home.
Yeah, 5v3 is not exactly winnable for 3D Max at this point.
This is likely just a save unless they stumble somehow right into this trap.
Yeah, the only way that they would win this round, it feels like at the moment, is if 9 Pandas suddenly decide they want to go back down connector in the final 15 seconds, but that's not what's happening. They're going towards the A site. They're going to put that bomb down, and the bonus round does not pay off despite having what looked like the perfect opening maneuver. 9 Pandas keep 5 alive.
I really liked it. It was cool. I was interested to see what he was going to be able to pull off.
I think if you run that maybe 9 times out of, maybe like 7 times out of 10, Jason, it probably works out well for them. You at least get that kill on Lucky, you know? It doesn't happen. That's one of my favorite things to do. Just make up numbers and statistics. Say it out loud.
Yeah, that's your thing?
Say it with conviction.
With conviction.
7 out of 10 sounds reasonable.
It does sound kind of reasonable.
Back up. With the kill on Clax. Now it's an AK-47. You'll pick that up. Not bad. It's a pretty good upgrade.
Might not be able to save it, though.
Yeah, that's the problem. Oh, yep. Not saving it. Not allowed. That wood is paper thin.
So 9 Pandas take it right back. 2-1. 3D Max going to buy up in this as well. Another chance, another crack at it before this T-side takes control of the economy and can start building up on their score.
I've really seen the decline of gamer sleeves. We don't see them as much anymore.
No, they were hot for a while.
Yeah, they definitely were. People were picking them up. We've seen like top players using them, and now they just disappeared. Things come and go. Counter-Strike is eternal. Round 4 underway. Dillada is burning towards the playground, wants to get through that with a smoke of his own. Haji takes bullets to the knees. He used to be an adventurer. And just settling into a slow round. This is what we were talking about before, Jason. You know, Overpass can become this slow, methodical T-side. And if you run the clock down, you got to be damn perfect towards the end. One mistake and it can cost you.
And right out of the gate, 3D Max is playing this very passively, so there's a lot of runway towards that A bomb site. They even have an AWP in the field of play, but it's not here for the moment. It's parked at B. It's parked at short, so Joko's going to have a job to do, and he answered the bell a number of times on Nuke.
Yeah, Joko, good positioning. Brilliant flashbang though. High disbalance sets up C's for the easy kill. And now Lucky is burned away at the bank.
It doesn't matter, they can't go for this. They're way too far away.
Yeah, their catch is on fire, so they go safe.
And with no money as well, they never risk the AWP in this kind of a situation. So nice easy victory for 9 Pandas, who are just like, we will take the entire map that you have allowed us to have for free, and we will march in and execute on the A bomb site with ease.
So that can't happen again, is what you're saying here from 3D Max. They can't do that once again in the next round.
I'm sure it will. I'm sure it will happen again. It just might see a same eventuality.
Yeah, well, maybe they can change the position of the AWP, maybe get Maka involved.
It's one of the hard parts of Overpass of the CT side is managing like how much resistance you actually mount at each different stage as they take control of the bathrooms, right? Like you can have your kind of initial aggression, a pick with the AWP towards Fountain, towards Party. You can have someone like stick at Party if you want to be aggressive in Con, but then there's that extra layer where you can fall back to bathrooms in a few spots that you can mount resistance there, and then obviously fall all the way back to the bomb site. So I don't know, it's just interesting. I just sometimes cringe a little bit at the pro level when I see teams play passively back at the A bomb site from the start of a round to the finish of a round.
And then suddenly you're surprised because there's like 4 players peeking you at the last second.
Well, it's just also like the missed opportunities of gathering information, of knowing exactly where they're scaled, because you need that information to call for a rotate. And that's why also it's, I mean, a decision of moving the AWP around the map, but that AWP being parked at short for most of the round wasn't doing anything for you in the previous.
Exchanging damage onto C's, then Haji on opposite ends of the map. Haji a little worse for wear. He's down to 62.
See, I mean, right out of the gate, they're doing it again. You have one player defending the A bomb site, and he's kind of forced to play it passively way deep at dice boxes. No one's moving up quite yet, and Lucky's called back on the rotation early enough to help out in any kind of a situation.
Yeah. So we talked about how difficult T-side can be on overpass, but if you're 3D Max playing the way they are right now, you're letting 9Pandas have all this space to play their style and go through their game.
And they're just starting to take it now. They're just starting to move up towards front bathrooms. No one's home. There's a player out towards the long flowers, but again, one player inside the bomb site, and iDisbalance with an AWP can at least have a shot at this jumping information.
Yeah.
And they still don't know the scaling yet.
They only just spotted it now, and they're already on the bomb site, so the panic rotation is coming up. Lucky doesn't stay alive, but remember, Joko is still at long, and Glowing considers that, and Joko is no more.
Yeah, take it. 9Pandas is loving it.
Thank you very much.
A pair of very easy rounds.
And yeah, you got to save again because 3D Max don't have a lot of money left over. They've got an AWP here, they got M4s, they just won't have that going into the next. But the problem is, if you're 9Pandas, you're starting to see your money swallow in a couple of players, so you might even be able to send a hunting party off to get rid of some of these weapons. And that's exactly what's happening. So Klax is on the push through T-spawn, Seized on the prowl through Connector.
And in both of these rounds, there's been an AWP in play for 3D Max. We haven't even seen it take a shot yet, have a chance at a fight. You have such an expensive piece of weaponry that hasn't been able to have impact. Okay, now, you know, C spots it all.
Yeah, he sees it all, but I think Klax is close enough to make anything happen. So at least you saved 3 weapons? Yep, 3 weapons will be saved, and one of them is that AWP. So you're right, we got to see the AWP be actually used, shot, even for fun.
Somewhere.
Just shoot in the air.
Well, the nice thing now is I don't think 3D Max can necessarily. I mean, they might buy up on the other 2 players just with MP9s because they have the 3 weapons. But you're gonna have to see the AWP get involved. You're gonna have to see the M4s be a little bit more aggressive. You're gonna have to see them provide a little bit more resistance towards bathrooms as well eventually.
Yeah, timeout taken. Maybe some of those problems will be addressed. But the coach, get 3D Max back into this one because it has been relatively easy. In fact, not relatively, completely easy for 9Pandas since the guns have come out. I'm just going to hope that they can keep that up. iDisbalance has the sniper in his hands, AK-47's on the rest. And the buy's not bad here for 3D Max. Obviously with the save call coming in, trying to keep the energy high here inside of the French team. And that was something we got to see over Nuke, the fact that even when rounds were going against them, even when they felt like they had lost control of the first half, when you cut to the player counts, they still look pretty happy. So staying in it mentally is very important.
Yeah, I don't think there's not. These are 2 teams that don't really have a whole lot of expectations on them in the same way that the other teams do, right? So you do get to play a little bit loose. There's not that, you know, like we saw like NIP get eliminated and like the public
reaction
obviously
to it,
the attention on that and the scrutiny on that, and then obviously with Falcons as well. 3D Max and 9Pandas, they don't have that same level of expectations and attention.
I mean,
placed on their shoulders.
They do have expectations, but it's expectations of them not making it.
Well, the expectations are placed by themselves.
Exactly,
right?
And also, but I do throw into the question the fact that these are 2 teams that feel like they could beat each other. So
yeah,
at this point, this would be a frustrating match to go out on because you feel like you have an opportunity.
Yeah,
to
you can't really complain with that one.
Yeah, it's not like you're going up against FaZe or Falcons or well, maybe that's a bad example, but one of these big teams in the final matchup. But Diladez straight through mid. Joko, interestingly enough, tries to get some early information, ends up getting stopped.
Yeah, kind of a bummer. They do actually get aggressive and try and provide some of that resistance. Very committed from Joko, and he goes down. Just a clean peek, and Diladez finds an opening.
Yeah, and 3 players stack over towards this B bomb site for the 3D Max defense, and 9Pandas have just walked into A every other time. This time they're going B, and it might pay off here for 3D Max. This is their best chance to win a gun round yet. And Klax is charging through Monster. Hasn't seen his first target, eventually will. Hadji cleaved away the back of the smoke grenade. And Maka finally ringing out a shot with that ult, but it's only 1 before he's dead. And Exercise tries to be sneaky, but a no scope from iDisbalance looks good. And Lucky has to run away to save on the other side of the map this time. 9Pandas break through B.
Yeah, their scaling when they pull the trigger on these hits is really, really fast, and it's getting them past all of the counter utility that 3D Max is chucking out into the world. By the time Exercise even spots them coming out of Monster from Toxic Barrels, they're like basically already at the pillar. By the time he gets his gun out, he had a nade in hand, and just it came to waste. 3D Max getting schooled in this first half of Overpass right now.
And you can see why 9Pandas wanted to go to the B bomb site, because surely if you get that kill on Jocko, you expect a player from B to rotate up. There's no trade, so
They actually didn't. They had 3 players
exactly.
at B the whole
and
time.
they still didn't rotate,
Yeah.
so the idea was there for 9Pandas to walk into maybe a weakened B defense, and 3D Max still had the better defense on that bomb site and still failed to get anything done.
Especially considering they've just overran the A bomb site a couple of times to start the gun rounds as well. But finally, most of the weapons taken away from 3D Max, and now they're going to have to descend back into just a half-buy with pistols around this one saved M4. Things looking good for 9Pandas in the early going of Overpass, trying to equalize this series at 1-1. Take this to a third map. Yeah, Ancient would be that decider to see who we're sending home.
Never nice to send anybody home. Max have not played Overpass yet in this competition. I think we can currently see why. Getting too comfortable. Lucky. Boosted up to have a peer down into the water. It's actually an opening kill for 3D Max. It's Maka that's taken Dilladaz out of play.
That's a peek from like stairs to like the T's ramp outside of Fountain. That's a pretty crazy shot. Well done.
Sound mid. You can actually jump up and do jumping damage with the MP9 on this boost. You see a lot of players using this in CS2. You wait for the sound cue and then you jump up, do some damage, drop it behind it. Nice shot from Lucky. I don't know how, but this is the best round yet for 3D Max. They've got a 2-man advantage. They've got the weakest of weapons. Now they've got a better gun in hand. Jocko dies as he tries to get up short side in the flank from Maka. Oh, it's been detected and he didn't get the kill he wanted. That Molotov doesn't go deep enough, and now they've got a pathway to run back up through Connector. They're on the chase, they're on the prowl, and Hadji, oh, he gets in behind them, but can't stop Idis Balance from running away.
The door just closes in time. Maka now is going to go out towards long, and now it becomes a little bit of a guessing game for 9Pandas. How do you position? Because you have to protect the plant. You know somebody was available flanking behind you. Dangerous. Good slide out from Lucky. Idis Balance has to get off the bomb. One spam down through smoke, but this flank long is coming in ever closer.
Yeah, Maka still coming from long. This is the position that's surely going to bring them down in this round, and Ford's glowing into the clutch. 1v2, he knows exactly where Maka is. He gets back to the bathrooms, and this is a good post plant, but he peeks immediately. And Hadji brings his head off his shoulders. 3D Max with one rifle and pistols across the rest. They pull off a third round.
Yeah, that's actually crazy. As you mentioned, like the weakest buy they've had in these gun rounds, and they somehow pull it off. One M4 brought into it. And they still managed to win. Good deagle shot to open things up. A good flank from Maka as well. Just a well put together round. Lucky with some beautiful shots as well. Holding off the initial thrust in towards B. And the defense outlasts this time. Let's go.
Yeah, very happy with that one, 3D Max. That's an opportunity, but it's not going to be a surefire thing to get back into this half. You can't replicate rounds like that. You got to do it when you got the guns out. So far, the gun on gun has not been that pretty with 3D Max, but this is different.
This is fine. Like this now is going to allow them to shift someone back to A pretty quickly. I am surprised to see the AWP pretty much every single round being at this B bomb site, but taking control of short. There's only one defender at the A bomb site. That's Joko.
Passive yet again. Have to be the only player there. He can push into bathrooms, which is what he looks to be doing, getting a little closer. Try and detect information a bit earlier on. He can call for rotations. In fact, there is a rotation coming up, and Exercise is pushing through that tunnel. He's about to have a duel against Klax, who now has spotted it on the jump spot. Big reaction there from Klax to get his 8K out in time. Dilladez wins that fight against Jocko. Fortunately, Lucky's rotated up in time to try and stop this. He'll delay with his utility belt, and his teammates now make a rotation further up. And there's that AWP that's arrived from B. The AWP goes into the open, and Dilladez takes out Maka. You would have liked to have seen Maka play a little bit safer that. Maybe he could have done something with the AWP, but this is now giving 9Pandas a significant advantage as they leap towards the site for the plant. But Dilladez overextends him long, and Lucky gets a headshot, pushing his Hadji and pushing it to his death. His Idis Balance handles that easily, and there's a flank coming up through the back stairs, so Lucky has a timer on this play. He hasn't got a smoke nor a kit in his hand.
He's got a timer on his life. He ain't defusing this bomb, and he ain't falling back, so it's not the kind of timer you like.
Yeah, when you go back, you have to either get this kill instantly or you're down. Or you can maybe dodge Klax somehow, but he's gonna have to fight him. Ooh, nice
okay.
shot.
I take it back, Lucky. I'm so sorry.
Yeah. He's got to run away from the bomb now. That's the issue. jumping into the water, sprinting over towards Monster. Lucky will make it away. But 3D Max, they had their lifeline thrown out to them, and they didn't swim back to shore.
It was very, very disconnected on that rotation over. You mentioned Maka. It seemed like he just hesitated on whether he wanted to beat the utility to play in front of it at truck with the AWP or kind of stay back, and that kind of hesitation is what just got his head ripped clean off.
Yeah, Joko getting one, stayed in the open, so allowed an easy trade to come in.
Yeah, it's just like, this A defense, I mean, obviously it's going to have its issues, but even still, when you get Lucky back and you actually have 2 players at the A bomb site, it's like Joko's playing so far forward, there's no way for Lucky to actually assist him. There's no crossfire set up, there's no trading there. It's just kind of Joko, let's see what you can get, and then Lucky's like waiting in the bomb site behind you. So, I don't know. I'd just like to see a little bit more. It seems like most of their openings have been these 1-4s. And there's not really a plan when that player rotates back of how they're going to set up and how they're going to play. It's kind of improvised in the moment.
Yeah, the CT side just hasn't had the answers. We got the buy, at least again. Their loss bonus is still at a pretty high level.
The ops going A.
Yeah, change up. Mac did a change of scenery, perhaps it'll help him. Instead of playing down in the sewers, they send him up to the surface. Ladez on the ladder, or rather slide. So the peak at long flash is going to set him up for a little clearance of party.
This is a good switch up for 3D Max. Let's see if it actually pans out for him. I mean, they had the initial little spam through the smoke, nothing too crazy. At Fountain to show that they have some presence there. It slowed 9 Pandas down a little bit, made them use a little bit more utility. Now you have that set up at Divider. All of the AWP is falling away from it, so once again, it's just Joko, and he's looking like he's easing back as well. So deeper into the bomb site we go.
They got the early warning system in the form of Maka, but will it be defective? Because he's not detecting anything.
And no one's looking long quite yet.
Yeah, finally get to check long, but they're going to peek into the AWP. And that's going to be an easy kill. Maka takes the risk to go and fight, sees the utility being thrown out by I Disbalance, and he wants this kill. He's holding for it, misses the shot, blinded, and now under pressure. No, sees has got out to the right, but overextends into the open, and Mac is just not looking comfortable.
Again, it's because there's so much space for the T side to work with and close that gap. Like when Maka's in that position at dice boxes, like he feels like he has to do something, and it's still like a little bit of a crazy peak because you already saw Seized in that position, which is like the checkmate. But he still is just kind of like, well, we lose if I don't do something crazy. We lose if I don't take a risk somewhere, and that's the risk he's kind of forced into. So 6-3 lead, and 9 Pandas now just really abusing this A bomb site. And honest to God, there's no reason for 9 Pandas to go away from this at the moment because 3D Max haven't shown they can stop it.
Terrorists win.
And most of these rounds that 9 Pandas have won, 3D Max has saved because it's just such a comprehensive victory that there's,
it's like
there's no
instant
chance.
2 kills, force a save kill on the other side of the map, and never really having the right numbers. Yeah, it's been tough. It's been really tough to watch. I think I'm almost ready to say we're getting into Ancient. Like, I'm at that point. I'm just ready to go. Go to Ancient.
First pause for 9 Pandas. I'm surprised. I'm not sure what they need, but maybe it's just maybe it's just an idea. Maybe it's just making sure the players are gonna keep going. This is a nice shot on the jiggle peak. Not a full commitment to this. Wasn't a whole lot showing.
Nothing showing, Jason.
That's look. We got the spectator view. It's not the actual view.
Yeah, true. The bullet probably didn't just bend around the corner.
Leave the devs alone for just a moment. Leave Subtick alone.
Well, there has been some really nice changes. I mean, you can hold angles now. That's really cool. And I love the...
That's really nice. Though.
Yeah, they had a 25% FPS increase. Apparently, that's the number that's been thrown around.
Sure.
I haven't done the math myself, but other people have. And I trust them. We've got a wonderful community. Round 10 underway. 3D Max have not been able to really do anything on the CT side yet. Outside of a round where they had USPs and one weapon. gun rounds have not been favorable. 9 Pandas coming around alongside. It is Jocko at the rock.
He's alone.
Jocko's dead, and Long is now under wraps. 9 Pandas continue to fight forward. Haji's coming over to try and plug that gap. And he's got one of the best weapons available here, and he's gone, he's dead. He peeks dry into the AWP, and it's another 2K right away for 9 Pandas.
Yeah, you might not be wrong about the Ancient coming in. This just looks like 3D Max is really uncomfortable without any kind of concrete plan on this defensive side. So I mean, 9 Pandas is just gonna stack these rounds on each other.
Yeah, I mean, you don't always have like a 7-map pool, you know. So there's gonna be maps you're obviously a lot weaker on an overpass.
Cool crunch though.
Is one of those, and they've come back into the round to double kill from Lucky and Exercise. Reactions into the late round, but those kills are pulled back instantly by Glowing. And now it's Exercise. Oh, it could be Glowing. Reviews going against him, but he's found the headshot. Exercise is out of there, and it is 7-3, despite a little bit of excitement towards the end.
Yeah, that's kind of cool from 3D Max. Like, I'd like to see more of that in these last 2 rounds, is actually like reacting to the mid round. You have that aggressive defense, and like look at the difference when you have some players in that position and know it's coming. You can rotate those B players to actually make some kind of a play, and they almost pull it back. Get 2 kills to even things up, but then Glowing pounces into action. Pair of really nice recovery kills for Glowing, even getting the final frag at the end of the day on the USP swing. And 9 Pandas still having no issues. 7-3.
Joko. Off the swing. Oh, it's a great setup. He's so disappointed, I'm sure, not to get away with that second. Idis Balance stays alive for just long enough to get his AWP ready to get the trade, and that's frustrating for Joko.
Yeah, it was, but at least he was set up with a flashbang that time.
Oh,
and the response, the rebuttal, I think 3D Max is starting to feel the pressure of how wide the scoreline is, and they're starting to just kind of push and try and make miracles happen.
Yeah, a couple of nice shots happening across the board, but it's still a 2v3 here, Jason.
Yeah, they've brought it into a close affair, but you have a minute, over a minute for 9 Pandas with a man advantage, and it's, again, such a large map.
Yeah, it is. It's very big.
And the trouble at this point is, if you're 3D Max, if you're these 2 players, you know it's going to be a 3v1 at one of your positions. So you almost want to get information so that you can kind of cheat with some kind of an educated guess. But again, with the amount of time on the clock and how big the map is, you make a move, they could just be waiting for you.
They silent drop too, all of them. So there's no warning system here for Exercise. He's still looking at Monster, sees the shadow, reacts. Not able to get a kill now. He's under pressure. They double swing him, and Seized is the only player needed. Great headshot. That bomb plant coming in. Smoke goes up against the flames that were coming towards them. And Lucky is not in a position to win this round, so he'll run away. It's 8-3. Last round of the half coming up next. 3D Max, if they score a 4th, that's pretty impressive considering how poor the CT side has been. And you're right, there has been a couple of moments where they're getting close towards the end of the rounds. I think the previous is a perfect example of that, where they get it close into a 3v3 even number situation after the crunch. But it's just 9 Pandas finding way too many multi-kills.
I mean, they threw this half into just chaos when they just showed that they could take the A bomb site basically at will. It's like completely destroyed any game plan 3D Max would have had. Seas goes down to the bomb explosion. He was very far away. Or Lucky goes down to the bomb explosion, excuse me. So, last round of the first half. 3D Max trying to get a 4th just to give themselves a foothold in the second half. At this point, pistol round feels like a must-win scenario for 3D Max when we switch sides.
So barely any utility. Just a few pieces across the board. 2 flashes, 1 smoke, and not even on 1 player.
They're gonna go for a long peek again. Flashbang from front bathrooms. Here comes Haji.
So bring the fight instead. Jocko plays it stone. Haji in front of him. It doesn't look like they're going to round the corner. Instead, waiting on 9 Pandas to come to them. Eventually, they'll probably sense a timing to make a move. In this connector fight, ooh, it's so important for the early going of this round, and it's gone against 3D Max. Mac is down inside of Khan. A 5v4 setup off the back of that. Now the long play comes in. 1 by 1 they go. Jocko, the only player that gets a kill. And once again, 9 Pandas up early in the round, looking so good. In fact, this half is over. We asked the question, how good could 9 Pandas be on the T side? They have been fantastic. 3D Max, sure, not looking comfortable, looking pretty weak on the defense, but 9 Pandas bring the fight to them and punish it.
And these last 2-3 rounds, they've just been shook. They've just been trying anything, any desperate push in response to a kill, and it's just playing right into 9 Pandas. Nice kills from Lucky. Okay, here we go, 1v1.
Yeah, he's brought this right back, and they want that 4th round to play with. Lucky so close, but cruelly taken out of his hands. Eye disbalance in the 1v1 comes back in, and it ends up being that scoreline that we thought was going to happen mere moments ago. 9-3, Lucky just has to shake it off.
Admirable effort. Put a little bit of a smile on your face in an awkward situation, or in a depressing situation. Piss around is essential. And, I mean, to be fair, one of the strengths that we talked about 3D Max coming into this is they seem to be able to get out to hot starts, so pistol rounds haven't necessarily been an issue for them so far at the RMR. It's the things that come after it that sometimes they struggle with, but at least, I mean, look, get yourself three rounds to begin with. Those first 2, put them in a weird money situation, then we're cooking with gas.
Yeah, a lot of boxes you have to check off, and a huge amount of work to be done here for 3D Max. So,
but also remember, we don't. These two teams relatively, like 9 Pandas could have, you know, an ugly
they could have a weak
CT
side, but I gotta say they look much better. Than
yeah,
Overpass,
that would be the one X factor. Is they look like they were pretty comfortable in Overpass in the first half. You have to imagine the CT side is going to be decently at that level.
Well, 3D Max have plenty of utility here in this pistol round. Lots of it. And they're going to be running mid, just bringing the fight to Glowing, eradicating him instantly, but it's a double setup inside a connector. And we know how good these Jewel Berettas can be inside of Con. Well, we know how good they can be, not this round.
We know how good this lurk can be after 2 players go down.
Oh, Dilladad's instant death to 2. Exercise and Hadji litter the floor, and now it's panic stations for 3D Max. They have to go back and address that further. A connector player, and Deladez is now in the bathroom, just going silent.
That's it, a lot of time off the smoke, though. This is actually great. Plant is going to be very wide at truck, so the retake, 9 Panda was as good on the retakes on Nuke.
They have no kit, but they do have a smoke in the form of C's, so he can use that up. And this low HP Maka, oh, surely would have died. One bullet connected, but C's just couldn't get it done. Instead, he has to rely upon his teammates, and C's is pulling distraction. Now he pulls in a headshot, and Maka left at bank. Well, he's dead, and that's a great retake for 9 Pandas. 10 rounds.
I don't even mind the aggressive play from 3D Max. It's just a bummer that you're not able to find C's there, because he occupied so much time, even added a headshot on top of things. It's 10-3. 9 Pandas might just be closing this one out nice and quick and taking us to Ancient. 3 rounds away from bringing this to a 3rd map in the series, and then pressure increases exponentially for both squads.
And I think that is the positive side for 3D Max here, is the fact that you won the first map, and you barely won it, but you got it under your belt. So you've been given at least the lifeline to bring this to a 3rd deciding map. It'll basically become a best of 1 to decide who is going home, who's staying in the RMRs. It still has a chance to make it through. Galil's out straight away for 3D Max. They got a bomb plant so they can get those rifles. Interesting to see them going for full rifles rather than, you know, play on a Mac 10, get some extra utility. So 3 smokes, 1 flash. That's what they've gotten, so they scale up long quickly, and there's no one here for 9 Pandas detecting that yet.
No, there's got to be a timer though, and yeah, they hear no pressure at the B bomb site, so Glowing's going to back off a little bit from his position at bathrooms. He's got a 2nd player who's come over. Eye disbalance, hasn't seen anything. Just, oh, they're so close. They're so close, and he hasn't spotted anything. Now he knows.
Oh yeah, he definitely knows now, and utility is coming in. As 3D Max pounds upon the bank, it's eye disbalance somehow getting away. With that kill, Glowing goes down towards bathrooms, and a spam down through the wall is not bad from Jocko, but ill-advised swing. Fortunately, Mac is able to trade, and Lucky, oh no, it's a disaster. He had a chance to take a double kill on the connector push, and now Exercise, look at this for a hunt. Chasing after Ceased around the corner. Ceased ran out of ammo as soon as he started that reload. It was his death sentence. And now Dilladaz is left in a 1v2. They know exactly where he is, and he's taken damage from earlier engagement, so he's down to 26 health. He'll attempt to come back in this, and a good double swing from 3D Max. Important they win that force buy.
Yeah, good trades coming into the bomb site. 3D Max find a new lease on life. A good round win. 9 Pandas looked like they were putting something together when that flank comes up the stairs and Lucky misses his opportunity, but that chase down to C's this time, it's like identical to the pistol round. This time they get the kill, and this time they can turn around immediately and readjust for the retake coming from Banana.
Well, how many can you get 3D Max? I guess that's the little mini competition you can set yourself. How many rounds can they get on this T side? Just focus one round at a time. They're up against pistols in this one. It should be 5 now for the French. French scene is another one, just like Sweden, that had glory days in early Counter-Strike versions, started CSGO. And towards the end, we just lost them. We just lost Sweden, we lost France. They fell off the map.
Yeah, how
of course.
things changed in 10 years.
Yeah, there's players out there, a couple, you know, but they're playing in international rosters. You don't have the whole national team anymore.
Joko clearing everything out for his team.
Yeah, you've seen a lot of that. I don't know if he wins this fight. Oh, he's gonna get overrun.
It's time for NinePandas to hustle to the B bomb site. No one's moved, so they're going to miss this timing to be able to resist any of this attack. So free, easy round for 3D Max. In fact, nobody's shifting. Everyone's pushing forward. Exit kills may be at the game plan. Bomb being planted now.
Yeah.
And 3D Max is going to cut the lead to half.
Yeah, because they obviously force-spotted in this round, NinePandas, if they would go for this disadvantaged retake attempt, they would likely lose everything and then nothing to play with in the next. So at least this way, if they save upgraded pistols, MAC-10s, Kevlar, they'll have a fighting chance next round. You can see them take a few more risks in the next round than they were able to pull off in this one. So 10-5, it's almost likely we see 10-6, to be honest. And then you're only 4 rounds away from tying up the scoreline. So that crazy pathway back in the game you mentioned, Jason, doesn't seem all that crazy right now. So
we haven't seen a gun round yet, right?
Yeah.
Like we kind of did in round 2, but not
full gun round.
Not so much. So
Yeah.
that's going to be the real test.
And that's where things went wrong.
Yeah, and that's where we'll see like the eye test of what kind of a defense NinePandas can really bring out. Even in that round, it looked like they had some ideas on how to recover and were managing things pretty well, all things considered. Just a couple critical kills going the other direction.
It's always still crazy to me that 10-5, this used to just be halftime not so long ago.
I know, it feels so different now.
It feels like we're just really deep in the game at this point. 3 away from victory for NinePandas. Exercise just pushing beyond the fountain. He's got Jocko in behind him. NinePandas have gone for a double stack around long. It would be a death sentence for a 3D Max player to walk over that. No Maka. Is he going to do it? Just as that fallback is coming in, NinePandas have given themselves a bit more range, and the AK-47 would be favored now, but they get into bathroom, so they dodge getting spotted by Maka. And in fact, it gets even better for them because they are getting close to the bomb. And the MAC-10 now in this kind of close quarters combat, it can melt opponents. Jocko realizes they're in toilets. He's fortunately found the timing around the back to dodge them. And maybe he can join up with his teammates or even go for a fight into toilets, trying to catch Glowing unready. He might actually get away with this. AK into the fight. This time Jocko wins it.
Brought down low though. Now there's the push towards short. Oh, this M4 making short work of C's and Dylan. Even the Deagle. Klax goes down next. And they already know the position of this last player, so Bomb's going to hustle over to the B bomb site, and 6 for 3D Max.
Yeah, they expect the scoreline, but now you've obviously mentioned that we have to wait to the gun rounds to see how good 3D Max are really going to be on this T side.
I think this next one is going to be like the important eye test of 3D Max can actually make a half of this, or NinePandas is now just going to stabilize and march forward.
Yeah. Well, speaking of marching forward, FaZe and Eternal Fire looking to do that into the Major. Currently looking like FaZe are going to be able to pull that off over Eternal Fire. You guys can go and watch that action over on the PGL mainstream. FaZe Eternal Fire. Wow, so much firepower involved in that matchup.
Yeah, good to see FaZe, though, not really falling prey to that 2-0 start. Not descending too far down after the loss to G2, just getting through, handling business.
That's what you want to see for a team like FaZe. Eternal Fire, I still feel good about their chances of making it through. They've looked so good recently coming into the start of this season.
Yeah, Katowice was an eye-opening experience for how good Eternal Fire has gotten at the start of CS2. And I mean, I don't know if there's too many teams I would favor against them left in the tournament for their 2-2 match.
Yeah, very true. Expecting Na'Vi to get through then at this point, but... Here we go. 3 max, gun round is up. I'm assuming 9 Pandas have a very good buy too. But really it is all focused on 3D Max. That's a good start. Maka gets rid of Clax. Hadji swings open the door connector. Grenades are about to pile on top of Idis Balance, perhaps actually even seized. It's always tough when you play close wood just outside Monster, because you always get a grenade on the head.
I can't believe he kept that Mac 10, although I'm assuming it's so they could drop and get the AWP out on Idis Balance early on.
Idis Balance, that's why you get the AWP out, because he can hit shots like that. Flick up straight through the cranium of Lucky. And Exercise now making a play through A. He's the only player for 3D Max on this side of the map, and he's hoping he can fake out a rotation. He's hoping he can pull these players away, and that's exactly what he's doing. And this gives his teammates an even better shot at making their way through the B bomb site.
Yeah, but the AWP spotted only one. The AWP knows the game. No one's shifting
and
now.
They haven't pushed. They haven't gotten the timing.
You know, they're going to try and open it up right now, and they do find it. Dilladez is trying to join up over towards Sandbags. They got to be real careful. 3D Max, there's still a chance for this round to go south.
Idis Balance is holding for that bridge push in towards him, but nothing coming his way yet. Bomb plant coming down through that smoke, and 3D Max, a 4v2 with Exercise in behind enemy lines. What? I guess you consider Idis Balance was last spotted Heaven, and maybe didn't think he got away, so a little unfortunate there, but it's still going to be a safe call for 9 Pandas. They're not going for this one.
Yeah, that would have been a great weapon to take away. Yeah, maybe just, I think, overthinking the situation. Regardless, 7th round for 3D Max, and I think if we want to be honest, we said this was important as the eye test to see if a comeback is possible, and it looked like 3D Max managed that T side just fine.
Yes, indeed they did. And if obviously they're not going to be pushing in towards Seized. So M4 and AWP save for 9 Pandas. No one else has money on the team, so you can drop from Idis Balance, you can drop from Seized, and you can get a good buyout here again if you're 9 Pandas. So it doesn't get much easier for 3D Max. You're still going to have to go up against a good buy that contains the AWP. But you're seeing Mac actually involved early on with the AWP and Exercise with a pressure lurk on the other side of the map. A little bit more freed up for 3D Max here.
Sure.
3 more steps, and they've tied this game up. Interesting.
Haji's having a pretty chill game. Not necessarily a good 2-8.
Yeah, chill is
not a whole lot of deaths, not a whole lot of kills. He's kind of a passenger in this one. Opening kill. Oh, they're going to keep going forward as well. This is a really nice timing to hit. Clax picks up the AWP, delivers some death, but trades are there.
He's still got the AWP, and he's still at the pillar. 3D Max need to stay composed here. They know they've got the utility advantage. 3v3 established, and Seized is pushed forward, getting in behind that smoke, trying to spam down through it, dodging the bullets. Is Lucky like he's inside of the Matrix. He's going to drop back and slow things down again.
Yeah, 9 Pandas can take a little bit of a breath here. They know there's 2 players towards Monster. Haji's over and short. They're looking for a push. It feels like 3D Max just want to punish any kind of follow-up peek, and they've had a couple of them from 9 Pandas, especially back on Nuke. They know this team plays a little bit loose. They can give you a mistake if it's necessary. Monster's going to be smoked off from the A bomb site. And now 3D Max have a decision to make. Do they want to wait this out? Do they want to attack short, or do they want to move across the map?
Seized gets into Monster. He wants information.
No, don't do it.
Oh, he is about to walk into the trap, but is anybody looking at him? No, they're not looking at him! Oh God, Seized gets a double on the push through Monster, and Haji is the only player left. He gets one back, and no one considered it. No one thought that play was a possibility. We asked Seized not to do it, and it turns out to be the best play he could have made. 25 seconds left now. Disaster strikes for 3D Max. And we talked about the chill game for Haji, but now he has a big clutch ahead of him, and the AWP is posted. Haji's down, and 3D Max, it's a disaster here.
That's crazy. That is so crazy. They had the pause call. All you had to do was watch these chokes. I think even the coach is holding his hands up like, well, he might have been telling the admin, I'll stop cheering, but he had to be so nervous watching Seized make this play. I cannot believe they took their eyes off that. The whole point of the pause call is to take advantage of situations like this. And Seized gets away, he gets away with murder.
Wow, that is probably the first punch to the face is about to knock 3D Max out of Overpass and send this series to Ancient. Glowing getting aggressive. Steps being made by Exercise. He's going to peek into it, and no, he's got a victim right around that corner. The 9 Pandas have the first kill of the follow-up round. So looking very good right now for 3D Max, or rather 9 Pandas.
And look at the way they're playing really in-your-face Counter-Strike on this defense. You even have one in the corner with the AUG seized, nice and easy. Joko just crouches into it. Maka's got to come over with the AWP to try and hold things off. Good kill from Haji, and all of a sudden they're pulling it a little bit back.
Yeah, Seas is getting out of there. He's taking a lot of damage and doesn't want to stick around, so he gets back to safety. Haji's coming up through the connector, and Mac is at the top of the stairway. So Haji's going to join him. And they'll focus on that jump spot at Dice. I think iDisbalance's eyes were sharp enough to catch a glimpse of Maka. So he stops jumping. Settles in. Now 50 seconds left in the round. 9 Pandas have more of a passive setup on this A bomb site with the advantage of players.
Haven't really committed to it quite yet, and that's Haji turning the corner. Off angle, deep off angle from iDisbalance. No chance for Haji there. And the rest will follow it up and head back out towards long.
Did what? Okay, Seas was in the open. And Dice, that's a free kill, 20 seconds. Now charging in, final maneuver here for 3D Max. Seas is just giving them the opening into the site for free. Absolutely no toll paid whatsoever. So 2v3 now in the post plan. And 3D Max have a shot at turning this one back, but no one's considering the flank.
No one's even thinking about it.
Why?
It's not even a possibility in their brain. It's just taking a risk.
But it has to be. And Lucky's just tucking his head down. Well, it's not going to work out. At least Maka looks like he's in a position to be put into the clutch here. Lucky gets cleared looking at the ground, and now Maka's position spotted, so it's an easy retake for 9 Pandas. Strange round overall from both teams. Weird mistakes, weird positioning, but...
I mean, as we know, Lucky had plenty of time to get back in towards bathrooms, but Lucky can't know that. It's
he thinks they're maybe already...
Right.
Yeah. Unfortunate situation, but it is now map point for 9 Pandas, and Ancient is just a step away.
One single step for 9 Pandas, and they take us to map 3. This is how it started. Aggression towards Fountain, towards Playground, and just handling business. Good retake as well from 9 Pandas. They've been solid in that department throughout the 2 maps that we've seen played today. And they've got 5 chances to close this out and stay alive here at the EU RMR.
Pilares, Clax takes short water control. Lucky is the first victim of the round. No falling back without another kill, and a lot of damage done towards Connector too. So Maka, important kill to commit here for 3D Max.
Yeah, but all these rounds, like so many more of these rounds are just like recovery for 3D Max.
True.
They're losing so many openings. 9 Pandas, like this is aggression that we didn't see in 3D Max's CT side, and it's making their offense so hard to handle.
Look at Joko. He's at least got in close towards barrels, but an important trade from Clax, and that should be enough now to close this one out. 9 Pandas, 3v1 up against Exercise. Ancient waiting in the wings. Overpass was not a comfortable affair for 3D Max. I think they'll be happy to close the door on it. This series comes down to basically a best of 1 at this point. They will all be decided on Ancient. There's survival or elimination here.
Yeah, that's a nice recovery in map 2. I think obviously 9 Pandas, it felt from watching that first half especially, like just 3D Max outmatched on a map like Overpass. Didn't have the game plan to really handle it, so you kind of got to wipe this one out of your brain. They got dumpstered a little bit, but just forget about it for now. You got to focus everyone up on just one goal of Ancient.
Yeah, that's the goal for sure. Ancient is obviously a nice map to close on in a best of 3 here, and I think it's going to be more of a balanced affair. 3D Max should be a lot more comfortable over on that.
Well, we'd certainly hope they're less comfortable. That'd be bad.
Yeah, it would be real bad. It would be real bad to see 3D Max look worse than they did on Overpass. And I think that at least they've got extended break here, about 10 minutes just to try and mentally reset coming back into it. But overall, 9 Pandas, very good T side, dominant showing.
And a good CT side as well, introducing some chaos, some resistance that 3D Max didn't have in their playbook on the CT side. So I mean, you could just see their level above on Overpass. And overall a good map from iDisbalance as well. I think he did a really good job for 9 Pandas. So things looking okay. And now this third map is just because we've still seen, even in this map where they're more comfortable, we still saw sloppiness from both teams. We still saw mistakes from both teams. That's not gonna get fixed between this map. Ancient, when you add in the pressure of the situation and all these players realizing to stay alive in this event, everyone's gonna feel like they have that weight of being one to make a play when it's called upon.
Sure, yeah.
You're gonna see, I think, even more mistakes in this third map. It's gonna get real weird.
So it's going to be chaos to close. Here's the scores we see from Overpass. Dilodaz at the top here highlighted. But the player that was top fragging was iDisbalance for 9Pandas. Great to see him back on the sniper, and over for 3D Max is lucky topping the charts.
There's Hadju. He said he had a pretty chill game. He didn't really get involved a whole lot. 4
Yeah,
and 11, 23
I don't think he was feeling chill.
No, probably not. He was probably feeling really stressed. He was probably feeling very useless throughout that map. But look at the round. Look at the run that 9Pandas went on in that first half. That's crazy. That's
once you have a 9-3 half to try and recover, the game just becomes so difficult.
It was just a bomb site after rinse and repeat. We'll get it for free each and every time. So well done from 9Pandas to force us onto 3, and well, let's see what Ancient has in store for us.
Yeah, I'm really intrigued as to see what Ancient has in store for us. Because Nuke was chaotic, it was close, and it was a lot of excitement right at the end. It was hero play saving the day. You've got to feel like an absolute boss if you're the player that steps up to keep your team in the RMRs. And I'm sure there's going to be a couple of moments like that.
Oh yeah, everyone's going to have a chance to have impact on this third map. So yeah, reset between these maps, and then we get that third and decided map, and 5 of these guys get to go, 6 of these guys, I should include the coach, go home after this map.
Yeah, disappointing run for one of these teams at the end of Ancient, but that's exactly where we're going to go in just a moment. So we're going to take a short break. When we come back, the third and decided map of this series will be ready for you.
Level up your gaming space with metal posters from Displate. Hang your displates in seconds. Swap them whenever you like. Get official art from your favorite games on a uniquely designed metal canvas and choose from thousands of posters. Join over 3 million collectors now. Your wall upgrade is here. Shop now at Displate.com.
It is time for another CS2 Fantasy Team Draft. I've got Hadji with me here from 3D Max, and we are going to spin this wheel. You're going to get a player from each team, but it can only be one player from each team. If we hit the same team again, we're rolling again. You've got to build your ultimate team here to try and qualify to the non-existent major of a team that will never really happen. You ready?
Yes, I am.
Okay, let's spin the wheel to start off with and see which team you're getting first.
I love this game.
Oh, that's a good one to start with. So how do you want to build your team? Who are you starting with as your first piece?
I'm taking Robs.
Robs? Oh, that was so quick.
Instantly.
Why Robs?
He's insane, and I'm going to put him at the lurker, obviously.
Yep.
And yeah, just lurking on this side. We're going to talk about city side later.
Okay. All right, let's see the second that is going to come through. Ooh, oh no. You have to choose a Falcons player.
I'm gonna pick nobody because we're gonna destroy them. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna take Magisk.
Magisk, yeah?
Yeah, as anchor on city side. He's proven that he's one of the best in the world in this role, but not when he's gonna play against us.
Look at that, I love it. I love the confidence. I love the confidence. So we got Magisk and Rock so far. Who are we getting next? Ooh.
G2.
Oof. So who do you want in this?
Yeah, it's between Monezi and Nico.
Okay.
But the thing is that, let's say if I have Vitality, I'm gonna take Zaiwu.
But Zaiwu can also rifle. Remember, he didn't like the AWP.
And I can also not have Vitality when the thing turns.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you might not get him.
Yeah. I'm gonna take Monezi as AWPer.
Nice. So Manassi, Rops, Magisk. We've got a very young team right now. 2 more to find.
Insane.
This is like we have unlimited money. We just take the best of everything and we go. So next. Oh,
that's interesting.
This is very
This
nice.
is interesting. But I guess I can put Magisk on in-game leader because he already did it, right?
You want to put Magisk on in-game leader? Okay.
Between Kyle, I think I'm gonna try Kyler, man.
You're gonna do Kyler?
I like his energy. Like,
Okay.
I've been watching Katowice and I love people who screams and he's screaming a lot. I think he's gonna bring like good energy to the team and and he's a good player. I bet on him.
You're betting on Kyler, all that hype, all that energy.
Yeah, but the thing is that if you only have star players, like we already see in the past, maybe it's not a good idea. So, Kyler, I take you, man.
And
no, I wish.
Okay.
So wait, we have a lurker. We have Magisk can be entry.
And in-game leader, you said.
Oh, yeah, yes, he's doing it all.
You also said his best anchor, entry, in-game leader,
yes,
Magisk.
It's good, though.
Manassi Orb.
Kyler.
Hype.
Anchor.
Okay, anchor now.
As well, because we need 2 anchor. I'm taking Nerds.
I'm
taking Nerds.
It's very strong.
Yeah,
Still
I
young.
think he's good. He's a good player. I think especially on T side. Yeah, I guess we can have 2 lurkers, Robs and Nerds, on each side of the map.
So no matter where anyone goes, they're just dead.
And then we have, they can finish the rounds. Nerds and Robs can clutch. And then I have Magisk, Monezi, and Kylar taking space. And yeah, I like this team.
Okay, this is the next general manager for Counter-Strike 2.
Yes, after my career, if you guys need someone to make teams for an org, yeah, hit me up.
Set up teams and start digging.
Made in hell.
On a deserted island.
Hold on to your bitch.
down before. I thought I couldn't take anymore. Nah. Celebrate like you won the war. Guess you forgot what I'm fighting for. I'll come right back at ya. Better hope I don't catch ya. Cause when I do, I'm gon' smash ya. Now I'm out for blood. I'm ripping into the claw. I'm out for blood. I'm out for blood. You better bring it in, Q. I'm coming for. I'm out for blood.
Welcome back to the PGL RMR for Europe. It's the path to Copenhagen, and currently we're about to send one team home already, Jason, out of the RMRs. This is a ancient decider map between 9 Pandas and the side of 3D Max that I feel is going to be an absolute bloodbath.
Well, both of the first two maps were kind of like teams targeting weakness. Like, I mean, 3D Max didn't have a great record on Nuke, but it was extremely weak for 9 Pandas. Same, we're going the other way on Overpass. Now this one's a little bit more even in terms of win rates in the last 3 months between the teams. So a little bit more settled into an even playing field to see what this is going to decide on, to see who's going to be sent home. And honestly, like no great read. I just went through, just scanned through the maps that they've played on Ancient recently. None of them have played like tier 1 opposition. No good read of who's really all that challenging on it. No big wins or big upsets over some top teams as well. So yeah, this is toss the coin of where you want to lean towards.
So it's going to be a brawl right to the bitter end, and we're just moments away from getting into that action. Overpass was a case of just being uncomfortable for 3D Max. They really didn't get into that first half at all, and once you have a 9-3 half going against you and you lose the pistol round, you really don't have enough runway to get back into the game. So it's important for 3D Max. The story we've said about them throughout this competition so far is the fact that they're getting good starts. Well, they have to do that now coming into Ancient. They have to at least stay in the start.
Especially when you add the pressure of being eliminated from the RMR onto it. Like, you get, if you don't get a hot start, if you get buried in a hole, that can spiral out of control real quick. This is where like emotions, like you've probably been for the first 2 maps, especially the struggles on Overpass for 3D Max when they're up 1 map to nothing. They can kind of remain calm knowing they have another map to play even if they're to lose. You don't get that kind of calm here. This is pressure from start to finish. So smoke flash for Seized. 9 Pan is going to be starting on the T side. Dooley's out on Maka and Exercise on the CT side for 3D Max. And let's get Ancient underway.
One of these teams heading home at the end of this map of play. Lucky and Haji through mid early, Jocko in behind him. Dilladez has gone through the B ramp, but the first fight will be found inside of A main, and it's Exercise that comes away with that first kill on I Disbalance. So first fight goes the way of the defense, and it looks like the second might as well here. Sees needs to be careful. He's got the bomb on his back, and Exercise detects him. Bomb is down, and now it is chaos for 9 Pandas. They might fight, but it doesn't really matter if you don't have the bomb to put it down.
And 3D Max, they're playing it smart. They can just back away. They don't need to actually take any of these engagements. Just fall all the way back because 9 Pandas have a long way to go and not a whole lot of time. Maka's going to spring into action. It's just Dilladez so quickly in an unwinnable pistol round.
That's like worst case scenario.
Yeah.
That's your round is immediately just dead upon detecting the bomb.
You could even see Caesar's trying to avoid that fight. He doesn't actually want to take it because he has the bomb, and I think he was just spotted by, was it Exercise who gets that kill? I think just his shoulder was spotted right at the last second to bring him back and shut it down. Maka's on a little bit of an information gathering mission, just trying to figure out where Dilladez is going exactly, not trying to commit to a fight, and now he has the intel.
Yeah, Dilladez chasing out through that B lane. Maka on the other side. They've given him the fight. Still 3 players to take out, and that's not going to happen for him. Haji delivers death right to his feet, and it's 3D Max with a pistol round off the back of that. And we mentioned getting a good start. Will they stop a bomb plant from happening, which means they're not going to have to go up against a really solid force buy, if it's a force buy at all.
Looks like 9 Pen is going to stay on the Glocks. Do pick up a smoke real quick for glowing. And that'll really be the only tool they have to play with. So yeah, pretty much ensured that this is going to be a 2-0. Fast window smoke, fast mid smoke for Red Room. And 9 Pen is all going to head towards what looks like the A bomb site at the moment. Chance for Exercise to build up some bank with the MP9.
Would be nice for Exercise to build some money up. Lucky's with him, so if any of these kills do come through, it will be majority on the SMGs. And in fact, the Glocks are avoiding A. They're going back elsewhere, so this round's going to be prolonged. They can take their time to settle into things, try and dodge the SMGs. They don't know they're going to be going into a rifle, but it's definitely the better player to run into if you are to give up a lot of these kills. You want the rifle to minimize the amount of money that is put into the bank accounts of the defensive players, and it's all kills on rifles so far. Diladez manages one, and the Dual Berettas will topple him right at the end. So 2-0 start here for 3D Max.
Yeah, most positive thing about that run is they avoid the SMGs. That's about it. 2-0, AKs come out. Utility comes out for 9Pandas as well. Let's see what the gun rounds are going to look like. Still a pair of MP9s on the field of play for 3D Max's defense. Not going to upgrade those quite yet, but a bonus round available for the defense. Some free upgrades to AKs would be spectacular if they could pull it off. Is Maka staying on dualies?
Yeah. Maka is staying on the Julies. Yep, that's what's happening. Not exactly known to be very good against rifles and Kevlar.
I mean, I guess it just goes to show you he wants that op out, so he's saving as much money as humanly possible, but it could come back to haunt them here. Good deep nade towards the double doors. Oh, Joko falling back. He's got no utility. He's got no smoke or Molotov to block this off. It comes out a little bit late. Flashbang is out. Oh, well done. Swings with the MP9. Allows Haji to trade for him, and Idis Balance can't handle the heat. Bomb is dropped way, way far back. So even though the A bomb site is overrun, it's only overrun because the defense shifted off.
Yeah, it's a similar story to the pistol round, right? You get map control that you want, you get some space towards one side of the map, but the bomb is dropped on the polar opposite side. So you're now in a position where you've got to make up a lot of ground, and it doesn't look like 9Pandas will be able to do that. So 3-0 start for 3D Max. And Maka, yeah, he kept the Dual Berettas, but now he's got an AK-47. And we talked about getting a good start for 3D Max. It was so important to get that after being dominated on Overpass. And now you've got 3 rounds in a row.
So one of the only things going for 9Pandas, this round could still get interesting. So hold the phone and calling it quite yet, because they don't know that the bomb was dropped this whole time, right? They don't actually realize quite yet. And no one is moving out of this B bomb site. You have Klax cutting off rotations from CT spawn. He's going to check Donut and make sure it's clear for his teammate to move in. But it's actually quite interesting. If a couple players get caught on the rotation, they shift over to the A bomb site, 3D Max can be in trouble. So a little bit of a tricky retake.
Yeah, this is actually quite difficult now, and somehow 9Pandas have picked up that bomb and found their way onto the bomb site. So final pieces of utility being used up. 3D Max sure have the player advantages. But will they be able to win the fights when they come their way? Lucky has them coming towards him. He can call that over his teammates, that there's a fight to be had here, but the fight goes the way of 9Pandas in the post plant. Retake is being set up. There's no utility to make this easy for them, and now the numbers are back. Exercise has to win the fight through Temple, and does. Defuse needs to be stuck soon. They need to get on it. Kit alive on Exercise. And where is that defuse happening? Around the corner, Klax has got the headshot. Exercise is on the stick. He comes off it, killed through the smoke, but is there enough time?
No way.
Oh, no way. He came off the defuse. He came off it, but he's going to stick it all the way through. Under a second left. It is absolute chaos, but 3D Max will still get that 3-0 start.
That's actually so incredibly close. What an effort from 9Pandas in the 2v4. But you could see they had that situation was primed for them to turn the corner. Good shooting from Glowing, from Klax doing the best they can. And just holds it right at the end. But look, that's actually massive in the sense that 3D Max economy was about to get a massive boost. That was about to skyrocket. One player didn't invest anything, got an AK-47, MP9s upgraded to AK-47s, and all of that ripped away. So at least you have that. It's not low, but there's something positive there. 9Pandas almost make it work.
I still can't quite believe what we were watching in that round, but regardless, 3D Max do start strong, and Galil's out for 9Pandas across the majority of players. It is just Glowing who has the AK-47. We said it. Knew there were going to be scrappy rounds throughout this final map. We've got one early. Cave fights about to ensue. Glowing is touching a side of elbow. Ooh, it's a little awkward. Oh, it's very awkward, but Glowing still gets away with one, but he doesn't know the second player's inside of the smoke.
Yeah, but you got to manage the smoke fading in 2 different choke points. You're stuck in this corner for the moment if you're Exercise. This is going to be so tough. Coming through, and that's easy for Klax.
Yeah, he stays composed there, Klax. Realizes there's a possibility that a player is still inside of that elbow smoke. Maka goes out mid to try and fight back, and it's important that he gets that 1 kill. 3D Max would have been down too many players. But this is within touching distance, especially with that kill from Hadji. Seized once again, giving up his life without trade potential. And 9 Pandas make their final pounce on this B bomb site, and 3D Max have the read.
I don't think Pandas pounce, excuse me, but we'll find out. Good flashbang.
They absolutely roll. Up the ramp they go. Bomb plant coming in. Klax is going to plant it on default spot. And 3D Max don't have utility for the retake here.
They just dropped a smoke at the top of B ramp, and no one's playing there, so that's not going to isolate anyone.
Yeah, tough fights coming in, especially for this AWP close quarters combat. iDisbalance is the first player to be on the opposite side of that smoke, and as soon as he takes contact, Klax can peek out. It's iDisbalance though on the double, and that'll be the round. Maka, M4 picked up, he'll go back. Has a little look. iDisbalance is still around, and that is a kill to come through. Now Maka triggers his last move forward onto default. Well played from Klax, not to reveal his position, to just stay composed, dance around that bomb side pillar. And 9 Pandas get their first T round.
That's a huge benefit of iDisbalance double kill on that retake, is the fact that Klax never had to give away where he was playing from. They still thought he was going to be over at ramp. A desperate situation in that 1v1 when you're just picking up random guns on the ground. Hard to stay composed. And 9 Pandas get around on the board, and now the money issues. Now that 2v4 previously comes into play that 9 Pandas lost, but dealing all the economic damage has set themselves up nicely in this round number 5. Shotgun out on Exercise, off in the hands of Maka still. 2 MP9s, it's not a pretty buy.
No, it is not. Hadji gets forced back into cave. Fight going down at A main. Ooh, I thought Exercise was about to have a good chance to open up the round there, but ends up getting caught out of position. Now the push into cave comes in. Hadji goes forward with Jocko. Because there was 2 players, it confirms the trade. And Jocko does not want to go back into that Galil, so he'll stay inside of cave, and for the meantime, 9 Pandas will hold the player advantage.
The loss of Exercise, though, in a round like the push like that, a very easy to read push considering 9 Pandas know the economy is going to be a bit bruised. You're kind of on guard for those kinds of surprising plays. It's left Lucky pretty much all alone at Donut. He's going to be mollied out of his position. Oh, he somehow makes it away. Good jump on that.
Yeah, he gets away, but does that really matter?
Now, there's 2 players now at the A bomb site now that he's retreated, so he's got some support. Maka's here as well.
Yeah, Maka gets over on that rotation, so this is the best chance for 3D Max to win the round. First player is down, 5-7 of Lucky gets nothing. And Maka is all now detected at default. You can't stick around on the same spot and get a multi-kill from it. So he's paranoid about a flank. He goes to check right, he goes to check middle, and he realizes he's got to save. So running back with the AWP in hand, it is going to be another round for 9 Pandas. Starting to settle into the T side. Maka here's the step up onto ledge. Glowing is around the corner. So Maka might not be able to get away with his AWP. Losing the sniper in this kind of position at this point would be devastating for the early campaign of 3D Max. He's holding forward. Nothing round in the corner yet. Now he's got enough info.
Yeah, spotted a little pixel there.
This fisheye lens is quite trippy, Jason.
Is it messing with your brain?
Yep.
Oh, they're coming with... Okay, they're not actually going to go for it. Give it a spam. Give it 1 shot. Come on.
Nope.
Nope.
He wants that up, and he'll keep it. So, again, it goes back to the storyline we brought up earlier on in the competition and at the start of this best of 3. This 3D Max side are really good at getting a good start on a map, and then it starts to fall away very quickly.
I'll see if they can recover this one. It's not out of hand just yet.
We're facing a day of elimination, especially in this matchup, of course. Seized is a player, we mentioned his history and the likes of Na'Vi, his biggest point of his career. But the last time Seized played at a major was at Boston in 2018.
Yeah, it's been a minute.
He wants to keep that dream alive. Well,
one of the greatest majors of all time, some people say.
The Miracle in Boston, some talk about.
Miracle in Massachusetts. Got to get that alliteration in there.
Yeah, true. But I'm just saying what people
call it. You say it right,
it.
Dinko. That's Cloud9's major win.
I'm just saying what people call it, Jason. I'm not necessarily saying I agree with it. Miracle, Massachusetts certainly sounds the best. North America, not quite in the same position these days.
No, but you know, we entered that major and we're in a pretty crappy spot too. In fact, Cloud9 wasn't even really supposed to make the playoffs.
So M80 are going to do it this time,
yeah, exactly.
All right.
That's the lesson to be learned.
See, if Liquid do well at the major, can you really even count that for North America?
We'll take it.
Yeah, I suppose you can.
It's in America's core.
Americas, yes. That RMR starts on March 1st in Monterrey, Mexico. They'll be enjoying a bit of sunshine. A little Monterey Jack cheese.
Tequila.
Tequila after they qualify, of course, or to drown their sorrows if they don't make it.
Yeah, one or the other.
How was Monterrey last time, Jason? You were out there for an RMR, right?
It was nice. It was cool. It's like a little college town.
That's pretty cool.
There was a little walking promenade with a bunch of bars and restaurants and shops.
Well, that's what the Americas can look forward to then. Then the Asian RMR is held in Shanghai, and we've got to see plenty of tournaments there recently. And the second major of the year will be in Shanghai as well. Currently in Bucharest, though, it's all tied up between 9Pandas and 3D Max, 3-3.
They're just giving C's some extra cash. No reason to take that fight. It's not like you're too excited to pick up the Mac 10 on the CT side, so C's makes an extra 1,200 bucks. That's nice.
Very nice.
3-3. Guns are back out for 3D Max.
Let's see if they're going to be the kings in the castle today. Charging out on the T side once again are the 9Pandas. Default with one player in the form of Clax towards A main, just trying to stop pressure there. Glowing's got elbow. And the B-Take is pretty solid here with utility for 3D Max. It's kept these 9Pandas players behind the double doors. That smoke will ensure that. Dillade's eating shrapnel from the grenade, but he decides he doesn't want to sit back behind those smokes. He goes back into the B lane, he challenges, he takes a risk, and he's got some space because of it, but the fight is still coming. Through the cave, they push forward. It's Lucky 1-for-1.
Yeah, they really want this fight. They got to be careful too, because utility in mid is faded. So Lucky's kind of in a dangerous position, and he backs away at the perfect moment as soon as the pressure starts coming.
They don't stop coming. Seized up towards the bottom of the B ramp. He's got the bomb closest to him with highest balance, and they've got under a minute left, so they've still got plenty of time to work this, and 3D Max don't feel so comfortable, so they're pushing through A main. They're gaining some ground, and this flank could be very quick. The issue is, they're not playing the B bomb side at all here.
Well, you put a lot of emphasis on this flank now at this point because, yeah, you have to back off of the B bomb site so that you can cover mid as well. So it leaves a lot of the map open when you execute this flank with two people. And really, at this point, you haven't quite gained a whole lot yet. Like, yeah, you have information that mid is clear. But, I mean, 9Pandas always know that you could get up to this ledge. Good kill from Exercise. Oh, it even doubles up, and now you get Lucky added into it. And they make it work really, really well. Just when 9Pandas take their eyes off it, 20 seconds left, they had to try and start executing into the B bomb site, and they just get pounced upon. Round's done.
Yeah, the highest balance has to just save onto the AWP, and it felt like 9Pandas are just chilling a little bit too much. Just sitting down idly by, and they get pushed, they get overrun. 3D Max have the whole map to play with and crunch them. So now look at the money, it's still very good for 9Pandas, so they'll be able to buy again.
I mean, it's easy to say with our point of view, but that's also an area where you're kind of like, okay, 9Pandas, like, you've been sitting here for like 30 seconds. You know, like, you're giving plenty of time for that flank to be that impactful. Fast red room smoke.
Cave smoke up too. 9Pandas have the instant smokes deployed. Now Molly out Cubby. It's an exchange of utility coming across both sides of the map, but Dillade's and Glowing straight through middle. Maka and Lucky stood no chance in dealing with that early pressure, and it doesn't stop. It goes through Donut, and a hole punched through Exercise. As he tries to get over towards CT, he does make it there in time, but it's only a single kill, and that's not going to be enough to keep 3D Max competitive in this one. A change of pace from 9Pandas, and it is difficult to deal with.
Yeah, no one from 3D Max got through that smoke fast enough, and when they eventually pulled the trigger of trying to move in and have control of middle, 9Pandas is already out ready and waiting for him. Easy fights to take in mid. We're going to be all tied up at 4. And money's going to start being an issue again for 3D Max, especially if they lose this last rifle. Clax is on the hunt, headed towards T-spawn.
And we've seen a lot of this on Overpass when Nine Pandas finally had the ability to go and crunch them. There would be a lot of these quick rounds, quick finishes, because the T side would get some instant kills and 3D Max weren't able to keep up with the trading. Terrorists win. We know Nine Pandas can rack up a lot of rounds on the attack. Oh, and it's important that Joko saved that AK.
Very easy round. Yeah, they blow open the smoke to go for a fight, but there's 3 members of Nine Pandas waiting with AKs primed and ready.
You know what's crazy about that last major that C's play?
What's that?
The teammates that he had on his team.
Okay, run me through the list.
Blade.
Yeah.
World Edit.
Sure.
Markelov.
Okay.
Waylander. These are the last teammates that C's played a major with, and it's going to be damn frustrating to have a round start like this, because they've just gone up against Pistols and they've been battered and bruised. Clax and Chloe are out of there already. And C's, that very man we're talking about, has to try and pull this one back. He takes out Maka. He'll start his fight towards CT. Nate goes down towards CT spawn. Lucky with a headshot. Rips right through Diladez. And this is still doable now for 3D Max. This would be a miracle. This would be fantastic for them to be able to pull this round off. And C's, he tries to rip it out of their hands, and he will. He will do exactly that. Exercise and Lucky gone. Haji with the 5-7, a 1v2 in front of him, but there's so much time for Nine Pandas to stay composed.
He's going to go for a little bit of a peek.
He wants a better gun if possible, and he now has a chance to get exactly that. Seized is taken out. He then gets back into the temple. He sustained a lot of damage, but now a 1v1 up against Idis Balance.
And you should know where Idis Balance is. Being not shy about making any kind of a noise whatsoever, trying to lure him out with a fake plant. Haji's not moving, and he realizes he has to hit the perfect timing. 12 HP, perfect timing, and perfect shot. Ideally, catch Idis Balance trying to stick the bomb plant.
Idis Balance goes for the tap, but no follow-up peek from Haji. Now Idis Balance is going for the commitment of the bomb plan. You have to say, once that bomb is down and he's got space to play with, this does start to heavily favor Idis Balance, especially because of the low HP from Haji.
Well, this should be impossible now to win this round for Haji. Now that this is a great position for Idis Balance over in A main, you're safe from most angles, because the way that Haji's played this, Idis Balance could start thinking maybe he's wrapping around through Donut, maybe he's wrapping around through A main. That would be a little bit crazy, but now he's got the footsteps, and now he knows Haji has to overdo it just to be able to get weapons, and he's going to bail out. So, 5th round for Nine Pandas after a tense situation up against just Pistols. They're able to outlast and come back thanks to a couple critical kills from Seized inside the bomb site and nurse this narrow lead.
Tense is definitely the word. You can use that. That was very worrying indeed. If Seized wasn't able to pull those kills back inside the A bomb site, who knows how that would have went down. Let's see how it all unraveled at the start. So just pushing smokes through red, creating a bit of chaos in mid, and capitalizing opportunities.
Yeah, Lucky's hit some bangers in this series so far. He's had some sharp moments. Free op is passed over to Maka. He's got 3,100 in the bank, so even in a loss, he'll be able to get an op out in the next round as well.
Nine Pandas taking control of A main. They've done that, and they've got 2 players committed to it. Smoke's gonna go down for Exercise. He'll play behind it.
Mid smoke going out just now. Nine Pandas starting to make their first move, but this lean towards the A bomb site, they seem pretty convinced and committed to a hit here eventually in the late round. 2 players waiting outside mid with utility. It's just being chucked out now. 3D Max has complete control of B lane as well, so they know what's coming. They know that the lean is towards the A site. A 3rd player has shifted over. It's going to be a very strong defense.
Exercise. He's given away his early position with those shots, a little preemptive, but they don't detect him because of the silencer, and it's only 1. We've certainly liked a 2nd kill out of that at a minimum. But now Maka stuck at the default boxes. They get closer towards him.
Look at the thrust through middle. The 9 Pandas have changed this up. Instead of splitting through Donut because it was smoked off, they've gone and taken Red Room. And all 4 players from 3D Max are at the A bomb site, and there's no fallback for the bomb now.
Yeah, there's no fallback at all. They have to go steamroll into this A bomb site, and that is going to be so difficult considering 3 players in there already. So they set up enough distraction for Jocko to come around the back, and now just seized. 1v4 total. He's taking that first. Second shot is good out towards Tallbox, but couldn't quite compose himself, or get back in time rather, to that kill. Unlucky. So tied up 5-5. We knew this game would be close. We knew this third map would be right down to the edge.
Yeah, that round was way too telegraphed, especially considering how long they sat outside of mid, outside, and just sat in A main. Meanwhile, the B lane is being taken control of by the CT side, and with that much information, it's so hard to lose. You're just kind of executing and hoping for the best, but good utility usage by 3D Max just neutralizes any kind of chaos 9 Pandas wanted to put into that defense. Players love those rounds that are just like quiet, nothing, no pressure being applied into an execute. That's a relatively simple round to defend against.
Very standard. See it one more time. So that's the initial boost being detected by Exercise and the flank from Jocko. You love those. When you come around the back, you see a couple of players looking the wrong way, and you just sink your kills. Be happy about this now, 3D Max. 5-5. 5 CT rounds is good. They have a great chance to move forward to 6. And if they win this one, 7-5 is very likely for the French. Jocko jiggling towards the top of the ramp. Needs to be careful, needs to get his gun out quickly. Stops that play up the ramp. We're burning the fire, but the smoke has gone down, and that will hold back 9 Pandas. They can't follow up. They can't go into the B play just yet, and they've got to reset.
Yeah, good second kill from Haji. Swinging out on contact to make sure they can't just swarm his teammate. Good advantage for 3D Max. And quiet on the map again. Defense completely shifts away from the B bomb site. They think they've put enough of a stop to it to not have to worry about it for the moment. Mako with the op is still going to stick around and just play it passively at an angle. And it looks like 9 Pandas, without a whole lot of utility, don't want to move around the map. This will just be an execute on the B bomb site. 2 coming out cave. Seized has a little bit of utility. Smoke flash to chuck out. But Maka's op can pick one off as they cross in.
Smoke for short. Mac is blinded. Goes to the shot. Through the smoke, it will not connect. It's an unlikely shot, and the wallbang is not much better. So a bomb is down for 9 Pandas. They gotta play the retake though, or against the retake, and Lucky's coming through with Haji right beside him. Should at least confirm that trade on C's, which it will. And Glowing now getting a bit more aggressive up towards Long. He knows that the AWP was detected just around the corner. Exercise is staying committed to this. I can't believe that he's done that so quickly. Acrobatic maneuver. Jumps into the fight, wins it, and able to transfer back to the bomb site. Is 3D Max up to 6 rounds off the back of that. The bomb plant might just get enough money for a good buy here for 9 Pandas right at the last round of this first half, but 3D Max pulling ahead.
Yeah, that jump is, it's a unique way to do it, but it works out. It looks a little bit crazy, but he lands and nails things. Well done from 3D Max, though. I mean, even in those situations, backing off the B bomb site, trusting in your retake, 2 players wrapping around. Beautiful trade kill onto Seized, and then obviously there's so limited places that 9 Pandas can play in the post plant. Good victory, 1 round lead for 3D Max. 9 Pandas gonna fight back with a couple of Tech 9s, 3 Galils.
Yeah, not the prettiest buy for 9 Pandas, but it can be effective with some speed behind it. And that's exactly what Diladez is using to his advantage. He's out mid. Caesar's already outside of Jaguar, but not getting involved in any fights. No spam battles through the smokes, and a dry peek into the AWP is going to result in an early kill for 3D Max.
Oh, I like this. I like this from Joko, taking advantage.
Oh my god, he turns around.
He took his time trying to line that shot up, and the spin from Idis Balance. There goes Haji. It's falling apart, but Maka's still here.
Make sure that he pulls that kill back. Second, while blinded, Idis Balance walks right into the scope. And Clax now clambering his way up the ramp. A lot of time in this round. There was speed behind the 9 Pandas play, but sometimes the quickest way to win around and results in the quickest way to lose.
I think
Klax is going to run away.
I think they sensed the weakness from the previous round where the Tech9 actually had an advantage in that initial fight, and this time 3D Max just has the op posted, and I think that was a huge surprise for 9Pandas.
So what they thought was the opening really was the closer. And Klax is now up on the ledge. He's got 40 seconds. He must attempt this due to it being the last round of the first half, but if he rounds the corner, Lucky has the deep angle. Lucky's now detected him. Klax is on 18 HP, Lucky finishes it off, and it's 3D Max that will leave the first half with a 2-round lead.
Yeah, 7-5. We mentioned Hadji had a very chill, very quiet, ineffective overpass. He's top fragging now for 3D Max here on the deciding map, so good on him for rebounding from a map where he felt like he probably didn't have a whole lot of impact in. 3D Max going to switch over to the T side, and let's see what they got. 12 kills for C's, the most experienced player on 9Panda. Putting in some work on this map, some critical rounds, some big impact. But his team's down by 2. It would be his first major in 6 years.
Quick maps. Still a long way to go even getting through this game. Make it through, but at least survives elimination. And the pistol round begins in the second half. Currently, some utility on the hands of Jocko and Maka, the rest with Kevlar. See what 3D Max have planned. It looks like a heavy B plate. 9Pandas a kit on C's. Keep note of that. Utility on a couple. Jewel Beretta's trying his balance and a quick play through Cave for 3D Max. They've got players in Jaguar already, and C's is just forced into that fight because of the Molotov. So that's a great play for 3D Max. Unfortunate for C's.
Bombs dropped at B ramp though, so they've got to go get it. They're going to hunt down this push from behind. Oh, Glowing, you're in trouble. That's a good shot though. Mako might have sprung a little bit too early, and now everyone can address the ramp push, including the dualies from IDIS Balance. Lucky,
No
1v1. Let's go, baby.
What the hell is happening inside of this pistol? Lucky sprinting back mid, has the bomb on his back. And he'll try and get in towards the A side in time, and he's going to have all the time in the world to put that bomb down and find a good post-plant position. Klax has got the kit though.
Yeah, he does, but he just shifted in a little bit late to Cave to try and hear footsteps in middle, and obviously he was way too late to the jump, so advantage towards Lucky, it feels, even with low HP. Is he going to wrap all the way around? That would be mental.
So Lucky just waiting.
He's going to stick the plant. Lucky's so far away.
Yeah, he really isn't. You've got a kit. He might not predict that. Klax is just sticking
It's over.
Oh my god. Oh no. Oh no. It's the worst way to lose the pistol. You had all the time, all the space. You put the bomb down, and you just go too far away.
It's a heads-up stick as well, considering how much time is left in that bomb timer. He's just like,
all right, cool. I'm just going to stick it. I've got the kit.
I'm just going to go for it, because like with that much time in the bomb timer, you probably expect there to be, you know, someone calling the bluff, someone not peeking after that, and just goes for it. And probably also, you imagine with all the fights Lucky had been into, low on HP, and even hits a nice shot at the end of the day, but out-positioned himself.
Fire tickles the feet of Hadji and Joko. They're actually going to smoke it. They're going to go. Oh, and Seized. It's a rude awakening. It's a surprise he's not ready for it. Fortunately, IDIS Balance was there to prevent Seized from dying. Seized then catches his breath, comes back, and cleans up this attack forward. 3D Max go in with a buy of their own, and it doesn't burst through the B bomb site.
No, absolutely obliterated, and you're exactly right. Seized was in trouble, but IDIS Balance with 1 kill just to buy him a few extra seconds. And they're just going to get picked apart as they try and find a new position to attack into. Lucky brought down low, brought down entirely. And even though there's a trade, it doesn't much matter.
No, it doesn't, because Exercise is 17 health, and there's 4 players to find still. He even realizes there's no shot at this, so he'll back away.
They might just let him save as well. It's not like the money is looking anything special for the CT side, so I don't know how much of a hunt they're going to really be committed to. So he might just be able to back off if he wants to and have an AK-47, a hero AK in the next round.
But that means the scoreline is now 7-7. 9Pandas, with the start that they've had in the second half, have been able to tie things up. And that is really what Counter-Strike is all about. You have a defuse being stuck just around the corner. You go too deep, you make one mistake, and suddenly that lead that you had shrinks instantly. And in fact, it is almost, well, it's very likely, in fact, at this point, that 9 Pandas will take the lead off of the back of that, because there's a force buy here for 3D Max, and it didn't go their way.
Yeah, unless Exercise does something crazy in the next round with this AK-47, yeah, 9 Pandas might just take pole position in this third and deciding map.
And we'll get to see what their CT side of Ancient looks like. Counter-terrorists win. So AK-47 is saved. They don't hunt him. They collect a couple of Galils for 9 Pandas. And a conversation being had down the line here. Seized. Involved in that. Intense moments here at the RMR when you're facing elimination. Everything you work for, the dream of getting to the RMR in itself is such a difficult path that you must take, right? You've got to go through all those online qualifiers. You've got to go through the closed qualifier to get into the RMR. You win a game here and finally you start to believe you can maybe make it to the major, and then you're facing elimination. Exercise. Boosting Lucky up. Exercise also getting chunked down, but it's Lucky that it's perished in that early engagement.
A little bit of pressure onto the A-bomb site from 3D Max, but shouldn't force anything crazy. 2 players in donuts still. Ida's balance going to shift towards middle, so he's a little bit closer to being able to help out that A-bomb site, but 3D Max not committed there. And now that all the mid-utility has subsided, they sense their opening.
And that opening is through elbow. They'll creep out with 3 players. Maka at the front. Double setup and donut here for 9 Pandas. Oh, glowing. That's not clean. And there's the hero AK chiming in with the first kill. Klax inside of donut now needs to handle pressure, and he absolutely will. Famash just mows them down. Stays calm and collected, and Haji on the other side of the map.
Yeah, they were hoping they could get some attention pulled towards A with the trade kill and actually, you know, planting the bomb and allow Haji to go for a flank. Obviously doesn't pan out in that way. Seized cleans up the final kill, and 9 Pandas take that 8-7 lead, but this coming round is going to be AK's back in the hands of 3D Max. AK's in plenty of utility. I haven't really seen them kind of test their true game plan with full weapons. Second round is just a B rush out of the pistol loss with a plant. That got shut down. So this will really be the first round that we see them actually defend and play some default and standard Counter-Strike, you'd imagine.
Default Counter-Strike. See if that is the case. Mid-control taken by the CTs. It's just glowing. In the middle, doing the standard utility. Smokers in behind the initial Molotov.
It's like old school Ancient these days with all these instant smokes for the B double doors, for the mid window. It's like the T sides just have to kind of sit and wait while CTs take control of everything, and then eventually late round they can start making their move when smokes fade and Molotovs run out.
Yeah, you definitely see a lot slower starts to the T side. There was a period when they made those changes, as you were pointing out, you know, when we moved away from the OG Ancient, the T side was suddenly favored with spawn changes and having quick rounds and being able to burst out through elbow before the C2s could even be ready. But we've seen Ancient change quite a bit over the years.
Smoke replenished at the B double doors, which means 3 players are just kind of locked out of action.
Yeah, this is frustrating. These kind of rounds are really frustrating if you're 3D Max. You just have nothing at the moment. And 9 Pandas have pushed all the way down B lane, so it's not like they're sitting back on the bomb sites.
And because they want to go through B doors with so many bodies as well, they haven't been able to do anything.
Lucky's dead at elbow.
Yeah, I mean, like, look at the time on the clock. There's 30 seconds, and you're just now coming through a smoke that's still there for another 5 seconds.
It feels like you got to save.
This round is stalled out.
You have to go back at this point. There's no time to get out of the doorway. This is a tough round to have to swallow.
This is one of the rounds that makes Ancient sometimes such a frustrating map to do when you have a CT team that's really good at cycling utility and taking control of B lane, and it's such a critical part of the map that you just don't have access to.
And we wonder what 9 Pandas CT side would look like, how strong they would be when it comes to how they cycle utility. Well, we got a great answer in this round. We get an example of how good they can be. They completely stall the opponent out. They don't even have to compete in the round with rifles. Most of the action has happened in the dead time. So 9-7, 9 Pandas in the lead. And remember, it was a 2-round lead going into the second half, and now there hasn't been a single round won by 3D Max.
That's actually a really, I mean, that's obviously a great round from 9 Pandas to just shut them out entirely. But even the kill after the time puts them in such a weird money situation as well. There's one player with a Glock and like 150 or 450 bucks. That's Haji. He's the one who died after the time went out. Exercise has a weapon, so does Maka, but they have no money to replenish utility. So it's like, what are you supposed to do in this round? That round just like ruined their economy, and it might take a couple to get it really kind of back and synchronized.
Yeah, that's devastating.
And it almost feels like they're kind of forced to invest in this round, even if they don't want to.
Yeah, you can tell just by looking at them. They're very frustrated and confused at this point. You're going to have to do battle with weapons that really don't make you feel very confident about it. Haji's on a Glock. He hasn't got anything. So he's just trying to recover the money, and eventually will go for flashes and a P250. And that's everything. That's his bank account broken. He's bankrupt. So 3 Max have to play a little better in this round, much better in fact, so they have to challenge. And Jocko getting up that ramp. He's already halfway up it. Flash is coming up. That should allow the kill on Seized. And it certainly will. Second is even better from Jocko. He'll upgrade into the M4, and he ain't stopping. Cutting through the defense like a hot knife through butter. And that's a complete change up for 3D Max. What a recovery.
That's an incredible round from Jocko, but that's shocking from 9 Pandas. Seized is just standing out in the open as a Molotov fades and just eats 2 flashbangs. Teammate gets blinded as well. And just one player just wrecks the entire defense for no good reason.
It's just a wild game of Counter-Strike at the moment, and this push in towards A mid, they're trying to get rid of some more weapons. There's not a lot of money built up at this point. Kind of ill-advised for 3D Max to lose their weapons to take out players who already have so much cash built up on the other side.
And this is the thing that that makes it so hard at this level sometimes is like, man, teams 9 Pandas has such an advantage in that round, and like they have like their foot on the throat of 3D Max, and there's been a couple of those moments in the previous 2 maps as well where teams have advantages, and you just don't have that consistent ability to punish when you're in such a strong position. And so 3D Max is like where they were just sitting here and they were like, okay, the money is in a weird situation. They come in with what, P250, 3 Galils, like maybe like 5 total nades across all 5 members, and they pull a win out of it. Yeah. I mean, it's a beautiful play from Jocko, but like, C's out in the open. Diladez gets blinded as well. Yeah.
I mean, it's just wild, yeah. And that's a great hunt as well. The fact they keep 5 players up, the result couldn't be better for them. There will still be a buy, of course, for 9 Pandas. You'll start to see some weaknesses creeping in. And this game, once again, opens up in the second half. If you are just tuning in, this is an elimination game here at the RMR. Clax and Glowing. Oh, God. 3D Max, it goes from hero to nothing in the second round. They step up with instant round wins in the previous to come out middle and die. 3 players dead, 2 left alone. And 3D Max are now on a recovery mission, and I think it's a mission impossible.
Yeah, that's a beautiful recovery from Clax. Great piece of aggression, turning from a late flashbang from his teammate as well, and just getting around the edge of the smoke. Absolutely beautiful. Maka almost hits the jumping MP9, but there's a player, Clax, who's got low HP, but he's such an insurance policy. He's so safe in A main, and there's no way to connect with your upper. Haji's the one who's going to have to clear him out, who's got equally low HP. And this is just a question of, does he hard clear the corner?
Yeah, Maka under scrutiny from multiple sides. No scope misses. 5 up for 9 Panda. That's back-to-back rounds, but other team, like 5 players stay alive last round for 3D Max. 5 players stay alive for 9 Pandas this one. Yeah, but this is some crazy back and forth Counter-Strike.
They're not out of it just yet, because 3D Max, due to the nature of Jocko just winning that previous round for just by himself and all 5 players surviving, there's so much money now in 3D Max. That's the other angle where it's like 9 Pandas missed such a golden opportunity, is the economy was at one point in disarray. It was all over they were forced into a buy they didn't want and somehow won the round. And now
it was their best round. It was literally the best round they had.
And now they've got plenty of cash to keep fighting. So 9 Pandas 10-8 lead, but it's not secure just yet.
This is crazy. Timeout taken for 3D Max to talk over some of the options. They can't get stalled out again. The mid fight was kind of like a 50-50 headbutt. Who was going to be knocked out? It was them. And now they go to battle again. As you mentioned, lots of money available, so the buy is not weakened just yet. But if they lose this round, money will start to look very weak indeed. At a minimum, a bomb plan needs to be secured here for 3D Max to stay competitive right towards the end. 9 Pandas see double figures first. 3 rounds away from knocking 3D Max out of the competition. Out of the RMRs and killing their major dreams. Ladez tapping through the Jaguar smoke. Hadji's through it. And he'll join his teammates in mid out of the ledge. It's passive this time from 9 Pandas. They don't get involved in the early battle and the early skirmish in mid that netted them such a huge victory in the previous round. This time 3D Max have all the space in this area of the map. Sound being made for Joko. Seized, here's that.
Good position from Exercise so far. Close up to Red Room.
Oh, is he going to be cleared though?
Oh, he's definitely going to be cleared.
Good night, Exercise.
Oh, maybe not. Yeah, yes.
Thank God. That would have been so
I was
rough.
like, wait a second.
How have you done that?
Yeah.
Okay, well, turn back, seeing him anyway.
It's a good position to be in, but no one else on the map is doing anything. That's a position that's strong because people shift into it, and when no other action is happening on the map, and now everything's falling in the way of 9 Pandas.
It's falling apart for the 3D. It's like 1-by-1 fights.
Yeah.
All across. Look at the X's on the minimap.
And it puts so much pressure on Exercise too, because that's such a dangerous position to be in for long, especially in a 5-on-5. And you need some action at A, you need some action at the B bomb site to pull people into your position, and it just never came to. 3D Max.
One more buy.
Another buy coming in, but they're 3 rounds back.
Yep, and if they lose this one, it feels like it's all over. But I don't feel safe in any moment in this game, Jason. There's always some madness right around the corner. Yeah, it's just weird. As soon as they lost that player, Exercise up towards Red Room, it just seemed like panic button got hit, and 3D Max started walking in all across the map and dying. It's still recoverable from a 5v4. They didn't feel like it was. There are 2 streams running simultaneously. Na'Vi versus BetBoom has just seen map 1 conclude. I won't spoil the result, but you can have a look over that. A very quick one, very one-sided first map.
Sure.
Max taking their time here.
Yeah, as they have been. I mean, I think at this point, this is the other angle of it. Again, with this elimination and the pressure of it, I think they're just kind of scared to make a mistake. That first move is hard to work up some courage. Red Room smoke comes out and they turn the corner. Utility in, Klax is going to deploy defensive smoke and just back into the bomb site and get dropped by Glowing.
Yeah, good kill there for Glowing. That's Maka not able to move. Glowing with a great headshot. Klax once again showing he's got multi-kill potential.
Yo, Klax has stepped up so much in these past like 4 or 5 rounds. He's had some huge rounds for 9 Panda.
Yeah, he really has, and that's 9 Pandas up to 12 rounds now. Map point, series point for 3D Max, elimination point. If they lose this round, which looks likely given the economic situation, their major dreams are dead. 9 Pandas will live on to fight, and this is going to be a brutal finish for 3D Max, because they've got to feel when they go off the server today, when they head back to the hotel and they start packing their suitcases, they're going to be thinking about every round that came close, every moment that they had to stay in this series.
Yeah, you so rarely, especially when you think of like how close, you know, or, you know, if you think of back to like the first 2 maps, so rarely do you get a team that just like, just says like we were beat. Everyone feels like this was an extremely winnable game and they just made the critical mistakes at the wrong moment. And yeah, there's no way 3D Max won't feel that either. Coming into the series, a very winnable series for both squads. Very evenly matched. 3D Max got to rattle off 4 in a row to force overtime, or else they're done at the RMR. No chance at the Major. Eliminated from contention.
It's going to be a long journey to get French Counter-Strike back to the level that it used to be at.
It's going to be a long journey to get any regional Counter-Strike back to where it used to be at.
International CS has certainly taken over. Fight for Exercise off the ledge. Good headshot from Klax. Pushing through elbow. Hadji's dead. And unfortunately for 3D Max, it does not look good for their chances of staying alive here in the RMR. High disbalance brings down Joko. That's the bomb loose. Maka and Lucky have to try and pick that up. And a good smoke towards CT. At least gives them some extra positioning and extra time to put the bomb down. And Lucky will do exactly that.
Should wait for this flank to come to fruition. You've got Diladez in middle, gonna come through Donut. He's taking his sweet time with it, but you gotta wait for him to be in position to pounce and properly trade into this bomb
He's really
site.
taking his time, isn't he? He's not moving at all yet.
Again, just the fear of the moment.
They've got to go and seize it. 9 Pandas have to come in and close this out right now, and Lucky, the last remaining player, is felled. 9 Pandas will stay alive here in Bucharest. Their RMR run will continue, but for a 3D Max, it is disappointment. It is dreams being crushed. They will not be present in Copenhagen for the first CS2 Major, but 9 Pandas can still believe.
Yeah, they absolutely can. And I mean, I think both teams can look back on these games and again, the process of improving to the point where you can qualify for majors and then get to majors. I think there's plenty to learn here, but some good showings and some good performance. I think Lucky had a few good situations. Exercise, even Haji stepping up on that third map of Ancient, even in a loss. So yeah, this one's going to be heartbreak. But at some point, you're going to have to look back at these and take from it what you can.
For a team like 3D Max, sometimes making it to the RMR is a big event to accomplish, because getting through those online qualifiers, getting through the closed qualifiers can be a very treacherous road. But when you get into a matchup like this, when you get up against 9 Pandas, they've got to feel like this is a team on their level, a team that they can beat.
Yeah, and I mean, you can even see some tears here at the end of 3D Max. Like, yeah, making it to the RMR is an accomplishment, but that true dream is the next one. It's the major, that next step that they weren't able to take. And you always have, as a player, when you get to these points in these qualifiers or these RMRs, you know, the dream that you're envisioning, that you're trying to manifest, is making it to that major. And it's always going to be heartbreaking, no matter how out of reach it might seem.
Years of dedication towards one craft. But that is why the major is the pinnacle of competition. It's so difficult to make it there. It often ends in heartbreak, disappointment, and defeat. And that's what 3D Max will feel today. But
for 9 Pandas, though, I mean, like, they're still in it. It's a different perspective. Obviously, you're still in this battle, and you got a lot to clean up. There were a lot of mistakes, a lot of sloppiness.
In this kind of form, doesn't feel like they're going to make it either.
Yeah, it does it, actually, after watching this game. It's not a team that it feels like they're going to be strong enough, but you never know. You can go back in over a night, and I mean, you can refocus the team. You can point out these mistakes and try and change a little bit of the mindset in different situations, and never know how that might escalate after the fact. But this is a solid win, hard fought, but overcoming a lot of awkward situations.
Yeah, a lot of awkward situations throughout that, especially in the second half of Ancient. We had that crazy back and forth with 5 players staying alive for both teams.
It's also, I mean, a thing of the map pool, right? Like, if you look at how nukes for 9 Pandas wasn't the greatest thing in the world. Overpass looked fantastic. Ancient, I think they got fortunate that 3D Max isn't exactly a strong Ancient team, but obviously you've got to fix things in your map and bring it up so you can be as dangerous as you are on Overpass across 3 to 4 different maps in the pool.
And here's the scores we've got here. 13 in the end. Felt closer at times, but 9 Pandas were able to pull through right at the end, and Klax was, in particular, the player that I feel like stepped up the most towards the end there. He's not got the most amount of kills here, but the impact that he found was fantastic.
I mean, in the last like 4 or 5 rounds, he was getting triple kills, double kills. He was multi-fragging as well. So, I mean, he shot up the scoreboard, but they were all impact kills as well. None of them were really all that fluff. So good job from him, and good job from the rest of 9 Pandas. They get another crack at it.
Yeah, another crack at the whip, and we'll see if 9 Pandas can get through. Difficult road still to come forward, and there's teams now dropping down, like Eternal Fire didn't get the W today versus FaZe.
Yeah, the competition's gonna be real hard.
There's some really good teams falling into the category, battling for those final spots at the major out of this group of Europe.
Absolutely. That's 9 Pandas' problem, though, not ours. 3D Max, we say goodbye to them. We send them home. Commiserations, a nice hard-fought battle. We're gonna do a break, and then we have one more series today coming your way when we return.
Players are changing. Countries are changing. The game has changed.
Finds it to perfection. And simple. It's Olaf who's been on top of the box. He's got 3 and he's looking for a 4. That is incredible. And Rain, he's knocked away.
The best tournament, the best bookmaker at the scene.
We are proud to announce new additions to the XL series. Both are using fast TN panels and newly upgraded Diac 2 technology. Fast TN panel with its faster native response time can reveal enemy outlines quicker during flashbang attacks. For IPS panel, more overdrive is required to enhance response speed, leading to dynamic image blurring due to the panel's inability to handle the load. These new monitors integrate new dynamic accuracy technology, Diac 2. The upgraded dual backlight design not only provides FPS players with clearer visuals at dynamic aiming and spray control, but are also more friendly to your eyes. Moreover, built in the monitor panel, Diac 2 functions independently and doesn't require any sync with PCs, ensuring no impact on game performance. XL setting to share now has auto game mode feature. Besides download, save, share your settings, it will auto apply different color settings based on your usage scenarios. Outlook of the latest monitors are refreshed. It has incorporated industrial-grade bearings into the height adjustment mechanism, allowing easier and smoother adjustment to the exact desired height. The new monitor series continue to evolve, refining details to ensure players can perform their best consistently in games. This is a brief introduction of the new XL monitor. Feel free to DM us if you have any questions.
Set up teams and start digging.
Made in hell.
On a deserted island.
Hold on to your bitch.
me down before. I thought I couldn't take anymore. Nah. Celebrate like you won the war. Guess you forgot what I'm fighting for. I'll come right back at ya. Better hope I don't catch ya. Cause when I do, I'm gon' smash ya. Now I'm out for blood. I'm ripping into the claw. I'm out for blood. I'm out for blood. You better bring it in, Q, I'm coming for. I'm out for blood.
It's time for another elimination match here at the PGL RMR 2024 in Europe Group A, and we've got ourselves Enterprise versus SAW. Now, if you cast your mind back to the RMRs to Antwerp, we've seen a devastating loss for SAW, and in particular the play of Mutrus, who has played for so long, so many versions of Counter-Strike all the way, and never made it to the Major, and it was so cruelly taken away from him by Jame, as usual. So now he's back, and we've just seen Stadodo make it through earlier today to the Major, and you can see how much it meant to him, and there's an opportunity now for those players, his ex-teammates, to take that next step too. To survive, at least.
Yeah, to survive.
Because they're on the elimination side of things at the moment.
Right. They did send NIP packing with a nice 2-0 victory.
They did do that.
That's got to be a positive feeling.
That's an impressive victory to an extent.
Yeah. I mean, that'll at least make them a little bit happy. There's Demo. This is the Polish team coming in Enterprise. We've been kind of making jokes and laughing about it a little bit, but Polish Counter-Strike seems to be roaring back into action.
It's just suddenly appeared, hasn't it? It's back in the game. It's ready to go. Out of retirement, and the one and only Tao, he's right there, the Tap Chan, the sofa bed himself.
I think it was Banks was telling me there was an interesting story. Tao used to be like a COD pro or something like that, different pro in a different game, and just made the switch. And
that's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Well, it's working out for him. He's back in the game, and Friend is here too. So
he looks friendly.
He does look friendly, doesn't he?
Yeah, lives up to his name.
Yeah, definitely could be a good friend. Well, Enterprise certainly bringing Poland to another event. They are trying to stay alive today versus SAW, and they've got to feel like this is a winnable game for them. This is a very inexperienced roster in the majority of the players, but you got the likes of Tao, who was part of that AGO team, if you remember years ago, with Snatchy and Groovy and all those kind of players. Mutrus, one of the most experienced Counter-Strike players who really has been around for a very long time, but has never really been able to take the step up to the big time. Roman joins him. He's been there for a long time with him. And Ujerks. So we've seen these guys, we've seen them all the time around the sort of RMR circuit and some of the smaller tournaments.
Tier 2 circuits.
But they never really progress beyond that.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's just the story of these like regional teams at the moment, and you can see kind of the impressive part of having like international rosters, or what makes it such a good prospect is it's just a wider talent pool in these teams that are trying to build and trying to rebuild like regional squads. I think you just with the lesser talent pool, you don't always have pieces all the way down the lineup that can probably have the necessary impact to qualify and make it and cause an upset and cause a couple upsets in these RMRs to have to make it through. So. Big challenge for both of these squads that are trying to pull it all together. I don't even know who I've favored in this series.
I'm going to favor SAW coming into this series just because of the experience. They've been here. They've faced the pressure of elimination of RMRs before. They've suffered the defeat of the RMRs before.
I was going to say the same thing, and then I saw they lost 1-13 to 9 Pandas. So now it's all thrown.
9 Pandas didn't give us the best kind of performance today either. So yeah, that definitely scares
There's
you
a better
9
Pandas out there?
You'd have to imagine so, wouldn't you? If they can beat SAW 13-1.
Yeah.
But here's the bans coming in. Ban of Mirage out there. Overpass gone. The biggest map of the pool is no longer with us, but Inferno, a rare selection coming in from the side of SAW.
I think this is the first Inferno I've casted in this
year.
year. This year. We didn't cast it at Katowice at all.
Yeah, that's true. We didn't get to see it. So Vertigo coming up next.
Okay.
I like it. Some different maps.
Yeah, I got some new maps. We're mixing things up. Ancient taken out last. And we're going to see Anubis is still in the pool, boys.
Oh, this could be absolutely god tier if we could get Anubis as the third map. Go on, guys.
Come on, give it to us. Decider.
What's it gonna be?
Nuke's in there as well, and it's Anubis. That's what we're talking about. It's already starting off on the right foot.
I like it. 4-2 win-loss ratio for Saw coming into Inferno. 4-0 undefeated our Enterprise on Vertigo. So interested to see that. And then we decide things on Anubis if needed. 5-1 record for Enterprise, 8-2 record for Saw.
Okay, yeah, that could be spicy if we get there. We'll see how these two teams play. Looks like fist bumps are out. We're just going to start getting into the action. Pistol round coming any moment. Elimination series between Saw and Enterprise. One of these two teams, we're sending them packing today. The other one's going to fight tomorrow to survive and make it to the Major and one last chance.
I do believe we're going to go to 3 maps in this series. I think it has it written all over it. But we begin this journey on Inferno. T-side start for Saw. This was the very map that they suffered the knockout blow before against Jame at the Antwerp RMRs. They will have to try and get over some of that trauma by facing it head on.
Here we go, towards Banana, a couple players. Ooh, a mid push as well on a pistol round. Oh, Muterus shuts that down nice and quick. No aggression down mid for you. And Demo's going to be forced back as well. Goosh, these Glocks doing work. So Saw holding them at bay. It looks like Enterprise, they want to challenge. They want to be a little in your face, but they've taken way too much damage now, so back off and settle into a pretty standard 4v4.
Definitely standard. And Saw going to start slipping players up short. It's undetected, so actually it might be a rude awakening for Demo up on top of the balcony. He's going to go into the apartments. Muterus is waiting and cut through. Muterus removes his head. And that's going to be Saw with the player advantage. They dive into the bomb site. Dang. Nice little risk taken there from Jerks. Comes through that long smoke, walks away with another kill. Now, Enterprise do have a kit and friend still alive. The problem is getting anywhere near this bomb site. Jerks and Boiler looking to boil up Friend, but it isn't going to happen. And a weird overextension into the open gives Friend a headshot. He doesn't take any damage. And remember, that kit is still available, so you've got a few extra seconds to play with here as they try and come back into that bomb site. But even with that kit, time is starting to run out, and that kill will remove Friend from the equation. Tau will follow the same fate, and Saw have the first round of Inferno.
Yeah, nicely done from Saw. Even in the post plan, even when they lose, Jerks over towards Boiler, just staying in their positions, not overextending, not over-peaking, trusting in the crossfires they have set up. So 1-0, forcing back Enterprise's aggression, picking a player off who is being aggressive down middle, and just making sure they have to play a standard pistol round. That's Muterus with that opening kill, and even combines over towards Hall later on. So 1-0. And an investment from Enterprise. Scout, upgraded pistols, plenty of smokes. They're going to try and block off some of these choke points. Hope that Exist can get some tags. And he knows he's been spotted, so the Scout backs away. Jerks taking control of top Banana very early on. They want to force out some of these smokes early. Gonna burn one of their own just to try and get it out, and they will.
The setup in the apartments looks like a trap that's about to be sprung. Aradoche. It's about to walk into the Scout. Ooh. Ooh. Good kill and a second piece of damage done as well onto Exist. He can't really fall back here. He's low. This should set up the attack for Saw without too much of a problem. Exist is finished off by Aradoche, and they've got the sight here, Saw.
Yeah, really, really well done from Saw. I mean, obviously the Scout and just an upgraded pistol and hulls, there's not too much resistance, but a good job just kind of layering utility as they progress up into the bomb site, and an easy take. So Enterprise will save these 3 weapons. Bomb's going to go off. 2-0 for Saw, and this should be basically, I need a replay.
Buy me knifes his friend.
I need a replay.
Yeah,
I mean, it looked like they were laughing about it after it happened, so there's at least that, but I just want to see what happened.
A little bit awkward.
Do you think it's like a matchmaking game, like just griefing right at the start? You lose 2 rounds, you've always got that
It's
jerk
the ban.
who's just like
7-day ban.
Team killing and yelling at you.
Yeah. You'd hope not. You'd hope not. Someone's trying to be friendly and you end up getting... That's always the worst part. When you used to like solo queue and you come in with a positive attitude, like, I'm going to be really nice to everybody here.
Yeah.
You're like, hey guys, what's up? And it's just like, you get profanity, you just get screamed at.
That's Connor. Connor does that all the time back in the States. Here we go.
Oh. Ooh. He's like, okay, well, dziękuję.
At least they're all laughing about it.
That's fantastic.
It's like, what's up, bro?
Well, that's at least some comedy to kick off the first 2 rounds.
Yeah, lighten the load. Get some stress out.
It's going to be a very stressful game.
It is. Got to get your laughs in while you can.
Yeah. Tao taking damage. He was the foundation that had Buy Me up on top. Oh, smoke goes into a CT. Oh, I love it. Here we go. Zeus. Do we see a knife kill on a teammate and a Zeus kill in the follow-up round? That would be kind of nice. I've seen a lot of Zeus action since the update came in. Around the Katowice playoffs, Rops is the first adopter. We've seen many players pick it up since.
I haven't seen anyone use an angle quite like this, though.
It's quite an interesting decision, isn't it? He's going to hear the steps of Aradoce. There we go.
Bang.
Zeus just trickles away. Aradoce electrocuted in the apartments. About to be a finish on this B bomb side. Rotation coming over with some extra weaker weapons. Big D. Gonna get it done. And it won't. So boost up. Clear over the top of the smoke. Saw still have time to play with, and they don't want to walk into any sort of trap or stack, so they're going to take their time. And now they start to make their way through that utility. They get past the boost, but the bomb plant, oh, it could be denied. Especially with Tao unchecked. Their first oranges, oh, it's chaos. Damage being done, but kills coming through. Remember, the boost is still here. Bomb plant not comfortable. Bomb will go loose. But the kills come in to recover this mission for Team Saw.
And Saw has to just be like, can you guys stop fighting for just a second from all these different angles? They got very fortunate because they did not clear first oranges. If that CZ actually gets a kill, it can change things a little bit. Dink on the Uterus, and that was actually closer than it might seem, considering the HP of U-Jerks, who would have been left in a 1v1. However, Saw are able to take a 3-0 lead, and guns will come out for the first time for Enterprise. That's a lot of electricity.
There's a lot of it, and it recharges now. Pretty cool. They finally found the technology to get a rechargeable Zeus.
Rechargeable batteries.
It's been years in the making. The Enterprise, it's been 3 rounds in the making, though, to get a buyout. So they're going to go for it. M4's up at the ready in the hands of Friend. He's not looking to be too friendly to Saw in this opening banana fight. It's Lightning unable to strike. He's going to run right back into the site. Banana control taken by Saw. They don't realize it just yet, but it is theirs. They'll default and take control of apartments. Just going through the motions. You would expect Saw to be the more experienced team here and just trying to dictate the pace of the T side. Standard play as they take apartments in top mid now.
Smoke towards the left side mid to give them access to brackets. They'll have to force Friend off this angle. Good utility, but with the Molotov up, Friend knows he can just kind of stand and doesn't have to worry about that flashbang. But go too far and Story is waiting for you. Not willing to overextend quite yet. So Saw's taken Banana. They've applied pressure and shown that they have control of top mid. And that turns the defense into a bit of a guessing game, and you can see Exist just kind of hovering in CT spawn back and forth between the 2 bomb sites. And again, this is just a little bit of pressure applied to the B bomb site. I imagine we'll see one player, come all the way back towards middle. U-Jerk's 1 kill would be everything, but he sees the counter utility and he just says, you know what, it's not worth it.
Oh, Friend. Pushing up, Roman's elbow spotted, detected, and Friend has fallen down by the wayside. Demo gets aggressive through the apartments, comes back, lines up a second kill, and Roman now dead. 8 seconds, bomb plant starting to come through for Saw. And Demo would have loved to have been in a position to deny that plant, but him staying alive is the next best thing. It's a retake, a 4v3, favoring that of Enterprise. We know Saw, when they get their teeth dug into the post plant, they can hold on to this.
U-Jerk's in the worst spot. This is so hard. Because they can't clear out holes as well, so he's got to watch this flank. Big kill, he sees the barrel.
It's important to stay active there and not just sit back. He would have fallen with his low HP, so he gets aggressive, draws it back. Now U-Jerks with a follow-up kill. Mutrus at the back of the bomb site, and Saw, despite having less players, the post plant proves to be potent.
And that's why that kill is so important from U-Jerks as they start kind of flanking from middle and from Boiler as well, so that he can turn his attention over towards holes and alleviate that responsibility from his teammates. That was loud.
It's very loud, yeah. Headphone users beware.
Nice round though, overall from Saw. Just kind of seesawing him between, no pun intended, between the bomb sites. Nice little fake to pull a 3rd player, and that's unfortunate for Friend. That's going to be frustrating. Sees the elbow, And with the intensity of the situation that they're in, takes the shot a little bit early and only gets the leg shot, or only gets the leg damage.
So it forces Enterprise from a really good buy back down to pistols and an MP9. It's not the start Enterprise would have hoped for. Now, there is a world in which this obviously goes to 3 and is super close, but maybe the moment gets a little bit too much for these young players of Enterprise, and Sol's experience can step up. Deagle inside of the bedroom, second kill from Exist. Oh god.
God damn.
Yeah, that's nasty.
That's great. That's the second time that position is really screwed with Saw. Previously it was just a Zeus. This time it's way more painful. Way more painful. 3 on 5. Udric's trying to get lucky, but no one is exposed to danger through that spam. At this point, if you're Saw, you have to find a couple fights that you don't have to commit to, get a kill and kind of disappear back, but there's not a whole lot of time. Muterus does have a molly in Halls. If he can molly Pit, Demho is going to be forced out into the open, although there's still plenty of smokes for the CT side.
Demo inside of Pit, Friend with him in the mini pit. Smoke goes down, allows him to stay in his position for a little bit longer, and it's all about trying to draw pressure away from Friend, but that doesn't work. Udric stays committed to that angle in mini pit, and now they know that second player's inside of the smoke. Ooh, Demo taking damage. Eventually, the Glock
they're going to
eradicates his victim, and they have somehow recovered this mess. They've gotten themselves into the 2v2. Bimey climbs up on Graveyard, and well, he'll be taken out eventually by Utrix, who finds himself at 4K and recovers what was about to be a disaster setup with Enterprise's double dig.
Yeah, that's going to fire you up. That'll fire you up massively. 3v5 and you do recover. What did he see? The bomb planner got off the bomb plan at default and hunted down Small Pit. Just saw something, knew he was there. And that was a really dangerous position. This is the start from Exist. Brilliant shooting, great dig. This one right here, that was so critical. Demo's stuck behind the smoke, can do absolutely nothing on the exit. And what a recovery from Saw.
And that's a great sign of things to come if you're able to clean up messes such as that one. We'll be able to stay ahead and build this T-half. Enterprise return to a buy, their second full buy round here off the CT side of Inferno. Oh, Utrix puts that Molotov in his back pocket. Oh, there's more fire. It's a blanket, a sea of flames, in fact, coating the floor of Banana. And all that damage makes it easy for the HE grenade to finish them off. Missed shot.
So lucky he gets away with that.
Yeah.
If that pick comes in, then there's just one defender at the A bomb site, and Saw's really trying to hustle to take advantage of all the tension at Banana. Friend loses track of it, nade in hand, and that off shot misses as well. Tau is gonna take him down, and this is desperate now.
But look at Aradoce. He catches Tau looking the wrong way inside of the library. Tau perhaps thought he was protected from the players inside of the site, but it still looks good, especially with that kill from Exist. And now Roman. Go bowling? Absolutely not. Exist will take him out at range, and for the first time, Enterprise find a round on the CT side of Inferno.
Yeah, good for them, but that's a little bit sketchy. Players on both sides getting caught with nades in hands at awkward moments. Not really, the timing not really with them all that well, but good Banana pressure early on from this defense. So much utility down. Oh, that's a great flick over. I thought that was through the wall, but that's a disgusting rebuttal.
We're starting to get to the point where if Enterprise lost that round, definitely would have expected a timeout. A reset coming into this, but Saw still have the opportunity to fight right back, and they go through Banana, and Friend is ready with the AWP, so Muterus is taken out immediately.
Yeah, preemptively puts out the Molotov to enable that peek, and it works just perfectly. Friends had great impact in these past 2 rounds, opening kills in both of them. Last time it was a double, here just the one, but going to be very, very pleased with the position he's putting his team into, and noise made. Saw now say, okay, one's at first oranges. Let's just walk in.
New jerks. That one kill has created space and nearly gets the second player through that CT smoke, but it's all about the space created because it allows the bomb to go down here for Saw.
That's a nice nade.
And we've seen what they can do when they're in post plans. Even when there's players favored on the other side of Enterprise, Saw have been able to close out rounds as soon as the bomb is put down.
Are you going to risk it all on this retake?
It's a question that has to be asked, but I think the answer will be no, because look where Exist is. He's still on A.
I think they will.
They're staying committed to this? Well, there's no falling back, I suppose, for the players inside of the church. Oh, Exist is coming over now. They are going to throw everything into this.
No, they're going to back off.
Okay.
They're trying to back away now, but they just don't have the cover.
Yeah. They're committed to church, and that was the recovery mission, is try and get them out of that area. Ooh. Demo is certainly going to help with that. 6 shots on Story and Roman. Utrix gets across.
That's actually so nice from Demo. Those are beautiful shots. Just a quick jiggle and a tap to the forehead. 6-1, however, for Saw, so the nice shots aren't going to close the gap. You need more. And Enterprise is currently getting just demolished right now on this map. And I like it from Saw. We've seen some tactical rounds. We've seen some standard rounds, building it with utility, applying pressure on both sides. This time is just like, oh, we got the information. He fell out first oranges. Let's just be bold and walk in. It's 2 rounds ago, the opening provided by Friend. He even got the opening on Muterus the next round as well. Important victory for Saw as their money, despite having a 6-1 lead, is not pretty.
This is quite the stack, isn't it? Towards Porch underneath with the AWP. Exist in the corner too. This is quite the trap laid out for Saw to round this corner, and it's by meat there too. So 4 players stack this A bomb site for Enterprise. If there's a heavy commitment around this corner, it could end in absolute collapse for the T side. The 2 for 2 is good. Even better on the 3rd kill, and the 4th is the knockout blow. Saw through 7-1. And that attack through the A bomb site has given me a lot of confidence about this T side.
Damn, that's some nasty trading as you come up as well. I don't know, someone missed a follow-up spray with the FAMAS to get a double kill. That was harsh, but the shot on Friend, Muterus finally gets a little bit of payback, swinging out and ripping his face off. 1v3, Tao's just not even going to go for this. He's just coming to investigate to see if he can grab a cheeky kill at the end to close things out. But Enterprise at this point, down 1-7, it might be time to hit that panic button. Take like a little 30-second timer.
I'd be playing a drum beat on it. Did it a long time ago. 7-1. Tau saving.
Some high-octane Counter-Strike from Saul.
I love it. I love the speed we're getting from them. Muterus on screen, a pillow at his back. Wrist support, 31-year-old man, Muterus. First attended his first recorded pro event at the age of 16 back in 2009. And this journey he's taken him on 6 RMR events, 6 major qualifier events. He's not made it to any of them. And his closest was back at that Antwerp RMR, as we were mentioning.
A story like that, that's one of those guys you root for, you cheer for.
Yeah, from 16 to 31 and still chasing the dream. He was the same age as Donk when he started playing professionally.
All right, you jerks behind the Molotov. I mean, if you're Enterprise too, like you've been beaten up at both bomb sites, it's going to be really hard to work up the courage to challenge at this B site. Saw is very on point at the moment, willing to take risks as well. And again, those footsteps from by me hurt as well. So, I mean, that's the call that there's a second player here rotating through Temple, and you could see he wanted that fight, was hoping for that peak, and it doesn't come to fruition. Now a little bit of utility, and you're going to have to try and delay as long as possible.
So by me can pull distraction, try and keep eyes on him instead of the player at New Box. And that's Tau who's got himself towards the back of the site. By me has done his job. Now he needs to stay alive. He'll drop back into ruins. Grenades come in to try and take out the low HP player. Remember, Tau has set himself up a position with corridor of cover, but Utrix just eradicates him immediately when given the chance.
Dude, he's hitting some bangers. He's 11-3.
Yeah, he wants this so bad.
Yeah, that's actually so crazy. I feel bad for Tau. What are you supposed to do? And now Aerodolce is actually in a position to cut off the retreat. Takes some guns away right at the end. He's been spotted a little bit early and can't manage the fight. So good win from Demo. But still, again, it's like 8-1.
8-1. I was not expecting this, if I'm honest. I thought this was going to be a way closer game.
Yeah, this...
Given the results, you know, you mentioned 9 Pandas beating Saw 13-1. I thought, okay, they're not coming into this event with a really good level at the moment. Enterprise, they were fighting back a little bit against Na'Vi. They were showing some good prowess when it comes to individual abilities. So I thought maybe we're going to get a great game here. Still could develop into that, but currently Saw looking much better.
Also, I mean, remember, throw your mind back to what we saw in just the previous series as well. You kind of know... the map pool is such a bigger impact at this level of teams than it is against like the standard tier ones that we see. That you know, this could just be a very strong map for Saw, a very weak one for Enterprise, and then we go to the next map and it's the reverse. So it'll be interesting to see how this comes to fruition, but for the moment, Saw is just piling on.
Grenade lands in the pocket of Exist. Nasty blast to the belt. 48 health. He'll stand in Boiler. He's got his teammate with him. Enterprise going for some aggression in the apartments. And Saw with a passive default this time. So not really challenging through Banana, not challenging the apartments. Giving some early control to Enterprise, and they're certainly taking this. The poles push down Banana, and Baime's got the opening.
Good start for Enterprise. They'll take anything at this point. They lost to 4v5 earlier, though. So they know this is still dangerous. At least this time, too, they have complete Banana control. We've seen a lot of passive setups at the B bomb site, but now they've got Tao pushed all the way down towards Logs. They've got Baime in conjunction with him. Tough to break through. Muterus looks right. His opponent was left.
Oh, Tao swinging into the fight. Aradoche trades back. Saw have shown an incredible ability at pulling back disadvantageous rounds. And now 35 seconds. Roman pushes in towards the B bomb site. The rest of his teammates come on the attack. Friend is the only defensive player here. And he knows he's got a player tucked in that corner, but he can't stay there. He has to drop back into the site. His teammates on the rotation. Missed shot from Friend. Missed shot on the second. And now he's overrun. Aradoche with one hell of a round. When Ujerks is down early on, he needed someone else to step up. So far it's been Aradoche. Exist and Demo having to pull this one back, and that's one step in the right direction. Jump around the corner. Aradoche doesn't stop. He's on for the ace. He's got 4 already in the bag, and he's looking in the right direction. Aradoche with all 5. 9-1 for Saw. Unrelenting. Enterprise can't catch a break.
And it's such a critical round as well when you're down 4 on 5 early on due to the pick. And there's just, yeah, what can you say? What can you do if you're Enterprise at the moment? All the answers are in the favor of Saw. And you got a couple players in that team that are hitting real hard. Ujerks and Aradoche are just beast mode right now.
We seen an interview yesterday from James where he was saying, you know, as soon as we qualified for the major, there was some excitement, but then that all went away very quickly because we've won a major. We've been to the major multiple times, major final in 2019 in Berlin. So the excitement kind of wore off very quickly because their focus, their objective is the major itself. But for players on the server today, none of them have made it. None of them have got through the RMR, so everything matters today. And Ujerks is fighting tooth and nail at this point. 2 kills again as he bursts through Banana.
I think what's happening right now, I think Enterprise to a certain extent has been put in their place on an individual level. It looks like players are not confident to just stand and take fights. You can see here you have 3 players stacked at top Banana. Opera takes a shot and falls away. Oh my god. 2 players left are throwing utility in hands. They're not ready for the battle that's to come, and if they just stay gun out, they probably at least trade that. They probably slow it down and win a fight, but because it's just, and I mean, fair play, we just saw the shots that Ujerks had. He's on for an ace as well right now.
It's 4K from Aradoche into the ace last round.
Friend is gonna have nightmares of this guy.
Demo was just renting an apartment here, looking to chill out. It's pretty nice. The kitchen got an upgrade, but would you keep your watermelon in a jar like that, Jason?
I'm not much of a watermelon person, but no.
What's wrong with a watermelon?
Nothing's wrong with them. It's just not my...
You don't think?
There's a couple different fruits on the hierarchy that I would go through before I got to the watermelon.
Okay, tell me about your fruit hierarchy then. What's at the top?
Oh, a good cantaloupe can't be beat. And I'm a big fan of the underappreciated honeydew.
Okay, these are like bougie fruits, Jason. You know, like you're not coming out with no apples,
They're not bougie.
no
They're
oranges,
in every
bananas.
fruit salad you see around the world.
Well,
I mean, I was sticking to the melon category. Banana is S tier. Banana is the first go-to.
Yeah, banana is great. You see plenty of bananas. You know, there is a Counter-Strike player called Westmelon, and I discovered that that is the term for watermelon in Asia.
In Asia.
So that's pretty cool.
I wonder if he likes watermelons or if he just thought it was a cool name.
Well, it's not a cool name, so he has to like watermelons.
It's not actually that cool at all. So.
It's got to be the enjoyment of watermelons. It's the only logical thing that could happen. 20-1 though. And again, saw through banana. Is Friend's nightmare going to continue?
Yes. As he eats a nade.
He's got sleep paralysis at this point.
There's three
Ujarks
players.
is standing at the end of his bed.
There's 3 players here again. Good luck, boys.
Bye me. Ooh, he's moved forward. I thought he was going to have to be forced into a swing there, but he stays behind the half wall.
I think they sense the pressure and they're like, all right, not this time. We kind of got fortunate with some fights in the last one. Let's not challenge this 3-man stack again. Back to the A bomb site we go. Saw feel the pressure and make a really good read of the situation. When does Enterprise put it together? They've disappeared from Banana, but they've got to be so paranoid and so worried because they've just been destroyed in this part of the map. Demo, there's the peak. Good kill falling back, but the pressure's coming, and it's from Halls.
Great trading yet again for Saw, keeping the numbers even. Exists under pressure inside of the pit, takes a grenade. That's going to take some of his health off, but he'll change his position up just in time for Ujarks to descend down the apartments into the pit with a kill. Aradocha ain't stopping. Absolutely no mercy. And look at Story. Oh, by me. He has to go down. And Friend will turn with a headshot. 15 seconds left. Bomb isn't down in the site yet.
I'm surprised he's not challenging. I'm so surprised he's actually given this up and wrapping back around. This is going to be an even harder avenue to get back into it. There's no cover. At least when you come up lane, you can hide behind truck. You can try and isolate a fight. Now, they don't expect it.
He's so unlucky not to get that second kill. Now Ujarks, he is just on one today. He ain't missing. Giving him the chance. Headshot locked in. 11-1 first half from Saw.
What a time to have the game of your life. This is disgusting. Whenever anyone shows it, yeah, all you can do is put a little smile. It's just like, I show up at a screen and I'm just dead.
I've loved the attitude of Enterprise shot this tournament. Like, it doesn't look like they're getting tilted at any point because they know like getting to the RMR is a really big deal for young players. Again, getting slapped around right now, but
yeah, this part doesn't feel good. Knifing each other doesn't feel good on accident, but man, I don't know. Also, like, what are you supposed to do? Look at this shot from Ujarks. Okay.
It's like you have such a good chance to get a double lineup, and Ujarks gets behind cover, and then boop, insta headshot, of course.
Yeah, but I still think like challenging to prevent them to get into the bomb site, like forcing them to play with the pressure of the clock is so much different than like a 1-on-2 retake, which is why I was kind of like, why aren't you challenging at lane? Obviously, he might not know they're both pit.
Yeah.
Either way, pistol round's important.
Pistol round's very important. More so for Enterprise. But for Saw, if they win the pistol, this game's pretty much done on Inferno. We'll take this show on the road. We go to map 2. And that'll be Vertigo.
I think Enterprise at this point is probably like, you know what? Let's extend this and just see if we can get Ujarks to cool off. You know, maybe he's just having like a good...
Gotta pour some water on him.
Good 30 minutes. Let's take it to the next map and hope that he's not hitting bangers again.
Yeah,
Good
they look honed in.
Immediate piece of utility. That'll fade just past the 50-second mark.
It's clearly fake there towards the B bomb site, given the bomb being outside of A. So they're just trying to draw extra
Yeah, but you gotta
plays
sell
over
the
here.
fake, right?
Yeah, you gotta sell it for sure. Are they gonna buy it?
He just peeked halls. I don't know if he saw anything. But if he did, they're not budging from pit. And with that kill...
I wouldn't buy this fake.
No, not anymore. Certainly.
35 seconds. Perhaps they'll buy me.
Oh, the drop down. That's pretty big.
Nice headshot. Dropping down into the pit. Oh, the Julie's unleashed, but it's just one. There's an important trade to come in from the poles. They're into the bomb site.
They didn't buy the fake at the A bomb site, but they kind of did buy it over at the B bomb site. Those 3 defenders stuck around for quite some time. And that drop down is a huge consequence when your broken wall player gets picked off like that. They know there's a second player in pit.
Is Friend pushing the smoke? He is. Okay, Friend. Quite the risky maneuver. You know Mudras is inside of that smoke now, and you're going to mutilate him with the Glock. So close. Why has it not happened? How have they not got that kill? And Saw still fighting back. Saw getting kills. Ujerks is on a life game right now. 2 kills back. Defuse being stuck around the corner. Friend can't get there. He has to stop it, and oh, he will. He'll stop that disaster. He'll wake up from his nightmare for a mere moment.
I was gonna say, thank God he wins that. Otherwise, he'd be crying after that engagement over towards Library. Oh, how he couldn't find Muterus inside the smoke. That's like one of the rare times you see the Glock bullets just not actually connecting with the headshot. But a very fortunate 1v2, and Enterprise win that all-important pistol round to keep going. Second round investment from Saw.
Second round investment, I can understand it. You got rounds to play with, you're hitting everything. Might as well go for it. Ujerks on an MP9. Mudras also has one of those. Everybody else on upgraded pistols. Steps in the apartments, Demo making a lot of noise. And when Doce is brought in to fight that, they'll realize there's Deagles at least on the other side of things. Hasn't given a whole lot away. We now heading under 1 minute. Oh, this is a cool shot.
It is a nice camera shot.
I don't think I've seen this one used.
Yeah, it looks sweet. It was a little mess with my brain a little bit at first, but once I got
Where
used to it.
are we?
Yeah. Good setup. Pretty good setup. If they can stop the first player, that's huge. Molotov in towards lane. Deagle does work.
Yeah.
Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Don't overextend. Watch out for lane, Aradoce.
Yeah, this is not exactly how Enterprise thought this round was going to go, but there was always a chance. It goes out of hand. Pyjamas and Exist desperately trying to pull this one back for the Polish team. They're damn close to it, but too much distraction, and the pistols just ain't stopping. That's the end of the story for that round, and 12-2. Saw about to take Inferno in style. Not enough money to really give us a goodbye here for Enterprise. We talked about Saw getting 13-1.
Yeah.
Win 13-2 against Enterprise.
Yeah, they get it right back. Maybe it was just an off game.
Yeah, maybe.
Can't imagine Ujerks was shooting like this and they're getting 13-1s.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Oh, man, heartbreak, though. Enterprise, it wasn't even a stack. It's just kind of a standard defense. It's a stack in the sense that they have some nice crossfire setups that all 3 of them can fight at holes. Molotov in towards lane kind of made that a disjointed hit. And Enterprise might fall on Inferno without any real punchback.
This is why the RMRs is such a beautiful tournament to attend, you know. You look at a player like Friend, he was 6 years old, possibly even 5 years old, when Mudras played his first professional event. And now they're competing against each other at the same tournament. Not much of a competition at the moment.
No, not yet. But map 2 is a different beast. That'll be Vertigo. When eventually this map is closed out, looking likely to be Saw. Only 2 defenders at this A bomb site, though. And oh boy, they want to re-clear Banana, and there is quite the trap set up. 3 players at top Banana. How much do they want to commit to this is the question. By me jumping, looking for information. There's the bomb. Yeah, that's not exactly the player you want to run that fake with. Bomb is on the ground, and Saw is going to close this one out 13-2. There's 25 seconds left, and the last 2 remaining players of Enterprise are now split on the wrong side of the map, and it's all gone to hell.
Yeah, it definitely has gone to hell. Saw asked if they wanted to play a game. Enterprise clearly said no. Tau left alone and down and out. 13-2. Map 1 is comfortably in favor of the Portuguese team. You know, this is a team that have a lot of people behind them, a lot of people buying into the story of Saw after witnessing heartbreak.
And they just played a solid game. Like, we obviously having someone like Ujerks with the game that he had is going to help out massively. But you could see they had a solid game plan, good teamwork, good use of utility on their executes, and they just played incredibly well. And I think if you're Enterprise, I think you got knocked off your game early. You know, like just some of these shots that come out, some of the ways they trade coming up mid, some of the ways they traded getting into the B bomb site, and I think everyone just kind of struggled. As that half went on, it felt like Enterprise really got in their own heads of, these guys are hitting so hard that we can't take the fights that we normally would be very comfortable with.
I mean, if you even look at some of the early opportunities that presented themselves for Enterprise, it was a round where on pistols in the apartment you get a double deke from Exist, and then that was still recovered somehow by Ujerks. We had moments like that throughout the first half that could have painted a different story. Enterprise could have made this a lot more competitive, but the individual level from Saw was just too high on map 1. So they've got a chance to reset. They get around a 10-minute break in between maps, and they can come back and give it a good go on Vertigo.
Yeah, and again, I think the big takeaway, I think Enterprise has got to have the conversation of like, look, if we're going to go out right now, let's make sure this next map, let's make sure this next map is competitive. Let's make sure we're playing our game and we don't feel like we just like didn't get a chance to actually fight back. And also, you're obviously hoping too that Ujerks
doesn't go 20 and 5.
Yeah, just chills with 117 ADR, but it was like the style of those 20 kills, right? Like the instant headshots on Friend, outdueling an Opera with 1 bullet. And in the round where they pick him off, it's Aradoce who gets the ace, who just steps up. So I mean, you had some individuals popping off for Saw on top of a good game plan, but for Enterprise, it's let's not go out and feel like we were just flat today.
Yeah, absolutely, and well, flattened by Ujerks, so we can take a look at him as the standout player for this one.
Is he pointing a finger gun at his own head?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Pretty cool, I guess. But he's definitely going to be the player we keep an eye on going into the second map of Vertigo, whether or not he's going to be able to keep that format, because if he does, he was unplayable.
Yeah, that was... Unplayable is a good way to put it.
Yeah, unplayable. And we'll have to find out if that's the case going into Vertigo now, because that's where we're going to go, Jason. I'm very excited. We're going to see if Saul can stay alive here at the RMRs and keep that major dream going and knock out the Polish side as we head into map 2.
Deuces.
Level up your gaming space with metal posters from Displate. Hang your displates in seconds. Swap them whenever you like. Get official art from your favorite games on a uniquely designed metal canvas and choose from thousands of posters. Join over 3 million collectors now. Your wall upgrade is here. Shop now at Displate.com.
This is becoming a professional Counter-Strike player, and my first guest is going to be Toa from Enterprise here. 27 years old, in-game leader from Poland, performing at the RMR right now. And we're going to go about just how things started for you. But the first question is, whereabouts in Poland are you from?
So in Poland, I'm from around Olsztyn. So this is like top right corner of the Poland, which is far from big cities basically. So whenever I tried to play computer games, there was no like people around me to play with. So basically I'm alone over there.
Oh wow! So you were good at making friends online there?
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah.
That was key.
Yeah.
How did you find yourself into Counter-Strike? How did you get to this point?
Yeah, so that was like before I even played Counter-Strike, I played the game Call of Duty.
Okay, yeah, we all played that, I think, a little bit.
Yeah, and that was Call of Duty 4, so that was 2007, I guess. And I played this game like casual, like every other player.
Okay.
And I didn't even think about becoming pro or anything, just playing the game. And one time I met a guy on just public server, a Polish player. That was a really good sniper back then, but I didn't know that yet.
Oh, so you just randomly met him?
Yeah, randomly met him on public server, and that was like, he asked me to play for a mix, like 5 versus 5.
And how old were you then?
I guess I was like 11. I think it was 11, yeah.
And what happened in Call of Duty? What level did you get to in that? How did you play?
I mean, we went up really quickly. We ramped up like so quickly because we were like 5 young players, and like we played so fast and so like skill-wise better than others that we just smashed so many opponents online. And then we went like on the first LANs together, and I mean that was a.
You competed at LAN. How old? Still 11 or a bit older?
I mean 2010, so I was like 14.
But then how did you go from Call of Duty to Counter-Strike?
Yeah, so basically Call of Duty just went away, and I had to choose another game to play because I wanted to become a professional player.
So how did you transition to Counter-Strike? Explain that part to me. How did it fall into your life?
Yeah, so I saw there is a project going on in Poland that there is like basically anyone can get into the project. You just have to fill up some your nickname, your age and stuff like that. And you're gonna get in, and there is like 4,000 people playing, and there is 2 streamers watching every game that they play.
4,000 people?
Yeah.
All Polish people?
All Polish people.
But I guess you're saying like 2014, so this is like the hype and the height around
Yeah,
VP
the hype
and
around I Am Katowice.
Yeah, okay,
Yeah, so,
nice!
And they wanted to choose 5 out of these 4,000 into the team.
5 from 4,000?
Yes, or yeah, I guess it was 4,000, if I remember correctly. So yeah, and they wanted to make it like as a content. They were streaming every game.
Yeah.
People did that, fill up everything. They didn't show up, so they took people from chat. Chat. I want to play. Okay, so go. This is how I got it actually, because I fill up not in time.
You didn't do it in time?
Yeah.
So you knew about it, but you didn't do it?
Yeah, and I was like typing on chat. I want to play. I want to play.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's how they got me. Okay, come. Let's see how he does. And okay, you can play.
What did it feel like when you got down to that and they say like you're chosen?
I mean, I was the last guy to choose, but I kinda knew that I'm gonna get in because they invited me to play FaZe and stuff.
Ah, okay.
And I kinda knew that I'm not necessarily better, but have a higher ceiling than other players.
So from here you go to AGO. How did this transition work?
So before this, actually, we made some changes in iNetCox that we joined Snatchy and PHR. That was, of course, the former AGO players.
Yes.
I mean, Snatchy was playing against us on LAN, and he beat us really, really badly. And I wrote to him after LAN, hey, do you want to join us? Even though we lost against them. And he said yes, because there was some, offending in the other team. So he just joined us, and yeah, that's how we got Snatchy. Then we got PHR because he knew him.
Yeah.
And then how AGO formed basically is that Furan, who was in AGO, of course, got kicked from Kingwin, and he just wanted to make a good team again. And he just wanted to show everyone that this is not the case, that this is not how you treat people and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And he wrote to Snatchy, and Snatchy said, yeah, okay, we have PHR, there is me, and we just need one more player. And Furlan was like, I cannot play without Gruby, which was a 5th player.
Gruby, yeah.
And that's how the team actually got up.
You're an IGL now, so when did this happen? When did you go from being just a good player into an IGL?
Oh, so of course when they were forming a team, I was already an IGL, but I didn't actually understand how much I have to do for the team.
So you were IGL?
I was just shooting calls and
just saying stuff.
Yeah, just saying stuff that I know will work.
Okay.
But I didn't expect that this has so much work behind it. Like you have to actually understand basics and all the stuff.
So you were a young in-game leader who grew into learning how actually to lead. Yeah. The last time you were the European minor at 2018, you nearly made it to the major, then we couldn't get through to the challenger stage, right? Now you're here again, trying to do it with a different team, but you're still motivated, you're still hungry for this?
When I joined this team, hunger came back.
Okay.
It's that simple, because they're like younger players than me.
Yep.
And they are like, they are just having fun at the game.
They're enjoying it.
Yeah, they are just all the time laughing, and I'm like laughing with them because it's funny. And yeah, when I see this hunger in their eyes that they want to, when they want to win, I just get that feeling again. So that's how I basically remember one time Carrigan said that when he's talking to younger players, he just gets this fuel again.
Yeah, feed off their energy.
Yeah,
right?
that's exactly what happened here.
And what does it feel like to you, right, coming to the end of this, understanding how you've gone pro, this crazy journey from Call of Duty into Counter-Strike, going to a very high level, but you're now at the RMR again, with a chance still to make it, right?
Yeah.
We know how tough it is, but what do you feel like your chances are with this team and just the future for you guys in general?
So, like, I know that we are not experienced enough, so this is going to be hard for us to get to the next stage. But I still believe it. Like, it's still possible.
Yeah.
We are here, so we actually know how to do it. It's just a matter of showing it and just shoot heads, basically.
Well, I wish you the best of luck, man. Thank you very much for telling me your story. It was not where I expected it to go at all. I certainly learned some stuff. Thank you very much, man.
Thank you.
Set up teams and start digging.
Made in hell.
On a deserted island.
Hold on to your bitch.
Before I thought I couldn't take anymore. Celebrate like you won the war. Guess you forgot what I'm fighting for. I'll come right back at ya. Better hope I don't catch ya, cause when I do I'm gon' smash ya. Now I'm out for blood. I'm ripping into the claw. I'm out for blood. I'm out for blood. You better bring it in, Q, I'm coming for. I'm out for blood.
Thank you for being with us here for another elimination match of the PGL RMR Group A for Europe. We've got Saw 13-2 up on map 1. Now we head to Vertigo. Enterprise needing to come back into this. Otherwise, it's going to be a swift elimination.
Need to come back in a big way. Better be an epic bounce back. They didn't even really get to play Inferno. They just got deleted individually and tactically. So we'll see what Vertigo is going to look like. But I'll tell you what, if Udrix and Aerodoce are playing the way they did and hitting the shots they did, Vertigo is one of those maps like you get one of those guys dueling at the B bomb site feeling confident. confident, like, he'll just wreck your defense. He'll take out your anchor real quick, and then all of a sudden you're scrambling the whole time. So it's going to be interesting to see what Enterprise can bounce back with here on this map.
It's definitely going to be interesting. We got to hear a lot about Tao's career and a little insight into his journey to this point and how he's feeling now reinvigorated. Hunger is come back with this young Enterprise team. And it was interesting hearing how the whole AGO project came together and where he went and how he's come back. And it does seem like this team is a long way off competing with some of the big names. But it's great to see some younger players coming through the ranks and someone to actually kind of guide them there too.
I mean, it's all part of the process, right? You gain a wealth of experience playing at an RMR in terms of having so much pressure placed on you that they probably haven't before, playing against better teams. And all just the level of this event is competed at. So they got to put it all together very quickly here. Enterprise down a map, bodied on Inferno 2-13, and this is their map pick of Vertigo they've got to come back into.
By me, close to the crane. He's ready to go. His teammate's clearing out sandbags off those decoys, waiting to hear if there's a body hit, and it exists to kick off this pistol with the double entry. Fantastic work here. Enterprise so desperate they need a good start on this map, and that'll certainly take them one step closer to getting that.
Yeah, and they took out Udrix as well with that hot hand. Ooh, that made me a little bit nervous. Don't step off the building. Bomb being planted, smokes are up. This is a really strong position for Enterprise to be in. 5-on-3, and I mean, there's no utility. There's not really any danger that Saw can come out with to recover this pistol. I think it's time to save.
They're hanging around at the moment. There's Joel Beretta's out towards CT, but we've already seen a Roman on the runaway. The fights are starting to come back, though. Saw have won a few with him. And now time, it's a limiting factor. They got to get back in on this defuse quickly, and Demho out towards ramp seems to have done enough. And Roman already thought the round was over, so he had run away.
I was going to say, when those kills happened, he was at the B bomb site, and he was like, oh, shit, better hustle back.
Yeah, got a better run back, guys. Didn't expect that to happen. And yeah, it's going to be Demo going down. Too much damage sustained in this fight. The bomb will blast him out of the round. But Enterprise, it's a good start. Won the pistol.
They needed it. That's a good way to start. You know, at least start getting Inferno behind you. Forget about that. Nice pistol, nothing fancy. Just coming up A ramp with numbers and not even really having to trade. Getting the opening picks and getting a quick plant down. CT side investment from Saw. They obviously lost the CT side pistol on Inferno, won the second round. So this kind of a buy has had success for them just as recently as the last map.
Yeah, we know how good they can be. Some of these weaker weapons. Enterprise have had just around 12 minutes or so to go outside, have a little walk around, reset and maybe adjust that mentality as you were mentioning. Let's not go down without the fight here. And go out with a bang.
That whole idea of like resetting a mentality between maps, I think it's sometimes overstated amongst like the best teams in the world, but teams at this level that haven't competed on the biggest stages, I think it's still a very important talking point is, can you actually mentally reset after getting destroyed so emphatically the way you did on Inferno? Good kill, step behind the smoke.
Oh my god, again.
Slaughter. An absolute slaughter.
3 from Udrix. He's back.
He's back, baby.
He ain't stopping.
Some would say he never left.
By me. Good headshot. Udrix is removed, but all the damage is felt. So win it back again, and that's going to be so frustrating for Enterprise because you win the pistol. You know, okay, guys, they 4-spot last CT. Probably going to do that again. Let's make sure we don't drop the ball here. Let's get this 2-0 start, and you drop the ball.
You get caught like trying to apply pressure while all the smokes are up. So that's the exact kind of chaos you want if you have those weaker weapons and the mobility of the MP9 doing God's work. So down to Tech 9s.
Yeah, a little Techs with some utility. Often capable of pulling off some ridiculous things, the Tech 9s. So it's a fake up ramp to go through bottom B, trying to pull a rotation away, and then hopefully these B players can walk away with something into the B bomb site.
They've taken a lot of damage from nades, though, executing onto this fake, and here we come over at B. It's Aerodoce.
Aerodoce's got the range with the rifle, decides to drop back and play towards generators. This will concede a bomb plant.
It's a pretty smart decision, too. He's got no teammates with him, so rather than sticking around, oh, that's beautiful. He's just trying to get a little jiggle of information. Muterus as well adds another headshot on top of it. The Molotov prevents anyone from getting close, but on one level, Enterprise is going to be happy with the bomb plant, and now due to the fake over at the A bomb site, Saw knows exactly where the last 2 players are, so no reason for them to even come close.
Yeah, that's a great round to get a bomb plant, but of course, nothing more than that. So 2-1. Saw don't lose a player. We'll actually take some upgrades of Tech 9s on the ground, so I'll take everything they can out of that one. And for the side of Enterprise, the bomb plant doesn't really tip the scale enough because they bought Kevlar and Tech9, so it doesn't tip the scale enough to get a good buy. These kills are ridiculous in this POV, aren't they? Just instantly bang, bang.
Just the ragdoll. 1-to-1.
It looks like Saw are honed in today, like very dialed in.
Well, that also, I mean, you touched on so much the experience of Muterus and how long he's been playing too. That comes from having someone, you know, with that level of experience, understanding like it's time to focus up. We're playing for our life in this tournament. We're still playing for a chance to make it to the Copenhagen Major. Like, nobody mess around today. This is full focus across the board, and I think Muterus is going to be really happy with how his boys are performing at the moment.
Yeah, they have 2 periods of the year where their main focus will arise, and that, of course, is the RMR period.
Double nade.
Let's go over. That's a Molotov. Forces Story off position. Muterus has to try and help him, and they're actually going through the smoke. They're taking a risk, and this could become an absolute bloodbath in the middle, and it's the blood of Enterprise that is spilled all over mid. Destruction as Saw go up 3-1.
Could have gotten a little hairy there. Again, with like all the chaos of the smokes and the flashes and the Molotovs, the execution that Enterprise bought out with the lesser weapons, you can sometimes capitalize on that, but well managed from Saw. AWP is going to be out in the hands of Story. Everyone else with rifles. And Enterprise is going to bring a full buy as well. So first time we'll see both teams kitted out completely with weapons and how this will play out on Vertigo. It's 3-1. They want stairs control. Deep Molotov is going to make Demho take a wide route, and he's going to challenge regardless.
Grenade.
Careful blowing that open. It's an AWP on the other side.
Yep, it's going to blast open that smoke, and Story doesn't see anything, and this doesn't connect the dots either. But they'll just take their time. Never thought we'd see the day when the AWP had a fish lens. And Counter-Strike, here we are, Story. Tau is gone. Don't re-peek again. Just throw the Molotov down and drop back into sight. Roman's gonna play in from the sandbags now too. Flashes at the ready. Oh, unleashing himself. The fight at the top ramp, and that's Exist down.
Yeah, I saw the Molotov coming in and just said, screw it, I'm swinging. Also didn't have the smoke to put it out. I think his teammate was setting up a flashbang for him as well, so really nicely executed from Saw. It's given them a 2-man advantage in this round number 5. And Enterprise is going to work their way back across the map slowly to the B bomb site, and it's just it's just Aradoce. He's playing back in quad behind the pillars, and I don't believe they don't have a Molotov to flush him out.
No, they don't, but they have smokes and 1 grenade. Now Aradoce, none of that utility is going to bother him, so...
And now he's got Muterus close by as well, like he doesn't have to peek at all.
Oh, just tuck in, tuck in. Allow them to come up into the site, let them take first contact. Big swing from Demho. He checked both Muterus and Aradoce down, and that's the site taken. Do Saw want to go for the retake?
I think he was actually spotted. I think Aradoce was spotted with that just little bit of a swing from earlier.
Seemed like they were so primed for that swing out towards quad.
And also, like, not countering any resistance puts alarm bells up. You know there's probably someone lurking in quad.
1 flash left, that's all Saw have to go for this retake. It would be absolutely devastating if they pull it off. And U-Jerks, yet again, is just their bane, their reckoning. And they come back in for the retake. Saw will head to 4. And Enterprise, these rounds just keep coming against them.
What are you supposed to do against that? Even when you give yourself a good advantage, having to execute the retake through 2 smokes, he just rips your head off.
That's the unfortunate thing about a lot of these inexperienced teams too, right? They get into positions where they get the bomb down. The lead up to the round is good, and then they lose in the post plants. They don't have enough protocols, they don't have enough setup to deal with it, and they push in 1 by 1. Obviously, U-Jerks is incredible to react that.
Yeah, I mean, I don't even think they necessarily played it wrong. You could probably,
play it better.
Play it better, but there's no glaring mistake there. Maybe just 2 players being aggressive at E-Box isn't exactly the best way to do it at Gen.
At different times,
yeah.
Just the time was slightly
off.
off.
Remember, it's Saw who executed the retake, right? So the timing is at Enterprises to select. That's U-Jerks kind of making the play with the flashbang. But you could have had, you know, the second player could have been further back, but now we're just getting nitpicky.
In the heat of the moment, you don't have all of those decisions. Roman and Tau, 1 for 1 to kick off the start of this round 6. And Udrex is going to go down into battle again. Just about running out of ammo. He takes one headshot and traded by friend. He was worried about a short swing, but kept in the same position. Wasn't quite ready for that. Story's rotated over, is watching the short push. There's a lot of time here for Enterprise to stay composed. Use your utility, force Story back. Ooh, grenade is good. But not as good as I thought it was going to be. It felt like that should have done a bit more damage. I think they are making the most of the time that they've got. Through the smoke. Oh, damage done, but because he's spamming through the smoke, friend knows he's got to deal with that headshot player. Good angle, good lineup through it, and a headshot rings out. So bomb plant's in. Enterprise now into a post plant. They're gonna have to try and hold off this retake attempt again.
No utility though for the CT side. Excuse me, there's one smoke. They could actually smoke the bomb and apply a lot of pressure.
They only had a flash in the last retake.
True.
They show that it doesn't really matter all of the time. And that smoke might be the perfect piece of utility to pull fights, to create pressure.
Sticking it.
And they're just sticking that defuse inside of the smoke. It's not denied yet.
Oh, he's got it.
Oh, God. It's so rough. It's so unbelievably rough right now for Enterprise. The defuse on the final second.
Yeah, and this is where you have to have that conversation of inexperience. Is like, guys, like, don't worry about that. It sucks. We let one slip away, but we just killed all 5. This is a great moment to capitalize on. They got to respend. We have to keep fighting. It's still too early in the game to feel like you're just out of the fight and nothing is going to go in your direction. Man, just a quarter of a second late on that kill. Good swing as well. Enough of a distraction to allow the defuse to complete. Saw has been dominant both maps. Double nade, just don't make it past the lip of the wall. Otherwise, that would have been massive damage on the Tau.
Need to be careful here, Enterprise. They don't let this become the similar story of Inferno, where we see multiple chances throughout the early portions of the half to make it competitive. If you remember back to the double D in the apartments leading into a recovery on the side of Saw. An awkward fight early. It's a 1-for-1 off the back of that early engagement.
Okay, Op's gonna take this angle. This is massive sliding in.
Yeah, this is good from Story.
It's risky.
Aggressive. It is definitely risky, but it depends how far he goes. How far is he willing to go here? Oh no, knows that Tau is setting up utility now, but doesn't have a comfortable angle.
No one's covering this either.
No, they're checking. Now they're having a look at Story. Oh, misses the first, recovers on the second, and now if you reswing, you think there's an ult, but it's actually a rifle. And Udrex just peeks into the sniper, immediately takes him down, and Enterprise are now battling with just By Me. And he's got that first kill. Smoke will go down, creating more cover. Does he move through it? Aradoce, does he consider this play? Does he consider By Me getting aggressive? And oh, By Me, it's a sick play. Low HP on Udrex, but he stands tall. He still fights. And another close round going against the side of Enterprise.
This dude is reading the game. He is playing so well in these 2 maps. That's huge. Op gets a kill. He slides into the next angle, takes a leg shot, but a brilliant clutch at the end of the day in the 1v1. Just at the right place at the right time, supporting his teammate, this time stepping up for the next one. And at this point, Saw has rotated so many extra bodies over. Muterus is there from middle, and it's just layers of defense that Enterprise cannot continue breaking through.
He looks so chill about it as well, Udrex.
I mean, after Inferno, like, you're just like, man, I'm having a game. I'm just gonna keep going.
Having one of
you
those
don't have
days.
to second guess any of your decision because everything's been working out. And at such a pivotal moment to stave off elimination at the RMR. Udrex is going to be a very happy person tonight if they continue on this road.
The hard work will still be in front of them. I mean, we've mentioned how the likes of Eternal Fire is still in this competition.
Potentially Na'Vi or BetBoom is still going to be in this competition.
Yeah, and that one's up for debate of who is going to go through from that one. It doesn't get easy to get to the major, and they know that better than most. Saw, you can come to the brink. You can be one matchup away from qualifying. They can all be ripped away. So far, so good against Enterprise. One player up. 4 seconds remain. U-Jerks once again attacking up towards the top of the ramp. My goodness! U-Jerks is fantastic in this moment. Tao has slipped the net though. U-Jerks and Roman changing up their positions. Roman drops a little more passive down the ramp itself. They go back to fight towards elevator. Good consider that for Tao. He goes back again. Aradoche is the next victim. And Tao knows exactly where Roman is. He's seen him just earlier, but the limited time is the problem, isn't it? Tao has got to go all the way around to get that ball back, and Roman's around the corner. And another close round for Enterprise. The clutch has come close. The post plant's come close, but nothing.
Let's be real, that round should have never been close. That's a 3-on-1, 4-on-1 that he was actually fighting in, and I think it's actually not a bad round for Saw as well to just say, all right guys, that one is all of us kind of chasing down kills in a 4-on-1. Let's not do that. Like, we saw how quickly it can unravel. Everyone kind of get back in action, but it's a hard balance because you want to remind your team of that, but also you want them to continue playing as you're playing right now, which is everyone from Saw getting so aggressive and being so confident and not giving Enterprise any space to consider and communicate and talk about plans. At the point of attack, they are just swarming at the moment, and it's led by U-Jerks, who's having another great map.
Yeah, suffocating them. Sucking the oxygen out of every single play the Enterprise try to throw at them. That's a heavy commitment towards the B bomb site.
And it's an early spot as well, so it's pulled 2 more players over.
Yeah, you're right, the rotations here. That's scary now for Enterprise. They've got to realize that too. They realize when you get that spotted that early on, there's going to be rotations, there's going to be adjustments.
Well, that's plan A taken away from Enterprise. They wanted to get on the stairs and pull off and execute. They don't have a whole lot of utility. 3 smokes, 1 single flashbang.
Plan A removed. They changed the plan to attack A.
And Muterus is starting to investigate middle and see absolutely nothing. So he can descend the ladder and he can have a very fast flank regardless of what bomb site they hit.
So now based on this information, they can make the rotation back to the A bomb site. So yeah, this is a tough round for Enterprise. Bimey's considering the ladder flank, but whether or not he gets the timing for it, oh, he just about sees Muterus and still loses the fight. Roman elevated up from the boost, so he's got to exist. You got to feel rough here for Enterprise. You got to feel bad for them. They're getting nowhere near these bomb sites. 30 seconds remain in the round.
They don't know what to do, but Demho is kind of opening things up. They just have to deal with Muterus because that flank down ladder, they're like, oh, we actually kind of can't really get back until we get this kill, and now he's going to call it out.
He offers up his life, and now they can attack back to B.
How aware are they of this player? Story, at least, is very aware of the possibility, but not Roman.
It's kind of good that Roman dies early on because now it's a warning system. With 10 seconds left, they can stop the bomb from getting across. Big kill from Tao. They needed that 1 second. It's good too, but it's limited time, and they don't have enough of it. They can't plant the bomb. Run away, Story, no scope! And he keeps himself alive. I can't believe how close these rounds are, and none of them are going to Enterprise.
Yeah, you do got to feel for Enterprise in some of these situations. But I mean, you also give credit to Saw, because the reason time runs out is because they did choose to be aggressive, probably knowing the time is running low, that if they take those fights and Enterprise has to stop and deal with the contention, then all of a sudden they won't have enough to plant. And that was executed perfectly.
Entertaining Counter-Strike, you know, not the most competitive scoreline, but certainly the entertaining Counter-Strike is very back and forth in pretty much every single one of these rounds.
It's fun seeing Saw play like this, and it makes me super interested to see them. I mean, obviously, U-Jerks isn't going to be dropping 20 and 5, I would imagine, on you know, a team like Eternal Fire. He's going to have Santeros on the other side challenging him, but I mean, they're playing some smart Counter-Strike in moments as well, which is really cool.
Enterprise send themselves out again. AK-47 in the hands of Tao. That is the only premium weapon available for the Polish team. Everybody else on Deagles and Tech 9s.
They have not had success at A-Ramp. They've been shut down. Lucky to not get picked off by Story, but they're going to hustle. Good utility to slow them down and deal some chip damage.
Oh, Roman, keep your gun out. That quick switch definitely scared me for a moment, but he's able to get away. He isn't punished for it. Now Roman changes his position, has a better angle to fight from. FaMass penetrates the wall and the head who exists. Second kill through the smoke this time from Bucharest.
Flank coming in from middle. This could be the only thing to alleviate pressure, but Eradoce seems to have an idea of the potential for it, but he's not ready for that deep of an angle.
And that's an M4 picked up off the ground now. Byme has drawn the attention towards him. Bucharest goes down second. 55 seconds left. Byme's doing everything. He's doing absolutely everything for his team. Eventually, Udrix silences him.
Yeah, the bomb's gone all the way back to the B bomb site, though. Oh, good kill. Huge kill from Tao. And it's just the MP9. Tao's got that as well. Finally, a close round goes in the favor of Enterprise. But that's a 3v5.
Yeah.
That's an impressive recovery.
That's the one they shouldn't win. Yeah. That's the one they shouldn't win. And they pull it back. Byme doing a great job.
And maybe a bit of an over-rotation from Saw. All 5 players at the A bomb site. All 5 players focused on the A bomb site. But I mean, that's worked up until that round.
But because of how back and forth this game has been and how many rounds have come so close and not really telling the full story of the scoreline, look at the money for Saul after losing one round.
I know, it hasn't been pretty. They've had a couple close affairs. You mentioned it, so many close rounds going away from Enterprise. So, yeah, I guess I almost feel like you should save here if you're Saul.
It's weird, isn't it? It's like they were 8-1 up, they lose one round, and they're immediately reset to an eco.
Yeah, I think saving here is the right call, but I think Saw might get pulled into a force buy just because of how successful they've been. They've won 2 second rounds in between.
Yeah, they win force
Vertigo.
buys. they got to know the Enterprise.
Difference is I don't think they have the money to get MP9s. I think it's just going to be pistol force buy.
Yeah, you're right.
I think they were mostly sitting around 2K.
1 MP9, 2 MP9s in fact, sorry. It's Eradoce and Muteris using them.
Yeah, but you sacrificed utility, right? One of those MP9s has 1 flash, and the other one has nothing.
All right, well.
So, I mean, this could be the avenue for Enterprise to grab a foothold and get up to 4.
Yeah, 4 on the T side, you can work with that. Especially if you win the pistol and convert it in the second half. You're right back in business. Blows open the smoke, has a little look in behind it. You know, the AWP is down at the bottom of the ramp. Information being gathered with those deagle shots whizzing through smokes. We're up against a lower tier buy here.
That doesn't bring much comfort when you've lost 2 of them. Spotted the feet, though. Knows there's a boost, and yeah.
Eradoce is staying there, Jason. Hasn't come off the angle. Finally drops.
He's pushing.
In fact, yeah, he's pushing. I don't think you would consider him if he gets in behind the yellow bin here, so
it's
not
a cool,
pushing middle.
It's a cool risk to take, though. You know, he's over in ladder room, so you push forward, and now you can tell your teammates mid is clear. You can have a fast flank, so if there's any resistance, Roman's going to swing at the Molotov sound. No one there to trade off.
Well, first kill of this round goes Saul's way with weaker guns.
And remember, now Enterprise is a little bit nervous, so there's 50 seconds on the clock. Good job from Byme, keeping an eye on that kind of a flank. Eradoce trying to be a little bit crazy.
Yeah, Byme was keeping things...
Oh, and they're shifting to the wrong bomb site.
Ooh, yeah. This could be really devastating for Saul's chances on the force buy, but Udrix has spotted them out and maybe a little bit too much confidence now from Udrix, and Byme hasn't moved. He watches a second kill from the ladder descent, and there's no way you have any money next round. So Saul probably going to save the Kevlar and the pistols, and Enterprise do break through, so 8-4 is the most likely outcome of this half.
Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of this force buy in any way. Saul will have another crack at it in the next round with a little bit more money.
Yeah, instead of having 1 good buy close to half, you're giving yourself 2 bad buys. Could have had 9-3 half.
I think it's the confidence of a 13-2 map 1.
Okay, yeah, you can definitely understand the confidence.
Yeah, and then an 8-2 scoreline on map 2 where you've been pretty comprehensively dominant.
I think they probably had the conversation, look around each other. You want a force buy?
They're like, yeah, we win these.
Yeah, we earned this.
We deserve it.
We deserve to give ourselves a force buy.
Well, because of it, they might deserve 4 rounds for Enterprise.
Imagine it comes back to bite them. Imagine they lose this map.
I mean, there's no indication yet that Enterprise can compete and put together, you know, a comeback, but sure, that can definitely happen.
The Copenhagen Major. Everyone's excited about the first CS2 Major. We know the Royal Arena delivers when Counter-Strike comes to town. And that's where PGL are bringing us. Saw an Enterprise battling for their chance to perform at that Major. And today are just fighting to survive it here in the RMRs. Tau and Demo, they're out towards the bottom of the B stairs. clearing close angles. Buchholz going to make sure that no one can sit behind wood. Be a pesky position to deal with.
This is one of the few rounds, well this and I guess the previous, where there's been a level of comfort for Enterprise to be able to just have space to execute, to apply pressure, to throw utility. Other than that, it's been saw up in their face every time they're getting to a point of attack. Roman has a smoke in case they Molotov this position later. Finally, Enterprise get to play their game.
Yeah, 40 seconds now exist is moving forward. This can still be a trap. This can still punish Enterprise if they're not careful. So they are careful. They molly out the sandbags, grenades going in, but that's enough of a distraction to set up his Deagle, and Ujerks misses this time. There's always an opportunity for him to sink a couple of those deep shots. That's not looking to be the case just yet. With every second that ticks on, another player from SAW hits the deck. And it's Enterprise who will find themselves 4 rounds at the turn of this first half. And imagine they win a couple more of those closer rounds. This could have been a really good T-half from Enterprise.
Well, we have a second half to play, so there's going to be some close rounds there too. And Enterprise win just one of them, and it's like the score is going to be right there, neck and neck. So this could still spiral out of control for SAW, despite everything we've seen in the series so far. Really well done from Enterprise to claw back 3 rounds right at the end. It was 8-1 at one point, and Enterprise closed with 3 straight. And now they get to switch sides. This is their map pick.
They cooled off, definitely, but obviously didn't have the gun rounds to close the half with. So now we look at the possibility of a third map. That would be Anubis, if needed.
Cowboys playing with thick hoodie sleeves.
Yeah, well, I'm not much of a sleeve gamer myself. I find it really kind of jarring to play with a sleeve.
Especially on a hoodie.
Although what I have been doing recently is seeing that Donk and Zaiwu don't really touch the mouse pad with their hand or their wrist. They kind of like elevate their grip up.
Yeah.
I'm wondering. There's
Might
something
be the
to
next
that.
evolution of Dinko.
Yeah, exactly. I might just leave the commentary scene and become Donk. Donko.
Good luck. Good luck.
Yeah, but no, that's not happening. Oh, Donk comes here in a few days, Jay. I'm not gonna lie, I am very excited about that. I'm very excited about that.
You got on the Donk hype train pretty early.
Oh yeah, I've been on the Donk train all day long.
Well, here's an A-Rush train coming right at you. A Glock train, utility, double nading sandbags, nobody's home, friend. He's going to get aggressive, stay aggressive, unarmored opponents, but he gets his head ripped off. And now the rest of the defense is very, very passive. So it's going to be a plant.
Boom. Yep, the plant did not come in.
It's coming in soon.
Yeah, second attempt. This time they don't have the grenades. Flash is going up. Aradoce blinded. Oh, no, he's not. He's detected. A top couple of kills coming through that smoke. And there's Demo and Buy Me, who are both gone just like that. Aradoce, arrow through the eyes. This is incredible. Massacres them in the pistol round. He plants the bomb. He steps up and then jumps up to kill everybody.
His teammate got blind out towards short, so he had to step around that smoke and a brilliant double kill. Yeah, that's a great sequence. Individuals, Aradoce and Ujerks have just put together massive rounds for this team time and time again. And that one is 3 of those 4 kills. Nobody's looking at him. He'll love that all day. 9-4.
Navi versus BetBoom rages on the A stream. This round will not be a bit of a barn burner. It's about to be 10 rounds for SAW. Full Portuguese team, including the coach. We've seen a lot of these national teams struggle, as you pointed out. Like, we've got a full Polish team, we've got a full Portuguese team. Even Movistar have gone with a couple of different nationalities from the same region, but full Portuguese. It's great to see SAW playing like this.
Yeah, putting work in.
Love to see a Counter-Strike event return to Portugal. It's always been a great time when watching from home.
It's a party out there. It's a great time when you're there, Dinko.
Yeah, well, someday. Someday I'll come along. Maybe I'll buy a ticket. Maybe I'll get a VIP pass or something.
Yeah. Portugal's a lovely place.
I've never been.
I've only been to Lisbon.
It's one of the European countries I've not been to. I've been to a lot of them, but
well,
not
add it
Portugal.
to your vacation list.
Yeah, Yeah, I should. Really should. Oh.
Respect. Respect the attempt.
Yeah, goodbye, Exist. Flies off the map. I haven't seen one of those in a very long time.
Did he get body blocked, or did he just fall short because he was getting shot?
Maybe he got shot mid-air. We'd have to see it again, but I love how that position's called Cold Zera because he was like one of the first people to fall off the map.
The first match on Vertigo was a show match.
Cold Zera fell off of it. Way to earn your name in a position.
Yeah.
I reckon I could do that, you know. Like, that would be the one way to earn a name of a position.
Just to embarrass yourself
embarrass
forever.
yourself so much.
It's either something epic or something embarrassing. All right, let's see. Oh! He was trying to Zeus.
He just took a step back.
I respect the hell out of that. Just a nice evil smile. Saw 3 rounds away from eliminating Enterprise and moving on to fight one more time for a chance at the Copenhagen Major. There's a last chance qualifier as well for Europe.
Yeah, last year it was for FaZe Clan. This year they avoid that. Falcons wish they had it. Roman and Story. Great kills. And this game was competitive for a little bit, but that seems to have gone out the window. Saw's T side is unplayable.
I think Virtus might have spotted both in middle. He saw definitely at least one, the guy who killed him, but the second player was really close by, so he might have had that information as well.
So the bomb has to be picked up and brought back up the ramp, and Dolce sprinting.
Plenty of time, and as you can see, Enterprise preserving the weapons because they need something to fight with in the next round. It's going to be 11-4. And speaking of 4, there's M4s on the ground for Dolce to pick up. Replace the MAC-10.
That gets, more positives for Saw, I guess. Who are now only a few rounds away from knocking out Enterprise. Last RMR, there was a lot of stories of teams coming up through the ranks. I think it was the return of British Counter-Strike for some reason. It happened.
Yeah.
You've seen it. ITB go all the way to the playoffs, to the major.
What a glorious return it was.
Yeah, there was also an Irish team in the RMR, Jason.
How'd that go?
They nearly beat Fnatic in the opener. They should have won it. They threw in a post plant.
Yeah, Irish Counter-Strike really isn't a whole lot to get happy about.
No, there's not a lot of people that play Counter-Strike. So it's actually pretty impressive. There was a team put together with a core of Irish people that made it to the RMR. So, something to be celebrated. And where I'm going with this is that it's great to see Enterprise coming to the RMR because again, you gain a lot of experience, not only playing at the tournament, but talking to other players at the hotel, bumping into other coaches, and maybe asking them, why did you guys wreck us so hard? What did you see? Something we can learn from.
Yeah, and players are pretty open about that kind of stuff too.
Oh, they are, yeah.
Yeah, it's hold the thought.
Okay, Roman
using the cover of HE grenades and the damage dealt to really capitalize, and he's going to get another one. Oh, just farming, sending him out playing Gladiator. He was the only one even being aggressive at all. Oh, good response from Tao. Oh! There's your highlight reel. Quad kill from Tao.
Yeah, it came out of nowhere, but Tao steps up with 4. Aradoche thought his teammates had done everything required to get top ramp control. Saul thought they were swimming towards a 12th round.
I thought they were too.
The Tao tidal wave comes crashing in. Double stack too. There's all 5. You got the ace, Tao. Add that one up. That's impressive. Not like it was against pistols.
No, good recovery.
Full gun round.
Long range fights, 3 with 1 mag. Beautiful stuff from Tao. Might not be enough to get them back into this game, but at least it keeps them fighting with victory still a possibility. However, that's twice now we've seen Saab pretty much obliterate this A ramp defense.
Gap. Gonna start the smoke at the bottom of the ramp. Friend burning. Gonna change up his position, can't stay there. It's gonna be more of a B focus this time from Saw. They've been abusing ramp towards A, but instead B is the point of contact, the point of a barrage as they run straight through. Dolce inside of the site, tries to push up towards the generator, flash into the sky. U-Turks gets blinded by it, but still hits the headshot regardless. And it's not looking so good here for Saw at all. They've been blunted.
They need to be a little bit careful. I don't mind this round, so okay, we're still in the fight. Good shot from Friend. Story's gonna pick up an AK-47. He's got a 1v3. One player's very, very low. Molotov gonna force him into the open, and yeah, Molotov can actually cover for this plant, and then let's see what happens after that.
He's trying to pull a fight towards him, but yeah, grenades coming in, another fake plant. Every second that ticks on, that Molotov will fade away, and now they can just push him upon the plant, but they don't buy it. They don't think he's planting right now. Remember, Tau still has a molly too, so now you can plant. It's like 4 fakes right now for Story. He's taking damage with every second that's ticked on. He's 8 health, he's out of ammo, and he's dead. So didn't feel comfortable to commit to the bomb plant.
I didn't mind this round. I didn't mind the heavy challenge towards the B bomb site. They're getting a little bit crazy with some confidence of how easy some of these entries have been, I think. And I think that's what I'm saying they need to be a little bit cautious about, that they don't throw too many rounds away just trying to flex a little bit. This time, I mean, they beat the Molotov and pick up the pace to try and get into the bomb site and obviously get deleted on those initial thrusts. But Enterprise is closing this gap, and SAW now have to save. So you get one more of those rounds where SAW plays a little bit ahead of themselves, and all of a sudden, this could be tough. Considering where this map has been for the most part, which is SAW comfortably in the driver's seat, if that changes, and Enterprise start catching momentum, that can be really nerve-wracking. Like, if you're SAW and you've just been kind of handling business, just get this over with, baby. Don't let them come back in.
Swing with a flash. Just the impact of the AWP. Exist only manages to get 1 kill. Now Friend's under pressure. He realizes he can't stick around with just a pistol when the rifles have run away. Or rather have faded away because his teammate is dead. Been able to recover that dropped gun.
I wonder if that nade blew it away.
I guess that was the idea behind it, was blow it off the map. Good detail there for Enterprise. Don't let SAW grab a free weapon. But they don't have info on A at the moment, so SAW are using that time. Go back in towards B and hopefully catch the timing again.
You need a 1-dig if you're going to make this clean. And Demo's being smart. He's playing it very far back. There's still utility. There's smokes. There's Molotov. There it goes out deep to the railing. One player starting to cheat back. That's Friend with the AWP. Demo steps up, wants to challenge. Now forced back. They know he's at Gen. They're going to try and turn the corner. Good shot from Roman, and that Deagle gets close up.
Oh my
and
God.
another disaster might be on the cards.
Oh, this was the opportunity opening up for Enterprise, but it's closing with every second that ticks on. By Me dives down. His teammate coming up the stairway. That's Tau coming through stairs, and he's still a long way off, and now he's being detected, so By Me has to take the next contact. They need to sandwich these SAW players together, and the time is ticking on. SAW looking for 12. Another kill from Ujerx. Tau is the only player left, and now this round is impossible. He gets into the site. They're just playing with him at this point, not letting him have any mercy. Aradoce with a deagle, and SAW with map point.
Man, I'm not going to lay it all on his feet, but I feel like Demo played that so smart, and he did not need to step up to Gen. That's when you kind of expose yourself to getting swarmed and wrapped by those pistols, playing it up on the boost box, and it's a weird situation because you are that defender and you want to hold them off and you want to stop them from getting the bomb plant. But I think playing it safe there, it was the right call until he stepped here, in which case you have to make an aggressive swing because you know the pistols are coming around 2 angles.
This was so ridiculous. They're running around the double stack, and I think SAW know what they've just done. That should be enough to break the Enterprise train. They'll find themselves here. 13-6, a 2-0 victory, knocking Enterprise out of the competition, out of the RMRs. And we remember that. We remember that job site. Hazard jumping off the map.
Accidents are indeed preventable.
But they do also happen.
They do happen.
Smoke towards top B stairs. Demo positions himself closer.
Change of pace from SAW as well.
It's going to be quite explosive, isn't it? Like, it's hard to imagine Demo gets away with a multi-kill here. If the spacing is okay for SAW, they should be able to trade, and they won't even lose one player's second kill in for this attack. SAW have brought it down to just 3 players on Enterprise. It's been great seeing Enterprise at the RMR, but no longer will they take to the server. It'll have to come in another year, another time, perhaps later in 2024, but for Enterprise, their time in the sun is over. Exists with a nice turn back.
And yeah, this has been so impressive across 2 maps for SAW.
Oh my God, this isn't over yet. Suddenly, Exist is coming back with one of the biggest recoveries I have seen yet in the RMRs. Exist is so close. Now a 1v1 against Roman behind the double stack. He gives us some style on the way out the door, but Saw will eliminate Enterprise. Their dream of heading to the Major for the first time is still alive. But my God, that would have been an incredible round, an incredible clutch.
You got to give it to Saw, too. I mean, great display. Vertigo felt much more flexing of individual skill. Inferno was a cool display of good utility and layering. And again, I mean, you can just see, like, no matter how far away it seems, it's always just crushing to lose a game at the RMR.
Yeah, you're looking at the RMR, and you come in as a viewer, and us even as the broadcast talent will understand that this isn't a team that you expect to make it through, but when you make it to the RMR, you realize you're the closest you've ever been to achieving your lifelong dream.
And I mean, we all know the feeling of like creating like a fantasy where you have just a big individual performance or a big team performance and are able to cause the upset that gets you to the Major, and that's everything, and having that ripped away from you after thinking about it for so long is painful, regardless of where you're at.
And I mean, that's one side of the story, but the other is the side of Mutarist, right? We talked about how he attended his first event when he's younger than many of the players on the screen right now, and he's never made it. He's never had the chance to get through and play at the Major. Well, that dream's still alive here. It'll be a sixth attempt to try and get through.
And they earned it today. That's what I was saying, is Inferno was cool watching them layer utility, watching them attack bomb sites, play smart tactical game, and then seeing those flashes of individuals like you Jerks and Aradoce. Here on Vertigo, I think they sensed some weakness and they sensed individually a level above and really took the strategy out of it and just bullied and brute forced their way a lot of rounds. But we know they have that tactical backdrop to them as well after seeing the first map. So an interesting team, and they're going to have one more chance, and it's going to come down to the draw, right? It's going to come down to who they end up playing against.
They could have some brutal matchup. They really could have such a difficult team in that deciding game. We'll have to wait and see who it will be. But for Saw, at least the opportunity is still there. We've seen some great moments throughout this game too. I mean, that Tau Ace was kind of sick. We've seen that attempt to clutch at the last second.
Well, it's just a bummer because we touched on a number, especially on Vertigo, so many close rounds, especially in the first half, just go the way of Saw. If one of those is different, if one of these big moments like the Exist almost 1v5, the Tau Ace happens at a point where the map can still be salvaged, because like they're incredible moments, incredible highlights, but they don't have a whole lot of impact on how the map actually changes. And yeah, it would have been real cool to see if they were able to have some of those earlier in the clutch moments, so that you could see them kind of fight back and see them fight still with a chance of making it. But this always felt out of reach because Saw got out to such massive leads.
Somehow, Udrecht's got more ADR on this map. 126 ADR, 20 kills, 13 deaths. An incredible performance.
20 kills on Inferno. He just 8 more deaths here on Vertigo.
Yeah.
Slacking off.
A lot more damage though.
Yeah, true.
Udrecht definitely steps up when needed most today. Roman had a good Vertigo too, 18 kills to 9 deaths. When we look over for Enterprise, you know, they're at the start of their career. We're going to see plenty more of some of those players throughout the years, and for Saw, it's their moment. It kind of feels like we're getting to the end of their chances.
Yeah, in a way, just with individuals, although obviously I would say some of that talent that we, you know, the Aradoces and the U-Jerks, who we don't really hear a lot about, they might have plenty more years. Mutarist obviously still trying to make it happen. I mean, for the Enterprise guys, I think you nailed it. Whether it's next year, whether it's 2 years from now, maybe 1 or 2 of those guys are able to continue playing and continue improving, and then all of a sudden we see them actually challenging for a spot in this. They can look back on today as a lesson that they had to learn early on.
Yeah, especially because there's so many more opportunities that come with Counter-Strike. But it's been a fantastic day of action here at the RMRs. We'll take a look at the results to rehash everything that happened. Devastation for Falcons. The first time Zonic will not be at a Major in his coaching career. Magisk misses out as well. Like, it's just so incredible to see Falcons fall today.
And in the backdrop of all the conversations they've been having recently in interviews of look, like this project was put together to win, and if people aren't performing and people aren't playing well and people aren't improving and working towards that ultimate goal, they're going to get removed. And that's a team full of people who have accomplished a lot in their career. So yeah, a little bit of a heartbreak and obviously a massive obstacle placed in the way of the early days of Falcons. But you know what? They've had enough wins.
Yeah.
Magic and Sonic, they've had their time.
Yeah, they've had enough majors.
Yeah,
it's going to be weird not seeing them there, though. And 3D Max also not going to be at the major, but plenty more chances for a few of these teams as we head into tomorrow. The RMR will rage on. Thank you very much for joining us here.
Go to the mainstream.
Yeah,
Navi
mainstream. That's going to be the match that I'm excited to.
It's third map right now. They're still playing.
So that's what I'm going to do right now, and you guys should do that as well. We're going to watch the mainstream of Navi versus BetBoom. We'll see you guys tomorrow here on the B stream.
Players are changing. Countries are changing. The game has changed.
Finds it to perfection. And simple. It's Olaf who's been on top of the box. Though. He's got 3 and he's looking for a 4. That is incredible. And Rain. He's knocked away.
The best tournament, the best bookmaker at the scene.
We are proud to announce new additions to the XL series. Both are using fast TN panels and newly upgraded Diac2 technology. Fast TN panel with its faster native response time can reveal enemy outlines quicker during flashbang attacks. For IPS panel, more overdrive is required to enhance response speed, leading to dynamic image blurring due to the panel's inability to handle the load. These new monitors integrate new dynamic accuracy technology, Diac2. The upgraded dual backlight design not only provides FPS players with clearer visuals at dynamic aiming and spray control, but are also more friendly to your eyes. Moreover, built in the monitor panel, Diac2 functions independently and doesn't require any sync with PCs, ensuring no impact on game performance. XL setting to share now has auto game mode feature. Besides download, save, share your settings, it will auto apply different color settings based on your usage scenarios. Outlook of the latest monitors are refreshed. It has incorporated industrial-grade bearings into the height adjustment mechanism, allowing easier and smoother adjustment to the exact desired height. The new monitor series continue to evolve, refining details to ensure players can perform their best consistently in games. This is a brief introduction of the new XL monitor. Feel free to DM us if you have any questions.
Level up your gaming space with metal posters from Displate. Hang your displays in seconds. Swap them whenever you like. Get official art from your favorite games on a uniquely designed metal canvas and choose from thousands of posters. Join over 3 million collectors now. Your wall upgrade is here. Shop now at Displate.com.
Set up teams and start digging.
Made in hell.
On a deserted island.
Hold on to your bitch.
Bitch.